We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
and welcome to Valorant Challengers EU and day 2 of play-ins. It's time for more Valorant action and I cannot wait to see which two teams will be joining Guild and Diffuse for that all-important playoffs weekend. I am your host Yinsu and I'm delighted to introduce to you to your casters for today. You guys haven't seen these two for a while, but you guys know who they are. They really don't need a lengthy introduction, but I'm going to give them one. It's Mitch and Lothar, looking great as usual. Welcome back to the show, guys. Hope you guys have had a nice week off. Mitch, tell us just how important today is going to be for our teams.
Well, look, we're determining which teams are going to be going to the main event of Challengers and trying to qualify for Masters. This is almost as important as the games get so far. And as well, it's not just about, the typical teams. In the first week or two, we get to see the big names that we recognize, but this is where the teams that haven't had the opportunity to play in invite-only tournaments, that haven't qualified when there's only 8 teams, now they get a chance to prove themselves and play in the spotlight in front of everyone. So really for the kind of tier 2 to tier 1.5 scene, this is an incredibly important day for Valorant.
Tier 1.5. That's a thing now, Mitch. I will definitely be using that later. But Lothar, with all of that context in mind and the fact that this is the last chance for some of these teams, what would you like to see from them ahead of the qualification for Masters?
No nerves, like they all come here to prove themselves, but there are many really young teams with young players. But the important thing for them is this is an experience that they need to gather, learn from, and try to just get as many teachings as possible. So you need to take it step by step. If you win today, then you think about tomorrow, and then after that the next step, and so on and so on. So you have to be calm and collected and just play your game. I would like to see that on those teams.
Well, we've already seen some of those calm and collected teams play yesterday. We had a great day of competition, but things are only going to get tougher and tougher from here on. So let's take a look at the schedule and see what we can expect from the rest of the week. Today is the last day of play-ins. So first up, HONK will be playing Ballista, followed by Raise Your Edge versus RIXGG. Things are then heating up tomorrow with the first 2 playoffs game to see which 2 teams will be the next ones to make it to Masters. So Guild will be playing Wave and Diffuse will be playing G2 Esports. And as you guys can see on the schedule there, Sunday, the winners today will be playing Fnatic and OG on Sunday for the Masters qualification as well. Those are the matches for the rest of this week, but let's quickly talk about what happened yesterday. We had 2 2-0s, which is, I think, the first time ever for a Pansy and Hypoc day. They were having the time of their lives, as you can imagine. But of course, they were 2 very different 2-0s there. Mitch, did you manage to catch the Guild game? And what did you make of that Ninja Diffuse we saw yesterday?
Yeah, Guild technically won the game, but I feel like Entropic walked away with the victory, at least on social media, between Twistin and Taimu. These guys getting their clips out there. It was a beautiful thing to see. Now, that game, I picked Guild as the team to win, but I really thought it was going to be a 2-1. I thought we'd have a really, really close game. And on the 2 maps that we had, we did, but we just saw Guild show up on a level that it's nice to see, but consistency is really my question moving forward. And nothing shows it better than sort of the game plan that was exploited there when Taimu got that Ninja Diffuse. He was able to walk up on Ceylon Haven, nobody detecting it, and that's a very, very basic FP. I wouldn't even say Valorant, just FPS. Even if you come from Counter-Strike, right? When you've got the spike or the bomb planted, depending on the game, you don't leave it until you know no one can defuse. You don't go hunting down kills on the other side of the map with your whole team. But Guild did. They still won the game though.
Exactly, and I do like the way that Yassine was kind of memeing on it afterwards in his post-match interview. He was like, yeah, it happened, we're just joking about it now. You can't sort of take that too hard because it will happen to you, and you will also do that to other teams too down the line. And speaking of teams, let's take a look at the bracket before we move on to the second best of 3 that happened yesterday. So you guys sort of know what's going on here and how they got here, and as you can see, Vodafone Giants unfortunately lost to Diffuse. Lothar, we waited a while to see what this Giants roster can do. The first time we seen them on stream. What did you make of them? Because it did feel like they weren't fully prepared for Diffuse.
Well, there's not a way of putting it, they were outclassed by Diffuse, and they have a long way to be perceived as one of the best teams in Europe. But I hope they can manage to get to that level. The game though was pretty exciting because stuff like this happened. Like Logan just goes in, gets a triple kill, a clutch. He was doing that 2 weeks ago. He was doing that yesterday. And I feel like Diffuse is getting better and better every single week. And what's funny is that whenever they play a tournament, they're always one step away from qualifying for the main event. And if they win today, tomorrow, that'll be a huge celebration for them for sure. And they will be playing against G2. So they have to prove themselves again in front of the audience. But it was an exciting match to watch and a pleasure actually to watch as well.
Well, if they do manage to beat G2 tomorrow, it would definitely be an upset. And speaking of upsets, RIXGG, of course, pulled off an upset earlier this week when they took down Team Liquid. They will also be playing later today against Raise Your Edge. I had the pleasure of interviewing their coach, Weber, earlier. I'm now joined by RIXGG's coach, Weber. Weber, welcome to the stream. I didn't get a chance to say this to you on Wednesday to catch up with you guys, but of course you guys beat Team Liquid to get here. Unfortunately, that game wasn't on stream, so I want to sort of get your reactions after that series. Talk me through that best of 3.
Well, we knew we were going into it that they were banning Icebox in every single game, so that was just good for us. Us being able to play Bind was probably the best thing that could have happened, considering they've been very weak on it, like in their prior iteration of the team. Bind was quite straightforward. We weren't too worried. Obviously, Fry had a truly amazing map on that game. Going into Ascent, we thought we could take Ascent. We weren't. I don't know. It's hard to say. Ascent, we really thought we were going to win, but we had some struggles. We knew what they were doing pretty much every single round, but we just couldn't capitalize on that. And yeah, it was an 11-1 half. We kind of struggled to get into it. On the T half, we managed to string some rounds together and gain a little bit of confidence, which I think kind of really helped us going into Split. And then when Split came, we changed our comp. We knew what we were doing. We just we took the 9-3 half. I kind of lost us the pistol round by telling Joe to do something in the middle of the round. And it got a bit dicey. I think it went to 9-9, then 11-9, and yeah, we just took it. It was a very intense game, but I feel as if the game was close, but we always had control of the game, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, you guys won it at the end, so whatever you were doing was working. And, speaking of team compositions and your bind, Autumn plays Yoru, and I feel like Autumn might be the only person in Europe, competitively at least right now, that is playing Yoru at this level. So talk me through that choice and why you've put him on that agent.
Well, without revealing too much of what we like to do on the map, I think it suits his play style and it suits what we want to kind of achieve on the map. You're obviously with the teleport and the footsteps, we can create a lot of nice plays around that. So yeah, without revealing too much, I think it just really suits him and like the map on Bind. So we just run him on that and it works perfectly.
I'm glad you do. I think it's a bit lacking, that kind of creativity. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing it later if you guys do play Bind. Of course, I also wanted to ask you about your position right now because you've transitioned from a player for Rix to a coach. So tell me what it's like to work with this group of players right now and what that transition has been like.
Well, prior to coming to Valorant, I was coaching in CSGO, coaching one of the best North American teams in Counter-Strike with like PTR and FNS. So transitioning from coach to player, player to coach, it's straightforward. Like I've always been, as a player, I've always been trying to coach the newer generation coming into the game. So it's been fairly straightforward. In regards to this team, the best bunch of players I could ever ask for, truly. Like, we went through a very extensive trial process, making sure we got the right players, the right attitudes, and the correct mental for just building a strong team. And that's what we've achieved, really. And the results they've shown. So
yeah, they have indeed. And, I'm always a sucker for UK talent. So the more UK players we get on the top of the scene, the better. But that is all the time we have for now. So thank you so much for joining us, Weber, and best of luck with your game against Raise Your Edge later.
Thank you very much.
RIXGG have been a team that have been kind of underestimated in the public eye for a little bit. I'm really happy to see them come in and just show us what they're capable of. Because more recently, obviously we talked about the result with Liquid, but look even further back, just before that they played Cream Real Betis. And I think that's a team that kind of gets overlooked as well. Those are two really capable teams. And for RIXGG, core 3 of UK players, Fry is a cipher that I don't think is in the conversation internationally, yet he showed up to an insane extent versus Liquid. That's it's really, really good. And Lothar, what's going on, bro?
I'm just impersonating RIXGG looking for the bracket and Liquid in it,
Oh my god. Yeah, if anyone wants to purchase their tickets to the RIXGG fan club, I think you guys know where to get them from. But now I also want to mention that I've been watching a bit of NA lately, stayed up and watched their challenges last night, and it seems like they're finally catching up to EU with the meta. It's really, really nice to see that 100 Thieves are finally sort of utilizing that stage after everything that Hiko had previously said about the Sage meta over here in EU. Anyway, just to help out, any other NA teams that might be watching this right now, our lovely production team, along with Mitch, have put together a video explaining a bit more about how Valorant is being played right now here in Europe and why our meta is obviously the best meta.
Pure firepower, map control, and the most effective set of flashy skills to use on the enemy. 14 agents with a huge spectrum of abilities are hitting the Valorant servers. But it's not easy to find the right combo of agents to make your strategy work. Duelists, sentinels, initiators, and controllers. You need the right balance of these to take the win home. Especially the duelist position, which seems to be open for discussion. You take a Jet, a Raze, or even both of them. Top teams such as BBL, Gambit, or NIP seem to have the latter locked down.
Я бы выделил двух таких агентов, как Jet и Raze. На мой взгляд, оба данных агента способны хорошо выходить первыми, проявлять инициацию, также отводить прицелы, внимание на себя, что при выходах на точку является очень важным.
If you aim to get on a spot such as Ascent from B main, Jet is perfect to smoke market and take a peek into B. With that, she gets the info about possible positions of the enemy. Meanwhile, a Raze could be taking over mid-control with the help of her grenades and flank out the opponents on the B side. But what about the other ones? Can Reyna, Yoru, or Phoenix make a bigger impact on our scene?
I think Reyna's a little bit underrated in EU. We were trying it recently, obviously didn't work very well, but I think there are maps for it, I think specifically Icebox.
With that wide open space, it gives Reyna the possibility for 1v1 situations without many chances to hide for their opponent.
Element, you absolute monster! What is this?
But duelists are one thing. Let's talk about controllers. These are the agents that lead their team through the map with a perfect set of supportive and smoke utility. Brimstone, Omen, and Viper. You'll see one of these smoking hot agents on each server. Take that for granted. Omen seems to be the go-to choice for every team because he's the perfect all-rounder. Long-range smokes, incredibly strong flash, and teleport skills for information and opening up space. This is why elite squads such as BBL, Gambit, and FPX pick him almost instantly on every map. But that doesn't mean Viper and Brimstone are bad picks. Both have a great set of skills and are often picked together to gain an advantage in the post-plan situation. Brim's smokes and Molotov are perfect to stop the defense's retakes, while Viper's snakebite on the spike can delay the defuse even more. Especially on Icebox, which seems to be the perfect spot for Viper. The map has so much space and needs abilities such as Toxic Screen to narrow the field of attack down and limit the angles that attackers need to peek. Next up are Sentinels. Cypher, Killjoy, and Sage. The latter has been underrated for quite some time, following her nerf on the heal and wall.
Sage has, for a long time, people said, Sage is not so good, blah, blah, blah. I think Sage is really underrated in terms of people thinking her as a Sentinel, which I really don't. I think if you see a lot of good players play Sage because you have a lot of freedom, you have also in your backhead that, well, I can take a duel. If I get low, I'll just heal myself.
But it's not only Sage that makes a strong appearance in the VCT. Teams such as Gambit, Ballista, or NIP even go for a double setup, including Sage and Killjoy. On a narrow map such as Ascent, Sage would be playing on B, ready to slow down opponents using a wall or slows in the right moment. Meanwhile, Killjoy will defend the more open spot of A, using her turret and alarm bots. Playing this position solo allows for an extra player to roam around the map and be ready to take over each side of the map when needed. So we have our setup almost complete. But who's filling in the last position? Whatever region you look at, one agent is dominating the pick stats all over the world.
Bence her takımın çoğu haritada alması gereken karakter Sova.
His advantage is clear. His utility gives you all the information you need to take control of a round, and that is his main focus. Take Ascent for an example. You send out his arrow and later drone to check if opponents are preparing to attack a site. You gain all that information, without ever actually risking being taken out. Split is the main map where Sova isn't picked, because it's too tight and narrow, where his recon arrow won't serve the same purpose as it does elsewhere. It's not easy to find the right setup for your squad, but what are some general things you should look at?
Bence en iyi takım kompozisyonu en az bir düellocu, bir gözcü ve bir kontrol uzmanının olmasıdır. Onun yanındaki hero'lar ise map'ten map'e göre değişir.
There are many compositions that can work for your team. Breach, Sky, even Phoenix have strong arguments. Every top-class squad has its own approach to find their agents.
The biggest thing for me is to not care about the meta at all. So I always say, look at the team you have, the players you have, what will work with what you want to do. You know, will a Phoenix work with your game plan, or will a Breach work, or Killjoy, whatever, right? I always say, you know, don't care about everybody else. If you're playing a team comp that nobody's playing, that's just a bonus, that's a plus.
14 agents to choose from, at least for the next tournaments, because with agent number 15, Astra, another controller will be available in the future, and what the meta will look like then is still in the stars.
Great job there, Mitch. Really like hearing your voice on that video. Maybe you should try something like casting. Who knows? Could really suit you.
Someday.
Yeah. But just, looking at the meta, as I mentioned earlier, NA have finally sort of done a bit of U-turn, and they are picking up some of the agents that EU are using right now. What do you make of that?
I mean, right. So looking at NA for a long time has been a bit of a pain. It's hurt my soul. It really has. And not just because they don't play Viper, right? Myself and Lothar are both we have little watch parties and we cry together about that. Like maybe this time, no, okay. But then when you look over towards the kind of Phoenix play, that's something that's been there from the very start. They love their duelists, their triple duelists, sometimes even further. It's like watching games of Liquid. But I'm happy to see this starting to move towards the Sage, Lothar. I mean, like, that more, I wouldn't say necessarily tactical just because you pick a Sage, but the fact that obviously in the interview even we have the conversation about, or in the interviews we just did in that video, one of the guys was saying that, I think it was Rubino, that you wouldn't even consider Sage really a Sentinel. A lot of the time she can almost be a duelist, but have a lot more value to bring to the team as well.
I feel like it's more about playstyle than the design of the agents, but at the same time, obviously they work in tandem. But what I think is that the inclusion of Astra in general shows that the designers at Riot want to do more complicated agents, right? And because of that, we're gonna see more and more agents that are putting a lot of pressure on teams to be more creative. And because of that, I feel like the NA is trying to step up in that, let's say, complexity of their lineups, and because of that, we're gonna see less and less duelists. Like, let's not kid ourselves. Like, if you pick Reyna on every single map, that's not really a good team composition, right? That's only putting one guy on an agent that might solo carry but might not really help the team. So agents like Astra, like putting a lot of creativity and flexibility into the team that is very needed on a competitive level.
Well, actually, speaking of Astra, Lothar, while you're at it, you've spent a lot of time, I've seen you on social media, you know, trialing her, playing her, getting some tips and tricks. What do you like about this agent, and why do you think that she is going to become one of the essentials in the scene?
She has traits that every single smoker right now in the game has, right? She can smoke almost globally on every single space on the map, which is unbelievably strong. But she is also very flexible. She can have 5 smokes in a round. She can have a stun. You know, also she can impair movement and debuff opponents while having an ultimate that is kind of similar to a Viper Wall, but strictly better. So in general, she's one of those agents that can enable an entire strategy on her own, and she can orchestrate and execute on her own as well, which is amazing to see, because it's a completely new type of agent in my eyes. We don't have such a flexible agent yet in the game, and it's something that I feel on a competitive level most of the teams should be playing Astra, at least right now, because she's just so much more flexible than Omen and Brimstone. And Viper. So she's amazing.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think she's going to be available for the first Masters, but they're on, I'm sure, lots and lots of teams. I'm looking at you, Fnatic, and FPX, and NiP as well, will be picking her up. But as I said before, we do have 2 crucial playing games today. Just to remind you guys again of the schedule today, HONK will be taking on Ballista in the first best of 3, followed by Raise Your Edge versus RIXGG. You know, again, like Mitch said before, this is going to be super crucial for these teams. It is going to be the last chance they have if they want to make it to Masters. But before we jump into the pre-match for our first best of 3, I spoke to HONK's coach Salah earlier. I'm joined by HONK's coach, Salah, on the stream today. Welcome. It's great to have you here. Most people will be seeing you guys play for the first time today because you are a relatively new team. So tell me a little bit about yourselves and who you are.
We're kind of just, me and another coach, Strong, decided to make a team. We took the best possible free agents out there and made a team at the start of VCT, and this is kind of what it is now. We took players from kind of everywhere. In terms of team.
You are the only unsigned team now left in the competition at this stage of the competition, going into Masters. How much pressure do you guys feel to perform because of that?
Not a lot, to be honest. I think there's a benefit to it. I think being able to kind of naturally grow and develop ourselves without any oversight is really nice. But of course, we want to perform. We want to show where we're at in terms of it as a team. So there is a little bit of pressure, but not that much, to be honest.
Where do you think you guys are at right now in comparison to the rest of the teams in Europe?
I think, considering how new we are, I think we are potentially up there in terms of Europe, in the top 10, in the top 15. I think it's just about being able to show up how we can and how we've shown we're able to. And I think that's the important thing. If we can do what we're good at, then I think, we're a top 10 team in Europe.
Well, of course, you got Ballista today. Again, a team that doesn't have a whole lot of data right now in the scene. Tell me what you're expecting from this matchup and how you guys have been preparing for this.
Well, they're a Polish team, so Polish teams are always very scary to play against. I think they have mostly insane aim and they play really well with each other. But at the end of the day, I think we have kind of the final boss of the Polish scene in terms of Mickey, and I think it makes it a lot easier for us because we kind of always know how they're going to play and how they're thinking in a lot of ways. So, I don't think we're too worried.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, Salah. It's always great to have you here. Best of luck with your game, and we hope to see you later. And as Salah said in that interview, they've sort of assembled some of the best free agents in Europe right now. Now, this will be the first time that we see them play on a stream, and some of you might not be overly familiar with this team, but Mitch, I know that you know a bit about how they've been doing. You know, just looking at the lineup, there's so many players that jump out at us. Even though they haven't been together for that long, where do you see them right now, I guess, in the scope of Europe?
I mean, so for HONK at the moment, they're a team that can genuinely upset anybody within the top 10 to 15. They're not far outside of that. I think really, as you mentioned in the interview, even they're a new team, certainly in terms of playing in tournaments where they're going to have a lot of eyes on them. I would hazard a guess that for the majority of viewers out there who didn't come specifically to see HONK, that they will not know this team, that it won't be a team that they're immensely familiar with, and maybe they've never even seen them play before. What I would say is if you take a deeper look, you probably know a lot of their players. Dreamass from going back into Counter-Strike. If you've seen any frag movies out there, Trex is probably in them. In fact, I think he's the 4th highest rated player so far in this stage of Challengers, which is pretty impressive. He's just playing a Raze, so obviously you can get a lot of damage done on that agent, but this team as a whole have got a whole bunch of experience. They've assembled a group of people. You've got 2 Lithuanians and then mixed nationality outside of that. So that's one thing that would, one of the only things that would worry me is the communication. It's very hard to have clean comms when you have people from 3 different language backgrounds, so diverse, or 4 possibly as well. So that could be a little bit of a barrier for them. But they play a really explosive and hard to predict style, and that's where I see Ballista having a little bit of a challenge, because if you don't have strict protocols to play against HONK with, they are going to surprise you, because when you go into the round, you have no idea what these guys are going to do. They're confident and individually gifted, and that alongside those 2 things alongside each other is damn scary.
Well, just on that point, actually, of people that might not have seen this team play together, as you said, Mitch, they probably would have seen some of these players on other teams. You know, Destrian was at the very early days of Nopenki, back sort of before when VAC decided to rebuild that team. Of course, you mentioned Trex. He was also on Fishka, quite a well-known unsigned team at the time, who later got picked up by Singularity. And I do have to shout out my boy Sean P, who used to play for Team Finest as well, and he is a very, very capable and excellent player. And one point I wanted to also make is that back at First Strike, we sort of had quite a lot of teams that were unsigned. We had at least a few of them make it quite far. You know, we saw Purple Cobras, August, and of course, Summon FC make it to the finals. And this time round, we're not really seeing too many unsigned teams, because thankfully the scene is developing and more orgs are getting involved. But I do have to flag, I also mentioned this in my interview, but this team is unsigned. This is where we could potentially be seeing another Summon FC come through, you know, guys that just haven't had an opportunity. And of course, there are other orgs that are getting into the scene right now. So if I were them, I'd definitely be keeping an eye on these guys, because like I said, they're unsigned and they're definitely looking for a home. But just moving on the Ballista end of this matchup, again, another team that isn't, that hasn't had a lot of data, you know, in the scene right now. They are a Polish team, and if there's anything that we know about shooting games, you do not rule out the Polish team in any circumstance ever. But Lothar, of course, I know you've done your homework, and you can probably tell us a little bit more about this Ballista side.
Yeah, Ballista is a new organization on the scene. They picked up the team not that long a time ago, but they are very structured. They have a 5-man lineup as the main lineup, but they also have a sub, Kamisek, who is not even 16 years old, so he cannot play in tournaments yet. He will be 16 in a few months. They also have a coach, who is a coach and an analyst, Yaotsin, who has a professional background in other games and other FPS shooters. They're all known for being insane aimers, which is not something of a surprise if you know the Polish scene. Like, it's kind of crazy how gifted are the Polish players. And what is very important to know about this team, they are playing unorthodox lineups. They don't play Sova, an example. They play Sky. Bold is known in the ranked leaderboard for that Sky. If you have a Sky, you want Bold to be on your team in the solo queue experience, because he's he's great at it. Let's say like that. You know, he's great at it. He's great at pop flashes, something that we see more and more often from Sky being used. This is the only agent that can do the pop flashes perfectly every single time, right? Because you can time it. But in general, they have a huge playbook because they work on that aspect a lot. So we can expect from them to be very structured, and I feel like that's something that is needed against HONK. I know they did their homework, they analyzed their opponents, they know how they play, they know how to counter it, and I'm very excited to actually watch this match unfold, because it might be, you know, this is a new name in the scene, but they might be here to stay.
Well, 2 new names in the scene, and now we're going to move on to the map vetoes, because like you said, Lothar, you know, Ballista play some funky compositions, and I'm sort of looking forward to what they've done with the map vetoes, because with new teams, it sometimes isn't very easy to work those out. Their map vetoes, map pool even isn't the deepest, and now we can see them on your screen. Haven, Split, and Bind. So they've taken away, of course, the Icebox, which is actually pretty good for both teams. Neither of them really play Icebox, but of course, Ballista, I think, did their homework and took out the Ascent. So looking at these 3 maps, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is kind of favoring Ballista right now, Mitch.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I sort of took as granted in this was the bans, Ascent and Bind. And the fact that Bind stays in is a curious choice for HONK. When you look at them, and even what they said at the interview, right? Like, playing versus Polish teams, it's scary. I wouldn't give them Bind. I wouldn't give them somewhere that they can come in and almost just like pug from start to finish if they want to. That's somewhere that HONK are going to have a little bit of a struggle bus for. But Haven in particular, I'm actually very excited for. A huge clash of styles, as Lothar was pointing out. No Sova. Over on the Ballista side, they're playing with the Sky instead. You've got a Phoenix for your flashes versus a Breach, your Jet in play for Ballista as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one pans out with such different interpretations of how to play the game.
Well, we are heading into Agent Select now, as you guys can see, so we don't really have to wait that long to see what picks they are going to take. And, you know, we know on Haven that Ballista tend to play with the Phoenix and the Sky. None of them have locked in any of their agents yet, whereas HONK have sort of gotten in there quickly because they want to start the game. Again, yep, Phoenix and Sky, Lothar.
Yeah, it's the same lineup they use every single time on Haven in the past matches that we have data so far. So no surprises here. The Yoru pick, well, you know, we would like to see it, but it is what it is.
That will come later. That Yoru will come later, yeah. I promise you. But now we're going to head into the game. Of course, this is the first map of our best of 3 between HONK and Ballista. Like I said, Sky and Phoenix. You can't ask for more than that. Mitch and Lothar, have fun with this one.
Can't ask for more than that for sure, Sue. We'll see exactly how this composition is working as we get on into the game. We're going into Haven, the first map of the day, Lothar. How are you feeling about this one, man? Because it's rare. Usually we get 1, maybe 2 agents that are different. But here, you've got each team as the same Sentinel, the same Smoker, and then it all goes to hell.
Well, I really like what Ballista has built here. Like, they have a very different approach to the game. Look at the setup right now. Also, C is completely open, right? They have 3 agents on A long. So, sorry, this is actually HONK. My lord, my bad. Anyway, we have a really cool setup from both teams to behold, and I really look forward to how they will like utilize all of the agents we're gonna have the clash of styles here.
Flash out immediately. They know there's someone close. Good night and sweet dreams to Trex, 4th highest rated player so far in this stage of challengers. But well, we'll see how this game treats him. Immediately punished. They close in on the site and get control. There's still one on the back here. Mickey able to take down the first, but that's all he's good for. And now this is looking like it's going to be a Ballista favored pistol round at least. HONK not really in the best positions to get back in for the retake, and they started this one out. They had their recon dart down to see anybody cross A long, and well, let's
this is almost impossible to do, right? But they do start with 1 frag, and it goes 1 for 1, and unfortunately the round is over. I mean, you know, when you want to retake A site on Haven, you need a lot of utility. They had the Paranoia available, which is something that allows you to get some map control and get that space on the site. But the problem is they have no idea where someone is on the site. With 4 people, most likely someone's under Haven. Someone is on graffiti, someone's on A short, one is on long, so they have everything covered. So even when you'll get that 1 frag, because of the paranoia, you're gonna be in a crossfire. So it's such a tough situation for HONK to be in.
Yeah, no, there was very little chance of them making that one work. Immediate long aggression on this by Batty. I don't know, you're playing with a Ghost, but the support, that's where it comes in, the Phantom in hand. They know there's a player stuck on the right, and they have a very good idea that he's in the back corner. There's the swing and the kill, and QX even looking for a little bit more, but it's X'd off the list. Those players are safely back on site, and you could run into a crossfire, so they're likely to just keep control of this for a moment as they scout out a little bit more. And this is where the off-brand Sova comes into play, but sometimes the off-brand's a little bit better, you know? Tastes better, has more sugar. And certainly in this one, Ballista setup seems to be sweeter as they cleanly overrun the A site. And the only thing is, well, what does Omen have? What weapon has he got? It's not even shown us in the kill feed. Apparently he just killed him with his mind. But it's just a Ghost, so it makes sense.
Maybe he just pummeled him to death.
Headbutt him.
Yeah, maybe. But I really like how Ballista approached this round. The cool combination of Phoenix and Jet being on long. One guy had a Phantom, the other had just a Ghost. If the Phantom player dies, he can just pick it up very quickly and then follow it up on the trade, which is very important. I feel like you can't, whenever you have a rifle on round 2, you cannot go alone. If you by any chance lose that gun, you can risk the entire round, which is basically a throwaway round for HONK, right? They're on the low buy. But now the first full buy for HONK, and it's super explosive again.
This long control is just consistently coming through now, and I think for HONK, when they manage to get out something like an operator, that's where things could take a turn for the worse for Ballista. But for now, they're overwhelming that control. I do like in the previous round, you know, it was the Ghost of Phoenix taking contact and then the Phantom behind it. This time, you're gonna have to do a little bit more with that Phantom, because the trade back is good. It's a good start to the round, or good recovery rather, from HONK. Not gonna fumble it completely. They've got Killjoy utility to lock down Garage, although still holding it. You know, at this point, they're basically playing retake for C, but Killjoy rotates in. Either way, they'll get the information. It's completely clear, but it comes at a cost. The A side is being overrun, and QX manages to make it up for one. Batty with the trade, and site control is theirs. Man advantage now as the retake looks to come in from HONK. And again, it's the same position. This is a carbon copy of the pistol round, except one less player for Ballista.
Exactly. Still Paranoia available, but no Paranoia being used yet. He's waiting for his teammate to place the turret to get at least some informations, and now probably with this combination of smokes we're gonna see Paranoia being used on site. Has to be, right? This is so risky.
Out they go, just taking the fights. Dreamhouse, he's good for one. The crossfire, always dangerous. And this time it's just a straight swing from Morphan that closes it out. A third round on the board for Ballista. They're looking strong to start this one off. And that was a buy round, remember. So at this point, HONK are having to go down to an eco. Maybe a little bit of a heavy buy there by Mickey, but it looks like they want to commit to a pretty strong dent into their economy. But it could have some reward. I mean, especially if they have a read on how that A side is being played, right? The very early aggression on long, maybe they adjust.
Well, so far we see that Sova is still sticking to the same A position on as always. Like Sean P just wants to use the recon arrow and just go back, but he's being flashed every single time and just flashed out of the position as well. Oh, he's baiting for that orb. He saw movement. He has to go back on side.
Yeah.
He's still alone though.
Well, you have that little bit of utility going out on A, fake the orb, that's perfect, right? You get the information on a round like this, you can take those little risks, but they're still so heavily stacked towards C. So far, HONK have at most left a player lurking out on A, but look at how they've slowed this round down. They take control of long, they take short, and they have a player watching Garage. They have a player watching long. In fact, they're hoping that HONK try to take that information and try to play reactively to how the last 3 rounds have gone. That's really nice from Ballista. Really good game plan, as they don't see any reaction at this point. Now they've got to make a decision pretty much blind.
Literally.
Recalling my bot.
Good timing, wasn't
it? True. What I really like about this round is that Ballista, as you said, is taking the slower approach, right? But they don't show anything new. They just go on A side. They know it worked. Their opponents are on lower buy, so they have a high chance of just getting that executed and like even for free. Look at this. Well, no one actually died. Never mind.
So
that was through a smoke.
with Chomp falling, at this point, they lose a lot of the value that they need on this retake. You want to have your recon dart to go in and clear positions like down below, and if they had it, maybe Mickey would have been ready for 2. The drop doesn't get them anything, and Destrian is left all by himself, a Bucky in hand, and not a hope in hell. That is 4-0. Yeah, I love how Ballista react there, though. So they're like, okay, our opponents will probably make a read on us. If we showed a bit of control on long, maybe they push Garage, or maybe they push C long, and we cut them off. That doesn't happen, so they say, screw it. We're just going to go back to pushing A then. If you don't give us what we want, we'll take that site from you.
Yeah, that is correct. I love how they did it, because now they can actually mix it up. They can get something out of their playbook, which is completely different from the other 4 rounds that we have seen, and it's visible in the setup right now. Look at that. We have Phoenix and Omen and Killjoy setting up for a C long push. There's a smoke deep on C, which allows for an explosive execute on the side, because there's so much space that you can just go outside of the smoke, which I love. There's information now. Someone is sitting in the window. Ultimate from Bolt is being used, gathering info, but he needs to go back. And in the meantime, we have an execute on C. They already have chicken control.
Yeah, the ult from Phoenix came in. They push towards the back. They get that control. Spike climb down, but it comes at a hefty cost. They've already lost a player. Treks in to try and get a little bit more. He didn't spot Kareem, but the trade was there. A 2 versus 2. Killjoy ult keeping them back. Shock Dart going in. Doesn't get the damage that it actually looked like it might have. And this one, I don't think it'll... Oh, never mind. That tickles him up nicely. Now down to 18 HP. The defuse halfway stuck. Not going to be fully as the swing comes in. Bold. He's so low. He knows the player isn't defusing it just yet as he goes out for the peak. Unfortunately, that will cost him his life, and plenty of time left to get the round on the board. The first for HONK now secured.
But it was still at what cost, right? Only 1 player lived through. They are very low on economy now. And look at this buy. This is going to be a very awkward buy. Small shields, probably losing on utility as well because of that. So it might be a little bit awkward. Mickey Boy on a Spectrum. So he has to buy flashes. Without that, he's basically useless for the team, right? He has to have those flashes. This is why you play Breach. You have to need those 3 flashes every single round. What I really liked about this round, though, is that just Ballista takes the sites for free every single round. They get it for free. And then we see HONK playing retake, but they don't really play those retakes very well, to be honest, at least so far from what we have seen. How they are setting up this attack this time. Look at that. Look at the lurk. Look at the lurk mid, but he is caught.
The change up here for the A side, they've actually droned out short now and fully cleared it, but I'm pretty sure Ballista have heard that. So if they know that the drone is cleared short, seeing nobody, going back towards A makes a lot of sense, and that's exactly what they do. They're now presuming that there's going to be a player sat in a corner. They're going to walk into someone and clear it out. They've made noise with their flash, but it's far enough away. And look, same thing as always. Out goes the wolf to get some info.
Yeah, and this is a clear tell for HONK to know what's happening, right? Unless it's a huge fake. But it's just an execute on A. And this time with the Killjoy ultimate as well, they have the site for free again. And HONK will go over the same pain every single round. They need to retake, but they are 1 player short.
That's so good. So the whole idea there was the Hunter's Fury. It stops them while you still have the Killjoy ult in play. So you stop them from planting. Then Mickey, who you could see was kind of playing on the edge of the ult, he comes in, he takes the kill. That's fantastic. Now they have a chance of getting in for this retake. But down to a 3v3. Oh, Mickey, no! He goes wide with the flash. But they still managed to pull it back. A 2 versus 2. Mickey's so low, but he can use his utility to support his friend. Needs a flash on sight, but it doesn't land. They had no idea Bold was there. He snuck around the side. He's really torn this round asunder, and Mickey with 9 HP, come on, he didn't stand a chance. Good intention, but after the initial, when they stop the planter, things kind of fall apart. Just really good positioning by Bold, who's on fire right now.
Yeah, he's playing that Sky so well. All the flashes hit, or even if they don't hit, you get the info. This is why they don't play Sova. They basically create space on sites with the flash. If there's a sound on it, there's the gong going off. You have a certainty that someone is on a specific angle. You can even use the hawk in a way that it clears only 1 angle, so you're certain of the information that you're getting. This is why Sky is such a cool character to play. And what I really like, though, is how they basically take the advantage that is playing, Haven on an advantage with a player on attack, because the defenders always have a loss of map control if they have one player less than a default 5-player lineup.
One of the big benefits as well, if you compare the Wolf directly to the drone in how they're using it right now, they get to clear out close A long, immediately go back and clear all of short as well. You can't do that with a drone. They're certainly not in anywhere near the same time frame as you can with the Wolf. So that value, you can see it's bringing them. And then even further, this ultimate, we saw it used before to clear out Garage. This time it's going to be used to see if the side is a little bit open. It doesn't seem to be completely shut out by the Nano Swarm. The information now is a little bit too old to act on. They have to dash out and see what they can get done. They're going to move together, clear the turret, clear backside, and it's pretty much open for business. Now it's all about HONK setting up for that retake. They know that they're going to pretty much allow that plant. Are they? Because they're just rushing forward to their deaths through a choke point. The CT spawn players hadn't even moved out yet. A little bit off on the synergy there. He's just killed him running, spraying while blind. Okay, cool. Nice little headshot.
I mean, this is not a running gun situation, guys. This is just pure luck, pure luck. He was blinded. The crosser was not even close on him. This was actually how the game should work, right? The bullet was just so far away from his crosser. It just happens to be that there was a head there. So, quite unlucky. But I have to give credit where the credit is due, because Ballista is playing really well in attack. And HONK is playing scared. They're scared of the utility. The utility is just pushing them out of sights. You have seen that with the flashes from build. The ultimate, the jellyfishes, have so much impact. The Seekers are just giving map control for free. And it is like, I feel like this is the word of the game, free. Like, they get map control on the Haven for, with zero effort. HONK is just giving away everything of that, every single piece of map control. Double doors, free. Seaside, free. And you have certainty that no one is there, because the jellyfish, the Seeker, is not being activated. So, power of Sky is just so insane here.
Here we see it again, used to clear out long, but that information, it sells a bit of a false sense of security as DreamHack comes out and takes a quick kill just before the smoke blooms, or just as it does, but he got the info through it. Now to a 5v4, and for Ballista, when you run into a little bit of a speed bump, let's just go back. Let's do what works. They've been taking this control consistently, and it makes sense they'll do the same again. Here comes the flash around the corner. They clear the close angle, and I presume the Wolf is going to be soon on its way to clear out short. At least that's what they've enjoyed doing so far. But it seems they want to avoid giving that information until they're ready to follow it out and burst into the site, seeing now that it's entirely clear. So a plan should come through, and again, HONK gonna have to play that retake, but this time, they don't have to risk taking an early fight. They've got, the shock dart and the fault line. Beautiful stuff. Nade afterwards as well. If that nade came in a second earlier, that's probably a kill. At this point, looking to come on out. HONK, they posture up, they put in, oh no, the paranoia, but that was a little bit awkward. The peek out doesn't reward any kills. QXV up close, good for one. The dash not going to get him away in time, not even close. He manages to find one before going down.
First very successful retake from HONK, but this one was enabled because they basically had everything available, right? They got a kill without any usage of utility on Long C, on Phoenix. Because of that, they actually were able to play less scared. Batty had his ultimate ready because he was going for the orb, so that would have been a huge play last round, but they had a combination of all the utility, shock darts to delay the plant, paint shells to delay the plant, then the recon arrow, and all the flashes. So this was actually let's say, an easy round for HONK to get that round win. But at the same time, they're still a little bit on the back foot, because if they lose one round, they're gonna be looking at worse economy than the opponents. While Ballista still is super rich.
Scout destroyed.
It's the benefit of having so many clean rounds as well, right? As you said, it was the first successful retake they really had, because in the one where they had one player left alive before that, and any of the others, they've been losing the rounds relatively cleanly. So yeah, a lot of cash for Ballista. HONK not in the same boat. It's tough. The approach here is a little bit questionable to me. You know, they leave all control of A site which so far, at least by my count, 4 times, Ballista have walked onto that site without a single engagement. I suppose it says how confident they are in that Killjoy ultimate to really lock down the round. No pun in, well, no, I'll be honest, the pun was intended. The ult goes into heaven, they take control, and now they've got the A site. They'll go in for the plant, but look at Killjoy already in position, waiting to pop down that lockdown.
I feel like this is the moment where HONK realized that they cannot really battle Ballista on side 8 because of all of the utility. They also have the Killjoy ultimate available, so they can push out everyone from side or just wait for their push on CT. And right now, Mikoboy is opening with a kill. There's the push for the Killjoy's utility. It's being destroyed by the Phoenix ult, so no risk there, and they can stay on side and defend.
Yeah, that's a major thorn in the side now for HONK, but they managed to find a kill, so they'll still go for this. 100% drop down. Trex, the double that opens it, that might make this round possible. Chomp wants to go through and take the defuse, but his teammates dropped. He has to force the fights now. Finds one, knows where the second player is. He's going to start the defuse to bait them into the open, get it halfway. Here comes the peek. The timing a little off, but bold. He hits the shot just in time, and although he will perish, you'll trade that life for a 7th round. Ballista securing it, and really, it's that push through. If Batty doesn't make that ult and run through spawn, they probably don't get away with that round anywhere near as cleanly as they did.
Yeah, that Phoenix ultimate was the MVP basically of the round. As you mentioned, this is the crucial focal point of the round where the lockdown is not being activated. And by the way, Ballista did have their own Killjoy lockdown available just in case something really goes badly, so they could just still play time on it. And now we're gonna see a low buy from HONK. Not a surprise. You can see a setup in long with 2 players with shorties just waiting for Ballista to attack. But this is something that we have seen Ballista do before. They just wait on those eco rounds. They don't have to take those risks. They can just wait. When their opponents get impatient, they will push a little bit, and they can just get an advantage. And look at that! Look at this!
That's a nasty angle. We even had a flash go out mid as well. Phoenix peeked it. I heard it, didn't so much see it. He flashed out, peeked it, made sure nobody was pushing down double doors or middle. These little bits of information on eco rounds, not allowing yourself to get blindsided potentially by pistols, is ultimately what can give you wins in games, in close games at least, and stop those upsets happening. Fatty was in a little bit of danger, and they commit the ultimate here. I mean, they have a couple of ults to play with, so fair enough. Just to make sure they get that information, they'll push towards the A site. The only question is, never mind. There's no question anymore because Trex is gone. They're clearing out the site. They get the plant, and that's very, very nicely handled eco, or anti-eco rather, for Ballista.
It's crucial to not lose any members, even if it doesn't matter much to your economy. It matters a lot to your opponent's economy, because look at that, 2 shorties still available, which is basically useless at that range right now after the nerf, and not a single kill allows to punish your opponents to not have good ultimate economy, right? Because now they're gonna be just sitting on the same amount of economy that they had before, and also they don't get any kind of bonus for the frags, which is 200 credits per each kill. So an example, those shorties are basically spent cash for nothing, which is very important. Look, HONK is at 0. 4 players are at 0 cash.
That's it's not ideal. They have 300 credits between them. That's they can barely get themselves a boom bot.
Yeah. And now this round, we have 2 rounds left. But even if Ballista doesn't win this one, but kills 4 players, they break them again. They're gonna be having a low buy or a forced buy basically, right? And for the last round, which will not be ideal, especially for defense on Haven. I really love how Ballista is playing this side of the map.
The thing is about this long take, they're not even worried. Like, one of the traditional issues you have when pushing down that early is like, what if they counter it by putting an op there? Well, then he gets blinded. Like, there's no way for them to really maintain the control, and you can see HONK have just accepted that. They're just going to play super passive and give up control of that side of the map, but DreamHack is happy to fight in for short, and he takes a kill there, despite losing a lot of his HP. That information that he can hold by just tucking in the corner and peeking off the flashes as he does is perfect. Eventually, he'll cross back over and play for sight. Of course, his utility here, even if he can get his turret down, and he already has an alarm bot for long, is crucial for keeping control control, so there's no need for him to peek. But really, the question is more so on Ballista. Did they still go for their A take? It's what they've done so far. When they don't get control elsewhere on the map and nothing goes their way, they go to A. But the only difference here is that they're not about to run into one player or no players as it has been in the past. There's two postured and ready to take this defense. QX deals with them very quickly and just about manages to dodge out on being taken down by Hunter's Fury. Then healed up to 100. All they need to do now is plant the spike, which they can do because the Hunter's Fury is gone. But QX takes a direct hit from a shock dart, and well, so does Bold to the face. Oh man, but what a convincing retake right away. They just take the 2 kills. It's you blink it, you miss it. Morphin's got to do it all. There's one player in heaven is low and dealt with right away, but not enough to get all 4. That would have been a tough task and a tall order, and too tall for him. HONK takes it to 3.
Yeah, this was a great retake, but they were actually having an advantage. Both of the shotguns did also so much damage before the retake even was happening. Right then, the accidental lineup while being blinded by the paranoia happened. But I would say Ballista still should be happy about the outcome of the round because basically they did hurt the economy a little bit. Look at Shun P. Small shield, 0 cash available, so he's probably playing like with all of his utility, but with the small shields, that is a little bit annoying. And what you mentioned, HONK was never allowed to play and because of the way how the rounds just chained. They never had the economy. Even if they would have the op, they would have to basically forget any retakes because they have to save that op. Otherwise, they lose so much economy.
They changed it up this time for A control, but Ballista go towards C. Into the back of the site, Batty gets himself a nade down, but shot in the face by Destrian. Doesn't do anything with the flash afterwards, and QX tries to clear out backside. He deals with Trex and forces the other back because he's low HP, so that's the control for now. Attacker Killjoy ultimate goes down. That's the lockdown in effect. Rolling Thunder, they want to get in here right now and deal with it, but will they be able to? QX Bold, they're holding on strong, and it seems like they're running headfirst into a wall. HONK get forced back, they even get detained, and Bold is on the hunt. Does he look in spawn? Yes, he does, and just in time, around the corner they go. Ballista, 9 rounds on the attack. What an absolutely stellar first half for this Polish team.
That is true, but now they have to prove that they play as well on defense as they do on attack, and that is gonna be a huge task, let's say like that. I feel like HONK is also a better team on attack than on defense, so while just looking at the stats, they do actually perform better on attack on most maps, especially on Icebox, but that we didn't see and will not see because it's banned. But HONK has terrible defense on Icebox, and I feel like this is why they did ban it.
I want to, you look at how things have gone, and I really feel for HONK, because even in that final round, we saw them try to adjust a little bit. They went for Destrian pushing up through short, 2 players peeking long, but possibly with an op, I'm not 100% sure. So they were trying to take that A control and proactively beat down what Ballista were trying, or succeeding at taking every single round, but it didn't work out. Now this push down middle, 3 players coming up behind. They're going to catch the end of the train as Trex falls, but the rest of the team is now ready for that. Doesn't give them a whole bunch of information, but the smokes landing on A certainly give it away. That flank is going to be worried about, though. And this is the thing. They've got utility down to deal with it. They're committing 2 players towards looking behind. HONK are very much aware of the control that they've lost, and whoops, even more so with the alarm bump, but Batty hits a very crispy shot. They don't know that Mickey's up close. The dash, though, gets the info, and the trade right away. This is looking clean as can be. HONK deleted, and that is double digits for Ballista. A really strong start to this half now, being just 3 away from closing it out.
I love the discipline. Really love the discipline on this team. After they got the kill, the initial kill, the first blood on spawn basically, right? On Raze. They didn't push. They didn't make noise. They actually fake that they're going back, which is the natural thing to do as a team, right? You got a kill, they know where you are, you want to change your position, you want to fall back, go on the side, try to retake it from your CT side. Right? From your own spawn on A, because that's where the plant is going to be. But they actually faked it out, then went back, and then we could have seen the synergy between the characters, the flash from Phoenix, the dash getting the info. Really cool stuff from Ballista.
It's gorgeous to look at. No, those are the kind of rounds that we want to see. Just grouping up as a team, moving together on that retake. Both players spotted just about. Bold got that information. That's pretty big. They knew already that someone was taking the orb, but on that, it's where you would see a lot of teams go for like aggression up A long or through short. Try and just pincer in those teams and take as much control as you can. That's typically when a Sova's playing A though. And because they've got a Phoenix here, I'm a really big fan of how they're playing it. Look, the alarm bot is down. And as soon as that gets popped and sees somebody or even destroyed, flash comes around and you're in trouble.
Yeah, and then also what is very important, Bold did get the info that they forced. Their opponents are playing on SMGs. They have to be prepared now for that, and because of that, I feel like they can get different angles.
Oof. That's a bit of a tanky hit to take there for Batty. A lot of armor stripped off him. He did pop the flash around, I believe, but he waited a minute. Unfortunately, the reaction of HONK as soon as the alarm bot he knows there's a player here. He knows he blinded someone, but he presumes it's further down mid, so down he goes. DreamHack with a 50-50, shall we say, that works out perfectly. Morphin gets spotted, gets a kill from it, but they are going to have to fight in for the retake. And versus this force buy, you know, the economies are pretty equal. This is going to be a tough one to deal with, considering the fact that you don't have a lot in play right now. All smokes are gone. Morphin's already used his up. He's got a paranoia, and that's going to be the key point of that push. Player about to come through the smoke. Paranoia slows him. But that's Sova. He's the big one. He's the one that could get away with murder. Still on the site. They have no idea. And there he goes. In with one that could save the round. Shump puts the recon down, confirms that side is clear. They know exactly where he is, and they're just playing with their food right now. The paranoia caps him. He can't peek long. 5 bullets left. No time to reload. No space to do so. Down to a classic, and this round is done and dusted. Batty can't even get away. I don't know if Shump's going to get out with that.
He shouldn't be.
No, he's not.
He didn't recover that Vandal, unfortunately, but this is some funny stuff. Charlie Chaplin style.
It's unlucky, man. He clears right, but not left. And I mean, really, the corner that he was in, I feel like not a lot of players would be tucked in that corner.
Yeah. Especially when, I mean, this is something that you can also think about. He was there with a Spectre, right? And the barrel of the gun is not really that long. If that would have been a Phantom, probably would have been seen. But with a Spectre, you can hide a little bit more. And now an aggressive push on A-Long from Ballista. Not much noise. They're just gathering control. Which is very cool because we see HONK playing the way that Ballista did play against Eco. They're just waiting for them.
I like the smoke there from Jet. It just buys you a lot more misinformation. Like, that player can't take fights cleanly. They push right up afterwards, grab a kill to Mickey. At this point, if you're HONK, take C site and try to get away is the name of the game. Look how low some of these players are, but that's where Bold comes into effect. He can heal back up to close to 100 at least. Has to give it up as he's pushing on through and holding the angle. 9 HP. Both of his teammates, you know, no armor, relatively low as well. This should be a clean one for HONK. It would be a big play for Ballista to recover it. And really, look at Sova in spawn. That's a backstab if ever I've seen one. Shump able to take the kill for free. Shock dart going through, forces him into the open, and maybe a little bit of overcommitment is the only thing. I don't think he quite needed to swing wide like that, but I guess he thought his teammate would do the same.
Now, I was a little bit worried about Sean P not peeking earlier, because it could have been possible that Build would actually get a kill on site, which would open a lot of possibilities as well. And but fortunately for HONK, Sean P did actually peek that spawn angle at some point and did get the kill. But now, 5 to 10, this is still a very big task ahead of HONK. And looking at the utility, I mean, Ballista has everything, but they are looking at low economy if they're not going to win this round. They play aggressive on long C this time. The Wolf goes in. The Tasmanian Tiger, sorry, not a wolf. And they go fall back on site. This is actually pretty cool because they did get the drone out of Sean P already, which is important. They didn't see Omen. Oi! XQV with the headshot, 19 HP. He needs to heal. Now we probably will see a rotation from Sky, but she cannot do that yet. They have to commit to the side. Flash from Nickelboy opens up some options, but they have been countered by other flashes from Sky.
That site's just overrun and overtaken. Plan to come in. The retake, though, is quite feasible. Yeah, they might go for this because Phoenix has got the ultimate to play with, and he's clearing out. There's no one here, okay, but has to be worried about someone coming from behind, so that's not an ideal spot to ult in. Right here in the corner, though, his teammate could cover him. He could run them down. This is possible. Wall goes up. He's going to go in for the defuse first, maybe a bit of body blocking, and of course his ult would heal him up afterwards. Has hot hands. He's just defusing it, guys. They're not even spraying through. What's just happened? Did they miss the sound cue? They thought maybe it was halfway. Either way, Betty gets away with murder defusing behind his wall. I'm waiting this whole time for a reaction, and there was none. They just let him.
I was actually thinking that maybe Batty goes for a ultimate defuse, you know? Just pop his ultimate and just get the defuse while not risking dying. But he just went for crazy. Good timing as well, because he was out in the open for what? 200 milliseconds? 300 maybe? It was almost perfectly timed. Very well played from Batty.
And also from his teammate, because the thing is, he's defusing on the very, well, it depends what way you're looking, right? But from his perspective, left side of the spike, the closest side. So his teammate doesn't need to cover all of long, because they can't hit him from all of long. They can only hit him from the very, like, back right and that kind of angle. So you see Killjoy, the whole time, basically the breach, he peeked out from his little cubby and was spraying, but he couldn't see him from there. So they weren't worried about that. And it meant that, obviously, they can just buy so much more time that way by not taking a 1vx and just a 1v1. Really nicely done. Ballista, it's not the kind of round that you need at that point, is it? They were already up 10-5, but now they've hit 11, one step closer to victory.
Yeah, and HONK is preparing an execute on A. Minky Boy, though, gathers some informations, will open up the site with one of his flashes, but doesn't follow up yet from his team. Only the Omen is getting control under heaven, but he dies to Batty while jumping down. Oh, that's unlucky.
Huge pick for Ballista. In a round like this for HONK, they've lost so much control already. They know there's players behind them. Pushing forward is risky, but they have to defend their back as well. Dreamus, he's grabbing himself one before going down. It's not the lifeline they needed. Someone needs to step it up big and bold. Unfortunately, seems to be the one doing that, further diminishing HONK's chances. Hot hands go down, stop anybody from peeking out, and at this point, they can just go for that defuse if they want to. They know the Trex can't get it. It looked like everybody wanted the stats, though. They were trying to get the kill.
Man, KDA players.
But like, even though they don't defuse it halfway and they lose a couple of seconds, the round's theirs easy.
I have to say, this round was a little bit unlucky for HONK. Destrian dying while jumping down from the balcony? That's like kind of unlucky. And then we have seen Bolt getting a kill through the crate as well. Also a bit of unluckiness for HONK, but I felt like they were not coordinated well enough for that A execute. Mickey Boy did flash sight, but there was no follow-up. There was no one on site apart from Destrian. We have seen Trax being on A short, but very, very far away from the site itself. He still didn't clear like entire A short. They didn't know what's happening. So it was a little bit messy, and I feel like that could have been the reason why we don't see 6 on the scoreboard for HONK. Nice monkeys.
There was do you know, I've never even noticed them before. There's so many little details on this map, on every map in Valorant. It's unbelievable.
Look at the Phoenix being tucked in.
Yeah,
shot. We didn't see that before.
It's a similar setup to Long, just reversed, right? They have the alarm bot there. He doesn't even flash around. He just straight peeks it and wanted to deal with that Killjoy ultimate, but it's not going to happen. The back corner, that's the one place the players can really be and pose a threat, but they get distracted by the turret. Perfect timing there for Kareem to at least pick up one. 3 versus 3, a retake to be attempted. Hunter's Fury online and QXV in the right position to try and shut this down. There's a headshot, beautifully done, and this player is so low. QXV on the hunt, around he goes, a headshot to finish it, and there we go. That's all she wrote. 13-5. Ballista in with an insanely dominant game to start this best of 3 off.
I might be a little bit biased because, you know, they're Polish. It's a full Polish team. But I'm a really big fan of how the team plays. I mean, it's insanely clean. You can see the synergies being like just practiced. Like this round here, we have seen Batty G just peek from the A short after the paranoia, but literally after it hit. Such a perfect timing as well. So there was no chance for who's playing for Dreamers in HONK, who plays Killjoy, for Dreamers to actually even respond to that, because it was instant. He didn't even know that he was hit by the paranoia, because that moment he was dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love as well, you know, when you look at these kind of comps, they're crazy. They're not something that you normally see, but that's really what being a professional is. It's not about following the meta that everybody else plays. It's about defining it. You know, you're the one that should be innovating and showing people how they can really play the game. And also, as even Doombro said in the interview earlier, right, it's playing something off-brand and the players aren't used to playing against, it's an advantage, if anything, because they don't know how, they haven't practiced 1,000 times how to play versus this kind of comp, whereas they have versus the more traditional ones. I'm desperately looking forward to seeing how the next map is going to play out, but before we get to that, we have got to go to a quick break. So join us in a little bit. We'll be back with Yinsu for a little bit of pre-match discussion around map number 2.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
And welcome back to Valorant's Challengers Europe, where Ballista has just taken down HONK on Haven. I'm Yinsu, and I'm rejoined by your casters Mitch and Lothar. Mitch, like I said, we haven't really seen either of these teams play on stream before, and I'm glad we finally have. They were both absolutely. It was a very good game. Let's put it that way. I think we definitely understood a lot from Ballista's side, and I know that we were maybe sort of expecting a team that at least were structured and organized. And after seeing that performance on Haven, what did you like about what they did?
But, you know, looking at Ballista, they surprised me because they're playing a different comp. They're a team that aren't in the top 20. And so sort of clean and clinical strats isn't what I was expecting. And yet, looking at the attack side, not only did they have good protocols in place for what they wanted to do, but also they reacted perfectly to everything that HONK did and to what they expected HONK to do. You saw the intention in multiple rounds, and round 4 was the key one for me where I realized this is a different level than I thought we'd be working with, because they go A 3 times in a row, they instantly take A long control, and they run what we saw in those first 3 rounds. Then the 4th time, they're like, okay, we're gonna fake the A control and leave players lurking elsewhere, because those guys are probably going to push, and this is their buy round. We want to really cripple them on it. So that was impressive to see that level of thinking on their feet immediately, and I think it showed in that HONK only managed to chain together 2 rounds in a row. Other than that, it was 1 here, 1 there, and then immediately getting smacked back on by Ballista every time.
I love how, as you were saying, that they were super organized and on point. They showed that Sky clip where he sort of came out, flashed, checked the corner, didn't check the other corner. Yeah, it was great timing. But yeah, 13-5, extremely comfortable. And I think, you know, Lothar, you made some great points in the pre-show, you know, after speaking to their coach and understanding a little bit more about their playstyle, how they will handle this. Of course, this was their map pick, but also this is one of the maps that HONK are also very comfortable on. So 13-5 is a pretty good score for them. But we do have something cool coming up, you guys. We know you guys all really enjoyed the Telestrator segments we had at First Strike, but obviously with everything being online, we haven't been able to bring that to you. But I do believe the doctor in the house, Lothar, has concocted something in his lab, and we are going to have something quite similar to a Telestrator segment, Lothar. So I'm looking forward to this, and for you to sort of explain a little bit more about what you liked about this Polish team in that map.
A very short clip. Just wanted to show you something about an execute, or at least like initiation of a round. This is the 3rd round in the game, where take a look at Jet from Ballista, what she will do to the recon arrow. This is actually very cool. The recon arrow will land on A long, but once that happens, you see that there's a smoke as well on the recon arrow, and because of that, no one is being just scouted out. And this gathers so much information for both Ballista and HONK, but HONK gets wrong information that they basically will rotate already out of A, and that is such a cool piece of tech that I feel like Ballista is using a lot against HONK because they read them so well. You know, it's pretty great.
There was a lot of that, I feel like, you know, reading whether correctly or incorrectly. And in this case, Ballista have definitely done their homework, which is quite commendable given that, like I said, there isn't that much data out there, at least to my knowledge, of both of these teams, actually, because this is, like I said, the first time we're seeing them on stream. But Mitch, moving on to the next map, you know, this is going to be HONK's pick. They've chosen Split. And, you know, this is the map that, at least from in the past, Ballista don't really play Sky or Phoenix here. They're sort of sticking to a more traditional team composition. Do you think this is going to favor them because maybe they do have those players that can flex, or maybe this could be a little bit easier for HONK for them to read?
Yeah, so this is the thing. Moving into Split, I actually think this is where we'll see HONK perform a little bit better, because I wouldn't look at that previous map as HONK completely messed up or they didn't perform or anything like that. I think that this was them being genuinely just lost in how to play against what they were coming up against. Ballista, I'm sure they knew that Ballista would run this comp, right? If you did any research, you would know that, as Lothar said when we started it out, that this is a normal composition for them to play, at least from the previous games. But despite whatever thought process you'd go through or kind of prax in your own head and changing your protocols to deal with what they had, the way that they were using it was just so stress-inducing for HONK, and I think that they've shown, I guess, a lack of ability to adapt to what they were coming up against. In this one, though, in Split, they should feel more comfortable because it's at least a little bit more conventional. So yeah, I think that HONK should look better here.
Well, Lothar, what would you like to see HONK do on Split, you know? And now they're kind of maybe warming up to the playstyle of Ballista, so they know a little bit what to expect on the next map.
So if I'm HONK and I did do some research on Ballista, you can get some information about how they play Split. And there's a question if Ballista will reinvent how they play that Split, or will keep their playbook as they did in the previous matches, because you can read an example that when they attack on Split, they always execute on only one side, on B. And now the question is, how do you react to that? Will HONK try to stack B, or maybe because of, you know, like a double psychological move, Ballista will try to execute A and just get that side for free. So it's really exciting to see one team being more structured, because they can also be read because of that. But if they have their playbook really wide, they can do a wide array of things and just execute on maybe even mid or A. It's actually cool to witness. And by the way, one more thing. Both of those teams play really slow on Split, which is different from Haven. Their attack speed is actually way slower than on Haven, and because of that, we might be actually witnessing a way different match than we had been watching on Haven.
Yeah, I actually do like that stat there, Lothar, but we are going to head into Agent Select now to see what these guys are going to be picking. And of course, like we said before, this is the last chance for these teams, you know. If they lose today, they're going to be out of the tournament, which means they can't progress to Masters. And this map is pretty much a life or death for HONK. So I am hoping they're going to sort of kick it up a gear and give us a slightly closer map. Even we're heading into Agent Select any second now. Like I said, Ballista, who usually do play the Phoenix and Sky on other maps, either one agent or the other, or both sometimes, don't actually play it on this one. So I'm not expecting any massive surprises there. But from the HONK side so far, yep, that's a pretty standard team comp. Although Mitch, sometimes I do feel like teams are still around that Omen hype on this map compared to the others.
Yeah, we've seen Omen still be used here, and I think that it depends on how you're playing. If you play without a breach, because some teams will even slot in a Sage for a breach, you'll see teams just then and take the Omen. And I think Angel was a good example of that previously, where he would show the viability of Omen's flash to replace potentially some of the others that I think teams then evolved into doing. But for these teams, it is Breach, Brim, Killjoy, and Raze, and the only change that you really have is whether you're playing a Sage, which HONK normally do, or whether you're going to come in with a Jet. Now, those are two very, very different approaches. If you're playing a Jet, you're expecting the team to take a lot of very aggressive peeks on the defensive side. You'll get your Operator, or even like do a Scream, take your Vandal or your Phantom, go for aggressive peeks on mid from ropes and playing around top ramp on A. Those are very common positions to see Jet trying to frag in, or indeed opping up in B main, just because you've got the dash to get out of there. Whereas if you're playing a Sage, I wouldn't quite expect the same level of aggression, but you will still see them be very involved in combat, and that's because of what we were talking about earlier, that typically Sage wouldn't really be a sentinel in the way that a Cypher or Killjoy is. You do want them to still be involved in those fights to really farm up that insanely valuable ultimate to be able to revive teammates.
I'm just really, really excited to see how they're going to fend with no Sky, given everything Lothar said about him being an extremely talented Sky player. But that is all the time we have for now. Like I said, HONK must win this if they want to stay in the qualification race. Over to you, Mitch and Lothar.
Well, split time indeed. 25 seconds until the barriers go up. Now, we were talking about these compositions and how you'll see Jet get aggressive. Well, it just so happens we might get to see it straight away, as Ballista will start on the defensive side.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? You mentioned about the aggressive Jet, but it's not how Ballista actually plays. They do play, and it's something I see that HONK is not really aware of, at least for the pistol round, or have different plan. Morphin on Brimstone is actually playing very aggressive B. Look at that. They go for the orb and just go back. Now they know there's execute, slow execute at least on A. They will be rotating and giving away control of mid.
So on their way over, but it's going to take a while. Luckily, QXV dominating the fights. The dash into the corner. Another headshot delivered. QXV on fire. And that mid lurk from Trex is going to get nothing done around it. Whoa, maybe it is. One kill, but runs out of ammo. The right clicks costly for ammunition. And that is a 1-0. Starting it out well. Ballista win the pistol.
Yeah, a very cool play by Ballista, because they gathered so much information by having Morphin and Build actually push that garage B. They basically know it's A. Like they know it's A because nothing was happening on mid. Because there's only Raze on mid that was very quiet, only lurking. So pretty cool information gathering from Ballista, which allowed them to prepare those defense lines on A. And now this round, probably very slow, no pushes from Ballista. They are known from Haven to be playing very defensively against eco rounds, but they don't know yet this is a force.
With that said, I think a lot of damage has already been done to Raze. Slight early peek into B. Wasn't even for the nade. It must have been Boombot, I guess. And just straight away dinked out of it. Now down to 1 HP. That's a pretty tough loss. Straight away when your B defender is that low. It means you kind of have to have a second player there or swap him in. But I guess Brimstone has been holding it out, at least in the pistol. A strong opening on the mid aggression. Take down HONK to one player less. Although it's almost a trade back of damage done. With the nade already out of Raze's hands, I believe we saw her throw that in B main. Not 100%, but pretty sure. It should be an easy kill. The only thing is timing. If that Raze manages to push down or catch them off, it could be a nice, free and easy kill, but it doesn't matter. Speaking of which, on the A side, they've already shut them down on the ramp push. That split in through vents is very, very late, and Chomp is left alone to 1v3. Out you go with Knife Out, and good night, sweet dreams. That's unfortunate.
I have to ask this. Why pro players have this habit of swinging the knife? He actually made noise as well with that. Imagine that happening like on a final round of the match. He's actually giving away information that he is running with a knife out. And
yeah, true, because I was thinking for a second, well, he was making noise and he's running on the vent, but it's a good point. You're not only communicating, hey, I'm running, it's like, and I don't have a weapon. Like, yeah, feel free to peek me.
It's gonna take 750 milliseconds for me to equip myself, so it's a little bit awkward. But what I wanted to point out, Jet, XQE, was playing long range with Phantom, which is perfect against a force buy, right? They will have a Spectre, which is horrible long range. You have the ADS, and even if you ADS, it has horrible accuracy on like when you try to breach a lobby. So they had a backup. They all were playing. They were just giving up A side, but they were defending from A screens. And because they knew Brimstone already used all of his smokes, they would just free control because of that. They had free control of the push.
Oh, nice stuff by BattyG. Speaking of free control, there's none given away this time to the attackers because they're in a much more aggressive position than previously. I say that though, when you look down at B, Sage has made it out. She's on top of her wall and trying to posture for a fight into the Heaven players. DreamHack gets taken down. There's Sage in a lot of trouble. Smoked out, pushed out, and left alone to 1v5. I think this might just be the end of that one. BattyG, a little bit of an early nade, but he's buying time for his teammates to rotate in, fully maintain this control. There's the downside as well, Lothar, of obviously the patch that came through on Sage a little while back. Her self-heal, it doesn't heal her up that much. Just 57 HP even afterwards.
Yeah, it heals for 60, but if you're damaged at some point, it's gonna stop the heal for 2 seconds. And then you're gonna heal for even less, and it's super slow. I feel like it's a little bit too slow, you know? By the way, what do you think about if Sky would be able to self-heal just like Sage can, but with a slower rate and way lower amount? Would that be OP?
I don't know if it would be OP so much as kind of like unnecessary in a way. I kind of like the idea that she can heal her teammates and not herself, albeit maybe doesn't make a lot of sense in the lore, but then again, we have someone that raises a wall from the floor, so...
Well, that's pretty quick.
Oh, this is going to be nice. A spray through the smoke of the Phantom. Perfect. You don't give away any tracers, so you can just spray to your heart's content. But QXV does still take a little bit of a tag. Players approaching the one on the site who's in a bit of trouble. It's Bold catching one from up above. A bold move if he peeks out wider, and indeed he does. Destrian destroying him and putting it down now to a 4v4 in the retake. That wall is not great. I think you can still jump over it fairly easily, and with a jet even more so. And in fact, there's a massive hole in it because they've shot it, so never mind. Nade down and Aftershock. Okay, they're really making sure no one's there. Just to make sure they're double dead if they are. Down goes the blast pack, but it's not down long enough to activate for serious damage, but it's all a distraction, a ruse, as Morphin comes from behind. Now they're going to double peek it in the corner as well. Great trade, and QXV up close. Phantom in hand, doesn't know about Sage. Champ at least grabs one, but it's back to a 2v2. Molly out, it's going to cover for the push. They know the player's stuck on site after Brim's ult went down, and Morphin with the triple closes the round. They should have enough time to get that defuse, and that is 4-0 for Ballista. Bit of a crazy round there, though. That was wild.
I have to say something. I feel like HONK is either, like, let's say, on the lower side mentally, or they didn't prepare for this match. Because yesterday when I was speaking with Yautsin, the coach of Ballista, I actually told him, on split, if I would be playing against you, I would be playing a lot of defaulting, because I know Morphin is pushing B garage so often, and I would just catch him a lot of times. And he's still doing this, and he's not being punished. And he is the guy that is trying to get, like, you know, spawn control, get that lurk, and so on. And it feels like HONK is not really doing a lot against that, when it's basically a free kill if you just play default a little bit longer. And that round was super fast.
BattyG, he's really playing with fire on this one, Lothar. Getting up close, inside the smoke. Nate goes down. Luckily, there's no one there to return fire on him. Taken down in the first place, especially when there's an alarm bot in play. It just feels unnecessary to play like that with a Vandal. You know, we're just stacking up things here that are potential problems. But that's control over mid, given to HONK, and now they just have to make a decision on what they want to do with it.
This is such a weird run. Look at that. 4 people right now in vents, trying to get something going. Morphin is just waiting for someone to peek from it. So basically, because of the control of B Heaven with the turret, Ballista's prepared for that. But does flash perfect.
It's with pistols, but there's the fallback plan, right? QXV is there to support the nade. The dash saves his life. He manages to make it around to Heaven. Now they're ready to double peek yet again. And good night and sweet dreams. Even an Aftershock kill coming in down in vents amongst the madness. The buffed range on Aftershock helping out. And Jump! Hello, there's a double. He's ready for more, but runs out of ammo. And unfortunately, the slow orb. It's not a Pokeball, unfortunately. And Kareem's able to escape with his life. If he didn't spray in the smoke, though, that, you know, it's one of those decisions, man. Maybe it gets you the kill, but if it doesn't, you're in trouble.
That was super funny. He actually hit him. He actually hit him, but I said the flash was perfect to get Morph and change his position, but XGG was actually playing off angle and he was prepared to hide from the flash to just kind of save Morphin out of a bad situation. So very well played from Ballista. I really like the setup, like the duo setups, right? This is something we see from Ballista. They have always 2 players next to each other. So they have like 2 duos and 1 solo player somewhere on the map. And they play off each other. It's really cool to see because they're prepared not only to trade, but also to play against the utility at the same time. And because you know that your opponent is playing Breach, you know how to play against it. And that's right.
In a way, I feel for HONK. I really do. Like, they're being put into this very uncomfortable position where you've seen them now try multiple things and get very little success. They got on the site, they got a plant, but there was no way to convert it after. And now the op comes out, and this is where things get even scarier versus this Jet when they're able to take these kind of peaks. Oh, I thought that was a collateral. I really thought that was going to be the double kill.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of aggressively peeking here, because you know your opponent has a res, so they're gonna be aggressive peeking even set up for a trade because they know they can just res and get an even number of attackers. But at the same time, they'll have to get that at some point. But look at beautiful, still 2 kills. Unlucky he's on a kill tree, so he cannot dash away.
Did they already use their wall, or were they so confident that the fake towards B from the Rays was going to drag? No, they hadn't used their wall. That's careless. That could very well have been the res up. You don't even need to fully wall it. You can half wall and still push around. In comes Trex. Now, he was being tailed. He had a player coming behind him, but they have managed to shake the tail and get onto the site. Look to grab a plant and a 3 versus 2 after plant. They've got everything to work with. Orbital strike and showstopper. There's pretty much no way to get back in here for Ballista. They would need the kills almost immediately, but they're going to try to apply some pressure. In the process.
They will try because they want to destroy the economy of HONK, right? They have stacks and stacks of cash in their bank, and they just need to do damage. Unfortunately, 1 player goes down.
That's a very ludicrous use. Oh, hold on! I thought Trex was in trouble. Very ludicrous use of the Brimstone ult. You know, calling down an orbital strike when you know he's inside of screens. Hey, you might get the kill, you'll delay him a couple of seconds. The lucky thing there is that they managed to initiate the fight on the Morphin, and so they at least got something for it. But I think that's really a mission success for Ballista. They wanted to drop some weapons. Okay, they didn't do it, but they did manage to use up a very valuable ultimate.
For sure. I'm actually very surprised that we have seen this Brimstone ultimate being used that round, especially when time was already running out, right? I guess in some way you're using that ultimate to just make sure your economy on guns is a little bit better, because your opponents will not just push mindlessly, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a little bit of a panic, right? Like itchy trigger finger. You've got it. You're like, I can use it. I can secure it. The Trex, he's securing so many kills. He finished off the previous with a 3K, shut down both players pushing, and now he gets 1 and dies because QXV, he's here to play. Dashed into the right corner though, so he's still in a little bit of danger as the smoke fades. It was his own cloudburst that was down, and so he didn't really have time to cross over. But now he's gonna they're gonna push down mid. But here's where you see the breach took. Never mind, he's gone. You don't see him because he's dead as hell. So actually now, man advantage. Ultimate's in their favor. There's a lockdown in play for HONK, but look at all that yellow for Ballista. The spike still hasn't been planted, and as Jet comes into heaven to clear this out, that's a very advanced position. It's not expected. Dreamus, though, in the same boat, able to catch you off Batty and Spawn. Here's where QXV wants to surprise him, but he can't get it done. Misses the shot. Big whip. That could cost them a lot. Morphin in for 1. They know where both players are now. That's why the Rolling Thunder gets deployed. It catches them off. They're stunned. QXV is on the way, hunting through, making sure Sage doesn't cross back either, and now they're going to group up and push this together. Updraft over. He's just getting the information. He knew he was probably dead, but they win the round, and that's all that matters. 6 on the board now for Ballista, and a really nicely executed... It wasn't even a retake. It was before the spiking went down.
I feel like the beginning of the round is like one thing, right? The kill on the breach was a little bit off-putting for HONK, because I feel like Mickey Boy was actually just trying to communicate with his team and wasn't paying fully attention to what's happening, and he was just caught off guard. But what I was really a big fan of from Ballista this round was how XQV played it. He played it so patiently. He didn't get the kill on Dreamers, right? He didn't just push. He didn't just go and try to chase him because his teammates were coming from the defender's spawn. What he did, he was waiting for the flash, he was waiting for the ultimate, because he knows that then, when that happens, he has that kill at some point, right? And then when he is low HP, he just gathers the info for the trades. It's really well done. A very mature play from XQV.
Bold in a bit of trouble straight away. Drop down. The blast pack going to be used for Batty to just evade any more damage, and luckily evades the Rolling Thunder that was almost right next to him. A little bit off the angle. Now, coming back in through mid for QXV is risky. He manages to go in just in time to grab a double. My God, man. That is clean. Showstopper pop to gain some room. It clears out Heaven for just a moment, and the spike will go down. But Ballista, they are hot on retakes. They've been looking so damn good. They're happy to take head peek angles. Smoking out with the cloud burst, getting themselves into position. Flash goes down. It blinds QXV. Well, he's blind for about 6 minutes now. Another one hits him. He can't see a damn thing. Another one. How many times is QX going to get flashed? Morphin, good for one. QX up behind the site, but now 1v2 to deal with, and it's not happening. Trex, another triple kill, and a second round for HONK at last.
Yeah, I felt like the last flash was actually from Ballista, and XQV just got caught, you know, by it. But I'm not sure if you realized in what way XQV was using his smokes on the pillar. They were actually used to also counter the flashes from Breach in case he uses them on the pillar from the other side.
Ah, of course, yeah, you could see, because the left one, it provides that little bit of support if they're inside main, right? And then the right one is for if they're on site. Very nice.
It's like a combination of a one-way for you when you just can cross from Raptors, but also it just counters the flashes from Breach.
He had a Doom gun for a second there. It was right in the middle of the screen. I like that. I tried playing Counter-Strike like that once. It didn't go well. I thought, bring me back to the browser game days, but... Well, HONK, they've lost a player right away. That mid-peak, QXV has just been so strong on holding down this position. But now, they're being pressured on A. And the problem they're going to have is that, well, they can't really do anything. They have nothing to counter that lockdown, and so site control is going to completely go towards them. But immediately afterwards, Bolt starts to make a move. He's here with Jet, having already popped up that ultimate, farmed it after the many, many kills QXV's participated in. Vandal out now as they look to come back up. They have no idea that he's in the corner. First kill found. That's a good use of fake footsteps by his teammates, but the ultimate, well, it doesn't get it done for him. Down to just 2. Ballista, they're falling apart. Batty G eventually in with the flank that could save it all. They deal with the Killjoy ultimate. The nade down buys him space, but look where it's planted. It's so open. HONK have perfectly switched positions into Heaven. The flash is perfect. Batty, he doesn't even know where he is. He's shooting absolutely everywhere. Up in the sky, they lined up, but it's not enough, and Batty hasn't got the time to make this happen. Surely damage done. Both players now low, but they still have a flash, and he's only got 1 bullet. Out of here is where Batty's going, and that will be another round for HONK. Nicely done on that little bit of a switch up into Heaven. If they don't get that position, they probably lose it, but then they can just play cat and mouse with Batty, who has no way to initiate that fight unless they choose to.
Yeah, Mickey Boy being an MVP of this round here. Dreamers got caught, but that gives information for Mickey Boy. He gets that kill on XQV, and then immediately peeks Heaven when he knows that the opponents are still a little bit caught off guard. And because of the double kill, he opened also the post-plant basically peak angle for them, right? Because it was planted on Heaven, but they needed the control of that, and they didn't have it yet. Just after the Mickey Boy double kill, they had that open.
Yeah, exactly. That's what bought them so much space that, you know... Oh, hold on. The mid-aggression now is insane from Ballista. And we're seeing usually Jet be the point man of these kind of pushes, but Trex, well, he's not afraid to get involved in these fights. Nade down. It's not going to do much for them. QXV is actually in a lot of trouble here, and the wallbang confirms that. Down to a 1v1, though. Morphin from the side completely caught them off guard. He's dropped the spike, but he doesn't know where the final player is. Turns away at just the wrong moment. He's worried about sewers, but little does he know Killjoy's coming behind. I see, though, Killjoy hasn't cleared him either. I didn't see the tail as he walked around. Didn't see the ankle or his shoelace. And this could be timing for Morphin to win out the round. He's coming up. There's absolutely no read there. And HONK, oh, they've thrown it away. The eco win for Ballista to put them on 7.
This was hilarious. If you were paying attention to the mini-map, it was so hilarious that they actually just perfectly missed each other whenever they actually just kind of make a little turn. But it was not entirely like an eco round. We have seen BaddyG with the Vandal, Hero Vandal round. Right, he opened that kill. The first one actually opened a lot of space for Ballista to get control of mid. But then we have seen Morphin with a double kill with the Sheriff. We have seen also XQV with 1 kill. And what is very important, HONK didn't go for the res because they knew that they're gonna just die again to the utility from Betty on the raise. So it was an awkward spot, really awkward spot.
It was also kind of funny because it's a complete counter to what we said about Ballista on attack. They're so conscious of the ecos, and they're making sure that a random player doesn't come up behind them with a Sheriff and win the round, and then that's exactly what HONK do. They get a Sheriff gets a 3k and wins it because he just blindsides them. Now, double Nano Swarm, Molly as well. Oh, you're dead, Batty. You're so dead running through that. Good utility usage there by Ballista, or by HONK, excuse me, but they have taken a lot of damage. Out goes QXV, dash immediately out. That's the benefit of the Jet over the Sage, to try and get those one-off fights and then just get out for free. They don't now know about Kareem, but they do when he walks backwards into them. And so a 2 versus 4 emerges. Despite the low HP on HONK, QXV has just been equalized a little bit and then will take it all the way down. And so just 1 man remains. This should be HONK's 4th round. They should be at least building up those attack-sided rounds. And look, it's even further confirmed by the fact that Killjoy is running away as quickly as possible.
So this is one of the rounds, I think the only round, when I have seen Ballista a little bit, let's say, not aware of what's happening on the map, right? This is the first time they got caught, like in the back. We have seen on B side 2 players being shot in the back, literally, because they were not aware that HONK got the B control and got out of garage. So it's a little bit something that we didn't see from Ballista before. It feels like the past 2 rounds is not the team that we have been witnessing so far. But at the same time, I feel like Split is a map that is a little bit attackers based. Not sure how you feel about it. I feel like in a competitive setting, the attackers should have a small edge.
I can see that, certainly with the more recent changes that were made to Split. The thing that always stresses me out when it comes to saying whether it's attack or defense-sided and so on is the constant change in meta caused by just one agent. And it's not just the fact that one agent can change a comp, but it's how many different comps you can have around it. So it's almost on a case-by-case basis. You know, if you, for example, if you were to take 5 duelists, I wouldn't say, oh, it's slightly attacker-sided. You better damn hope that it's fully attacker-sided, because your benefits on defense are going to be limited at best. Obviously, there is still viability, and we can talk about that all day long, but it's just a surface-level point. But yeah, no, I agree. I think for HONK, if they manage to at least get, 6 rounds and a half, I know it's not possible now, they would be in a good spot. 5, well, considering how things have gone, it's pretty damn good. And they're going to attempt it with a full B rush and bold. He's just gotten a double. They've lined up completely. Blast Pack Batty's got no problem, because the idea of that aftershock is that, well, you pressure him, but you can't because your whole team's dead. And Batty, just like that, comes in for the final kill, almost steals away what could have been the 4K, and possibly even the ace. 8-4. A tough half. A really tough half.
I'm not a fan of what happened in that round. They didn't use any utility to clear default positioning on site. Like, look, they're just going in blind. The turret doesn't get you at a good angle because it's set up on the actual, heaven, instead of gathering information on default. So what you have seen here is build is just getting a 3 frags. Literally 3 frags. I know my accent, right? But you know what I mean.
I get you. We get you for sure. I think the problem is that if you do that, if you just dry push out like that quietly, you don't use utility because you're trying to not get nano swarms and stuff activated. Now, 2 problems. One's Killjoy. So, if you're doing this versus Astra in the future, fair enough, but she has an alarm bot, she has her turret, so she'll get the info. And secondly, they put a turret down. So not only did they not use util, they telegraphed hey, we're going to push out main now, and they did nothing to stop anybody from fighting them, which was very odd.
Yeah, I would love to see an aftershock being used on default position on site instead of being under heaven, which is a little bit odd, at least from my perspective. But new round, new beginning. 8-4 for Ballista. Now they are on attack, and I cannot wait to see what is the plan. Currently, it seems like a little bit of a default control.
Oh, down through mid. Shump, good for one, traded out immediately. Losing your Sage in the pistol round. You know, when a lot of players pick up no armor, that heal is actually much more valuable than it normally is. But hey, you can't heal players that are dead. And Bold, well, he's dead straight away. So that's a nice little start for HONK. Damage done to the breach. QXV tries to get something in here. Already used up his dash. There's a cloud burst, only 2 remaining. And their opportunities are... Oh, no, that's a team stun as well. Luckily, didn't cause too much hassle. QXV dives down on the site, takes a kill. There goes the boom bot and the aftershock, just to be doubly sure. And they're going to just go in for the plant. It's secured, but here comes the retake. Immediately, both players are stunned up, the planter and QXV. Nade doesn't stop them pushing out, but that info is already gained. They've heard the steps. They know that the push is about to come underway. QXV in there with a solid 4K and an absolutely huge round. That is nuts from this Jet player. He was 70 HP. He only had cloud bursts left, and it just doesn't matter. 1 and 2. Nice and beautifully done. Playing off his teammates as well the whole time.
Yeah, so I really like how they play post-plant, but I'm not a fan of how they played pre-plant. Like, they split. XQV was alone on Heaven B. He was getting control, but he had no backup. It was basically, if he would have lost the duel at some point, the round is lost, right? He had to go in a hero mode to gather a little bit of map control, get that Heaven B map space for the teammates so they can go through Garage and get the plant. But then post-plant, the positioning was perfect. Every single time, with 3 players, right? They had a crossfire for every single duo. So XQV was doing double duty. 1 left, 1 right, but when he was peeking, he was always having a crossfire with someone, which is very important. So very well played of the teammates, and basically there was a contingency plan that wasn't even needed because he got double kills.
There we go on the attack out towards the B site. Trex with a Bucky in play. Sadly, not going to do too much versus Kareem just outside the danger zone. And Mickey backs off. Classic in hand. He'll get a heal, but the weaponry definitely isn't the most threatening for HONK right now. Ballista, though, allowing them to get a little bit closer. They're playing a relatively passive fight. You have Buckies being retrieved and now sought to use on those close range angles, but it doesn't get them a whole bunch. There we go with 10-4. And another point that I also want to bring up quickly, because it feeds back into what you asked just before the half ended, Lothar, is that for HONK, they pick up something like 20% more rounds on attack than they do on defense historically, and they've about the same amount starting attack and defense, at least a decent amount. So that also feeds into the fact that not just on a composition base or a map base, but certainly for HONK, they expect to pick up the majority of their rounds on the attack, and that didn't happen. And now they're even starting to fall behind on defense. It's danger. I'm in danger.
Danger. It's the danger zone if someone did what just...
You want to sing it? Go ahead.
TV series.
You can probably do the guitar.
Well, I don't have my amp with me. Maybe later, okay?
Yeah. We'll try next time. Sunday.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. Ballista just gave up an entire map, but they are losing also a player on ramp, but instead they get the entire A control. That's odd for HONK. They just gave up on A. They will play retake with no ultimates, just with the utility.
I have to say, in this position, HONK, they've got a pretty good chance to get in there. The only problem for me is this man here. I'm glad we switched to a Morphan coming up behind. And they have no idea, no notion that this can be happening. And this is the thing. You notice that Ballista now start to take a lot of fights on site. This is them saying like, hey, look at us. But Morphan, he was shot in the back. Destrian picks up a double. And now it's all down to Kareem. They don't know where he is. And he picks up the first position. Given away in the spam from Destrian. Closes that one out. 10-5. One more round for HONK. And one step closer to making this comeback happen. But it is a long road ahead. And a treacherous one at that.
Yeah, I really like how Destrian just, hit his shots. It is what it is here, right? He just got the double kill and opened the entire side for his teammates to follow. Like, he was the first one going in. He was the entry frag. The job is, you get the info for your teammates so they can trade you. You're not expected to actually kill anyone. But he gets double, and that's it. It's quite insane.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I do wonder actually. I'm just it's something we'll have to talk about afterwards. Maybe we can have a big conversation on Saturday about it in our off day. But I wonder if, because in Counter-Strike, for example, there's a discrepancy between the top 10 teams and the top 50 in terms of how maps play out. Like you'll see top 50, a map can be very CT-sided, and then top 20, it's actually very attacker-sided. So I wonder if the same thing has happened here, because obviously cross-region we have such different styles of play, but I'd love to sit down and really look through each composition and how successful it is on each statistically, because obviously we can guess and we can say what we think, but statistics would always be interesting to get, so maybe we'll look into that someday. What I won't look into too much is if HONK lose this round, because they're pretty much playing it as a bonus. You know, they haven't got the best of weapons. They have some heavy rifles like we're seeing here from Chomp, but that Bookie, obviously, as you saw, didn't stand a chance. Doesn't matter though, because it's all down to Morphin. A 1 versus 3 and a 1v3 again with the res coming in. Not a chance. Double peaked, double dead, and 10-6 we go.
Double peaked even from 2 different angles. Impossible to get a double kill in that situation for Morphin. Even if he would be, I don't know, maybe if he would be Neo. The one from Matrix.
Maybe like a spin bot or something, possibly, but yeah, I think then they'd have more problems.
Yeah, it's probably a very short-term play.
We won the round, but we got immediately disqualified. But you know what?
Can you imagine the red screen going up and
oh no!
Oh,
someday it is going to happen. You know it is someday in open qualifiers, and it's going to be hilarious. But until then, we're okay. We're safe. I think we're safe in this one. Well, who's not safe is Dreamass, because he's spamming that with a Vandal, already down to 50 HP. They can see Tracers, and a nade straight on his face. Holding. Whoa! QXV just went through the molly. He's down to 4 HP now. Was it worth it for the split second? I mean, he was already pretty much dead. He was on like 14 or something beforehand, but very, very close to the line.
Maybe he did the math, you know?
Oh, that's not a nice way to go. Caught between a rock and a hard place, or an orbital strike and a showstopper. Here comes Lockdown as well. HONK throwing everything at this one. Morphan up close, but not able to get it done. Still, damage dealt. Both players now on each team had low HP, but QXV's the last alive. 1v2, Vandal in hand. One shot, headshot possible. But he has to get down to the site. The spike down in the alley. The drop made noise. He's given away where he is. His fan. Well, he might not need to cool off after this one, because he might be dead. And typically dead people don't need fans, at least in my experience. Not that I have that much
What about
experience.
Elvis? Wait, he might not be dead.
It's a conspiracy. He can't get the spike here. They've completely backed off. I kind of like that they give him this space and they're happy to play the retake when they have certain information on where he is. They can play it together rather than take duels individually. Plus, they can buy time now for the Sage heal, which is an even further point, but I don't think they're doing that. The jump down already, and QXV gets it with a Vandal. This is winnable. The updraft now, he's on top of the wall. Do they know that? They do. Oh, the timing! QXV, you beast! He takes it 11-6, an absolutely unnatural round to win. I can't believe what I've just witnessed. 25 kills!
I have to be savage a little bit here. Like, this is a throw. This is a throw. There was absolutely no reason for anyone here to use utility at any point. They should have just been next to each other. They know XQV is on 4 HP. They literally know that. Right? There's no way of healing for Ballista. They know how much everyone did damage. So the rest of the team can just tell him, yeah, he's on 4 HP or maybe 20 or whatever. It's one bullet. Yeah. You just go straight up, no utility, guns out blazing for a trade. That's it.
No
and
Sky,
actually
no
was
Sage.
able to like separate 2 1v1s because of that. Nuts.
Yeah, it's a bit unreasonable, really. Do they check top left? Yeah, QXV has already seen it. Free kill. Gets traded out right afterwards, and they're going to look to push to site. No wall down. Instead, it's the smoke in heaven in the fight that they're looking for. Bold with a huge kill. Kareem in with another. And HONK, they're in dire straits. A 4v1. And I don't think the opportunities are going to be given to Dreamass that QXV found in the previous. This is a tough one. A tough pill to swallow. And utility down to block him even from pushing out. I mean, if ever I've seen an impossible task, this would be it. And I think he's realized it as he starts to back off. And a shame, really, as he sits there with his lockdown in his pocket, not able to pull it out.
Oh, he gets the kill. No way.
Cool. Oh, he's going for this. So just running out in the open. Down goes the turret to cover his back. Now he's just worried about sight. Dodges the fault line, swings, gets another. No way this works out. Lockdown still to play with, but Batty G in to save the day. 12-6, 1 round to go. Match and series point for Ballista in an attempt to knock out HONK from this spot in Challengers and then completely end their chances of making it to Masters. They've got to make a reverse sweep of 6 consecutive rounds and then win another map. It's a tall task.
Yeah, he had to go for that retake, right? As low as the chances are for him, if there's a chance he can win a round and set up the match for 11-7, it would be a huge win for HONK because that just allows them to play a little bit, to their odds. Otherwise now, they're always on a match point. Every single round has to be meticulously played and with no error whatsoever.
It's like an arcade game, right? Yeah. Not an arcade, like a fun fair, step right up, 6 chances to get the basketball in the hoop, and then you realize sometimes that basketball is bigger than the hoop. Not quite possible, but...
HONK right now is playing Dark Souls. One hit, they're dead.
I like it hit a lot in that game. The block mechanics don't work for me, mainly because I heard that's not how you're supposed to play the game, but, I'm still trying. Still never to finish one of those, by the way. But I did finish Sekiro. I was quite happy about that. For Ballista, the point I was trying to build on there is that, it seems very easy, right? 6 rounds, 6 attempts to close it out. Easy peasy. But sometimes that's when the pressure is applied, and we've seen players, right? The typical thing, the choke. But it's a very different environment when you go from you're just playing around. It's like, okay, now we just win it. Now we close it. And that's when the mind games start to come into effect. And I like what Ballista are doing. Sending QXV out to fake.
Lovely.
And look at them come. Oh, come one, come all. Come to the A site. And you know what they're thinking now, Lothar? We've got lockdown. We've got everything. Oh, this is such an easy round. And boom. Oh, they're coming out with the knife out and everything. This is as easy as it could be. Batty G in with 2. Can he make it 3? No, but the trade is there immediately. And that is the end of the game. 13-6. And a dominant showing from Ballista, confirming their spot in the main event.
I can't remember the last time I saw a match so convincingly won by one team. I don't know about you. I'm a big fan of Ballista right now. I never saw them play before. But after what they showed right here, right now, it's amazing. It's really hard. They have a huge playbook. They play in a very mature way of playing an FPS game, in this case Valorant. So it's actually quite beautiful to behold. There was only, in all of those rounds, how many rounds is that? 13-5, 13-6, right? So we have 37 rounds. 37 rounds played, and only 1 round they played that I could have said, oh yeah, this one's a little bit chaotic and lost. Everything else was played out of a book and well executed. Beautiful, really, really beautiful playstyle.
And I think this comes back to what we mentioned before, right? About when you're looking at HONK, when you're looking at Ballista more particularly, the interview that HONK had where they said how, you don't want to play against 5 Polish players. It's a scary thing, man. They can be incredibly organized. And what we just saw from them there, I'm actually genuinely blown away. I mean, sometimes we over-exaggerate how well a team did in the game, you got to sell some kind of narrative. You never want to go, oh, well, they got lucky or whatever. Ballista played so clean. They earned that victory. And the thing that surprises me the most is that this isn't 2 teams I don't know. I know HONK well. I've seen many of their scrims. I've watched them play. I've looked at these players many, many times in the past, in this game and in others. And I know that was not an easy game on paper. And yet they've come in and they've made it look like they were just warming up.
Yep. I mean, honestly, I know I'm Polish. Everyone will be just accusing me now of being, biased. But I am a big fan of this type of playstyle. Summon FC played the same type of game when they were outside. And I was a big fan of that team as well, in the previous months. And now Ballista is, I feel like, the second team on a very similar or even higher level than Fnatic when I was a big fan of them. Summon FC, when they were still playing there under that banner. So super nice to see another team coming into the European scene and just dominate by just a well executed playbook. It's awesome. I'm a big fan. They won me over right now.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Tough opponent Fnatic. Tough opponent to face off against, but hopefully we'll be able to see a good game there on Sunday. Actually, you and I will see it, Lothar.
Oh, awesome.
We will get to see more of them, so that's going to be fun and exciting. But we are going to go to a break. Before we do, I have to let you guys know that you can get involved with the MVP. We have got 3 players for player of the match, and that is QXV, Bold, and Morphan. I don't know how you're going to pick at home because each one of these carried their weight in their own way, but QXV won my heart after the end of that previous map. He was nuts on that jet. We will see what you guys think, so head on over to Twitter, Val Esports _EU, and see or place your vote for which one of these guys you think deserves the player of the match. For now, though, we're going to go over to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be chatting with Yinsu about the madness that we just saw.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where Ballista have just booked themselves a place in the playoffs on Sunday after taking down HONK. I'm Yinsu, and I'm delighted to bring you guys an interview with Ballista's Morfan. Hi Morfan, welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here, and congratulations on your win. Right off the bat, I just wanted to ask you, because you guys seem to be the only team that played the Sky and Phoenix duo on Haven, so talk me through the decision behind those agent picks.
Okay, so hello, and about our team composition. Basically, when we were creating a team, we thought that Sky is really strong, especially in both hands, right? Which he proven that for sure. So it was just, thinking about how we can approach the game and what will be the best. So just it, right? Nothing else.
Well, I mean, it's paid off, and you guys have clearly proven that it is a very, very strong composition on Haven. And just moving on to Split, the last few rounds seem to have gone like super, super fast because, for a while on your T side, HONK had a bit of momentum to sort of get themselves back into the game. But after that 1v2 clutch from QXV, things kind of turned back your way again. Talk me through, I guess, your reactions for that clutch, because from where I was sitting, it was absolutely insane.
Yeah, definitely, it was insane. I thought that enemy would defuse, he will stick it, since QXV was low HP, but I don't know, he just got really good timing, and definitely it was nice to win that round, retake all of these. And also, I think on defending side, when we won an eco on mid, when I was flanking from B, it was also, I think, 1v3 even, so that also gave us some power, and we had trust in us throughout the whole game, both Heaven and Split.
Well, today is the first time a lot of the viewers and fans and analysts and all of us on the broadcast have seen you guys play an official game. And Lothar has definitely become a really big fan of you guys. So I just wanted to ask you a little bit, background information about you guys, because I know you guys sort of came together back in January, so you haven't been representing Ballista for that long.
Yes, I mean, with some players we played before, even in beta, right? But we created a team together. We were thinking who will win it, and it's really nice to also have an organization, right? So big thanks to Ballista. I hope they are proud of us right now. And the team, right? So like for the past 2 months, we were grinding really hard. We even went on boot camp to play almost 1 week. I think it was 6 days. Yeah, and that was it. We practiced really hard, and also. In previous qualifiers, we got Alliance and Guild, I think in second or third match, and we put up some good fights. So right now when we had maybe these weaker teams, I can say, or something like this, then we managed to go through, and now we are facing Fnatic.
Yeah, well, just one last question before I let you go. You will be facing Fnatic, and they're definitely not a weak team. How do you fancy your chances in that matchup? And I know Ballista have said in the past that he feels like Polish teams are just too strong in Valorant right now.
Yeah, we practice with them a couple of times, maybe not lately, but back in the day. It was quite even, I would say. And overall, I think we are maybe a little bit at disadvantage, but not because we are a weaker team, but they just need to win 1 best of 3, right? And we today gave our best, so we also showed some stuff, but it's not all that we have in our pocket. So we are feeling really confident, and I hope, and we all hope that we'll with some great fight. And also, can I say 2 words to our Polish fans?
Yeah, go for it, of course.
Yeah, okay. So thank you all for support. Dzięki za wsparcie i Polska górą.
I'm going to let Lothar translate that in a second. So thank you very much, Morfan, for joining me, and congratulations. I am very excited to see you guys play Fnatic on Sunday.
Yeah, thank you, and hopefully see you again.
Fantastic. I'm going to bring in Mitch and Lothar back. Lothar, before we move on, please translate what he said, because I sort of gave him the liberty that he could have just said anything on stream.
Basically, what he said is, thank you for the support. Dziękuję za wsparcie. And Polska górą is a meme because góra means it's like, you know, someone is above someone else, right? In this context, but it also means mountain in Polish. So there's a meme which says Polish mountain, which means that Poland is better than someone else in this case after a match, and it's just a meme, you know.
Well, we learn something new every day, you know. I really enjoyed that interview, actually. It's really kind of also good to get some background information on them. Mitch, he has kind of admitted that he's practiced Fnatic in the past. You know, these two teams have played against each other before. And now, after seeing their performance today, how do you fancy that matchup going into Sunday?
Ooh, I think we're going to be in for a pretty good game, because I think Fnatic are the kind of team that are going to really put the time into anti-strutting their opponents, right, and figuring out how they play. So I don't know that they'll still be able to catch a team off guard in the same way that they did here, but Split sort of dismantled my whole philosophy of that game, which was that map 1, okay, HONK, they had no idea what they were playing up against. It's difficult to play against these kind of comps, so Ballista got the edge there on the attack side. Split, thinking, okay, different ball game, right? You're back to basics. You know how this plays out, and yet still Ballista managed to constantly, and some of it was sort of repetitive, like the mid control that they had. They would go for mid control, but they would vary the way that they did it every single time and constantly catch them off guard. I don't know that they'll succeed in the same way, but I have no doubt, having looked at that this team has got more than just some gimmicks up their sleeves. So I think we're in for a really good game. I'm excited that myself and Lothar get to cover it.
Me too. And also, as you guys can see on screen, we're showing the RIXGG lineups, because they will be taking on Raise Your Edge very, very shortly. Lothar, I do kind of want to circle back to the Ballista point, but I think I'll save that for the post show, because I don't want to keep everybody waiting for the next game. But just on the Raise Your Edge part, Lothar, you know, they knocked out Team Vitality, and they're looking pretty strong right now.
Well, Raise Your Edge has a big player in the team, which is CNED, right? He has an insane average damage per round, which is 181. That is really a lot. Like, there's a difference in the playstyles between the two teams. Raise Your Edge has a very high carry potential in CNED, while RIXGG has a very evenly spread damage per round through the entire team, which means that they play well of each other, basically. And also there's a big difference in round performance, which is very interesting. Razor Edge has a very high win rate on defense, while RIXGG has a very low percentage of win rate on defending rounds. So it's gonna be interesting to see how they just mash together, because it's a different playstyle that is actually going to be pretty huge.
I do think so too. You know, both of these teams kind of went down the route of taking down some bigger teams and handing us some upsets. You know, the reason that Team Vitality and Liquid both aren't here is because of these two teams. So Mitch, you know, moving on to the RIXGG side, like I said, they did beat Team Liquid 13-4 on Bind, which is kind of crazy. You don't see that every single day. And just before I ask you that question, we do have the map vetoes ready. So let's just talk about that real quick. And Mitch, I'll let you sort of analyze what you think is going to happen with these group of maps we're going to see. But, you know, I'm personally extremely excited for Bind, not just because Rix kind of took down Liquid on it, because they play Yoru on Bind. Yep, as we can see, is Bind, Ascent, and then Haven. So no Icebox and Split, which isn't super surprising, to be honest, looking at these guys. Raise Your Edge aren't that great on Split, so I can sort of see that being taken away. And neither of them, actually, Rix do play Icebox, but Raise Your Edge definitely don't. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, on Bind, Rix are already proven themselves to be extremely strong. They also played at Epic Land, of course, over the last week, although they did lose to Wave on that map. But Mitch, a Yoru pick. Autumn plays this agent. We saw in the pre-match interview with Weber, they're still going to play this agent. It's not sort of like a pocket pick anymore. It is just their usual comp. What do you make of that?
It's pretty wild, actually. Again, what we talked about before, that sometimes you'll see teams, well, hello.
Yeah, we're going straight in. We've gone in.
Razor Edge have gone for a Viper right off the bat. They're making me a very happy boy. Again, that's something that we've seen from them recently. Well, we haven't seen it, but they've been playing it throughout this qualifier. When you look over the Rix side, Yoru. So these are two comps that are definitely less common, especially with the Sky. Makes a lot of sense playing that with a Viper. But what's interesting here is you're playing Zero Sentinel. So you won't have your Killjoy, your Cypher. Instead, they're revolving around Viper.
I mean, that is the Fnatic Bind comp. That is pretty much, I think if Fnatic sort of played the Raze instead of the Jet, but having said that, that is the exact comp that we've seen Fnatic sort of curate, so I'm interested to see how they will fend on that. But like I said, and Yoru as well on RIXGG side, very, very excited to see how they're going to play around Autumn for this match. Mitch and Lothar, take us away.
Well, looks like we're jumping right into the action, Lothar. The game's getting started quickly. Is this online esports? Is that what this is? Because I'm used to delays. I'm used to elongated segments. You know, I was watching yesterday. I think their pre-show is a little longer than they would have liked. And here we are, Lothar. I barely sat down and we're starting the game.
Look, I'm used to casting Hearthstone TFT, where we had to fill for 40 minutes sometimes in between matches. So this is actually quite surprising, but yeah, exciting match. A second Polish Sky, by the way. Starkso's playing here with Sky, but we have some, this is amazing. Yoru, Sky, Viper, one match. Awesome. Just gonna have fun here, you know?
It's a strange set of compositions, but one that I'm very happy to see. You know, teams starting to stray away from what is the norm, shall we say. We're seeing some steps go on through the teleporter, and Autumn's going to follow right afterwards, hoping to bait somebody in to follow, but it's not going to happen. Still, the faster rotate towards the B side as Raise Your Edge Gaming are holding on down. They're caught behind a smoke and one player an elbow in much the same position, and so this should allow site control and a spike plant afterwards. For Raise Your Edge, it's very much about playing this game, or playing the late game. Oh, Autumn, his heart's breaking. He waited the whole time. He's been waiting, and as he leaves the teleporter, they come on through. He's quickly able to initiate the fight, but not win it. Dropped. They lose control over Hookah, you would think, but Latex comes in with a double. That's huge. Now a two-man advantage to play with Fry under pressure. He was the big performer versus Liquid, but he won't be performing in this round. Luz's got the flank, though, and caught healing. Starkso still gets the kill. Now, a 1v2, a winnable position. The defuse already underway, down to 9 HP, though. Even a classic wallbang is going to be enough. 1-0 as RIXGG take the pistol.
I'm not sure about that classic one. I have dealt 6 damage before with it. But really well played. Round by RIXGG, I really liked it. And I feel like Autumn actually played it well. He didn't stay in the teleporter because he got a kill in it already. So he had to change his position because if the next teleporter is 2 players, which happened, right? He has a very small chance of survival or taking them both. So I really like how he played. Unfortunate that he didn't win the duel, but we have seen usage of utility that we're not really used to see, right? The steps have faked the teleport. The gateway was actually put into lamps where Jet from Razor Edge was waiting for it to expire or get a teleport on, and because of that they bought a lot of time on the B execute, which is also interesting because it's like in theory you don't see any impact of it, right? Because there's nothing happening, but it did buy a time for the execute.
You know, this setup from Viper is also very, very common that we see, although I guess the next round is more so where we'll see it. I just thought it was kind of interesting how Sue was bringing up the Fnatic setup that Razor Edge are essentially playing with, that we saw debuted by Fnatic, and this is very much the same kind of setup, and we'll talk more about that in the next round. This one, there's not a whole bunch to write home about. You are just with a bunch of classics and weak weapons. You might, you know, scrap together a little bit of a buy onto like a ghost or something like that, but by and large these rounds are expected to be very one-sided, and especially when you push the A site as they did. There was nobody close, no choke points that had double peaks on them from the defenders. They chose their fight well, and the reward is only 1 player lost. But the mid hold is more specifically what I'm talking about, and I'm sure we'll see it now with the poison orb and then the snake bites for Viper to hold down and delay pretty much any A push.
Or just delay the plant, right? Snakebite can cover basically the entire site in front of the truck, which means that you cannot plant the bomb outside of without being shot from showers if you don't have the showers control, which is very important. So the A site should be covered pretty well, especially when you combine both the wall from Viper and Sova Recon Arrow or the drone, because that gives you information and tags a player that you can just kill through the smoke. So it's a very cool defensive setup that allows them to play 3 players on B.
When you see the 3 players on B, and you will see a lot more of it. CNET just about able to make his way out of Hookah. He's under a lot of pressure, and even more so as he gets set on fire and shot. Not 2 things that you want to happen to you at the same time. To be honest, you probably don't want either of those things to happen to you at all. Those little squids are going to be destroyed, but they give away that the players aren't fully rotating. They are sticking themselves in the sand right here. At least that's what Latex is doing, trying to delay any sort of rotates towards that A site and fake it out, but he doesn't get a lot for his time. But I like the fact, we'll see, that's a problem. I like the fact that they stay around this area. They give up a lot of control, like they're trying to make them think they're going A, but then the wolf spots one on long, and now you're going to have to, and the drone, my god, the amount of information potential from Razor Edge is nuts. And they've pretty much avoided over-rotating or running into a stack on over-aggression because of these agents.
Unlucky flash, he actually flashed himself, but his effect of the flash was shorter than his opponent, so he still gets the trade, sorry, not trade, but the kill first. Now we see Luzu going into lamps, aggressively taking the control, but unfortunately Sova is not able to plant because they don't have the control of the site yet, but that happens now. Now they can plant, 40 seconds left, and they need to go for it. But still, there can be a rotation from A short, there can be a rotation from CT. No utility to stop and delay the plant, so it goes down. 2 versus 3 on the postman situation. That's about it.
Yeah, no, it goes about as you'd expect it to. Razor Edge played that round pretty perfectly, to be honest. And they come into that, though, again, the context that we have to paint is that Rix, they have SMGs. They don't expect this to be a round that they win, but they look to do damage in it. It's the bonus round, as we call it. Now you can see Rix able to fully invest. They'll get a Vandals, Phantoms, whatever their personal preference is. And really, having been able to do so much damage and get the 3 kills, farm up ult points and get a plant, I think that's a very successful round.
I would say so as well. It's very successful because it also allows Luzu to use his ultimate this round. This is the impactful round when it comes to the ultimate from Raze. You want to get a kill from it because it just, you know, it's a full buy. It's a full buy. A 1 kill, which is almost a given, unless you Rosa ult, it just creates so much problems for the defenses, especially when you play against a setup of defense that is actually very, let's say, static on how they play, right? Viper has to play off her utility, Sky as well, so you know the positioning even without actually reading into it.
Oh, that dash in with the ultimate, taking double damage as well, clipping the snakebite and the showstopper. You're saying that can be the key ability for the round. Well, no, it's not even going to exist in the round past the voice line. That is devastating. Push into the backside. Autumn's tried this a bunch of times. I've never actually seen that in the VODs I was watching back work successfully for him. That double shock dart landed, only a little bit of a tickle. I bet some armor stripped off, and it makes this fight that little bit easier to trade out as Bone Cold is Stone Cold dead. A 2v4 emerges. Rix, though, still on the back foot. They know exactly where Latex is, not just because of the dart, but from before, and it's halfway stuck. Fry comes out and gets shot in the eye. Down he goes, 2-2. Raise Your Edge with a good answer back after losing the pistol. They're now tied up.
Yeah, this is a very important round for Raise Your Edge. Now they build up the economy, they can start saving for an op, which is also very important for CNED. As you see, he might actually be able to buy it this round, but he doesn't commit. They know they're playing against an eco, no point in risking losing an op this round, or retaking in the case they lose a plant or something that goes bad. But what I wanted to point out is that I really didn't like the push from Raze with the showstopper through the one way from Viper. You know that she's gonna be playing close, right? And I was a little bit unlucky that he did land into the snakebite after the first satchel, so he got the debuff, and then one shot from that judge is lethal. In the meantime, they're trying to get control of A showers. Is that successful, Mitch?
You see how quickly the reaction is there? I'm just looking at the Brimstone, and he's like standing there waiting for someone to push. Then a Spectre gets sprayed through, and he's like, I'm out of here. I'm not messing around with this, because they got a lot of bullets. If there's two guys there, and they can spray all day. You can't return fire because of the silencers. So it's not something you really want to mess around with when you on paper have the advantage, obviously. I do like the setup here. A little bit of a tag. They know that Fry is here. Recon Dart just further confirms it. And an ultimate committed, nothing gained. Really good proactive approach as well by Raise Your Edge to not play in a position where they can actually be exploited in lamps by the close range fights. And then they even just fully commit an ult to make sure that even if that player has slipped past them, that they get eliminated. Now CNED catches off Latex. On range is where you want to take these fights. You're versus Sheriffs. If you're far enough away, they can't even one-shot headshot you. And if you're versus the Spectres and you're far away, well, they can barely hit you.
And they have to go for a one-way smoke on A shot. That's a tough task.
There's no more smokes, though. This is the last one. The problem is the time is so low.
It's not even that. It's 3 versus 5. How do
well, that too.
Build up an advantage when they not only have equipment advantage, but also have man advantage and time advantage. Like, it cannot get worse, Yeah. Unless you have less people even than 3.
Well, true, yeah. If you'd already lost, it would technically be worse, I suppose. But no, it's
interesting. We don't see an op from CNED here, or does he? We see it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, he had a Spectre. I was like, wait, what is happening? Why is he buying? We wanted to play knife this round. Hey, wait. I think he does it, right? He actually plays knife.
Yeah, I think he does. That call was made.
Bladestone goes in. That's the Spectre. Okay, so he fallbacks on his initial plan of buying a Spectre for an aggressive push somewhere.
Oof. The amount of things coming towards Kyle's there. He gets hit. Not hit, actually, but you got a flash coming. You've got a shock dart as well. He's in a little bit of trouble. Wall goes up. This prevents you from really acting on the early control that they gained of Bath, because it cuts it completely in half. Now Rick's in a spot where, okay, they committed utility. They got nothing for it. They maybe got damage in their head at least. And they're left to try and fake something out. Steps over towards Bath. The player will presumably harass mid, maybe a smoke down. But for the most part, this is just a very solid hold from Raise Your Edge. They shouldn't be worried and pressured into rotating a player. And indeed, they quickly go back to the 3-man B setup.
I know why Cena didn't buy the operator. It's because of the ultimate from Yoru. He would have been spotted instantly where he is, and then probably even like just taken out by the utility, and his position would be wasted, and it will have to retake with the somebody anyway. But they're losing entry frags. Razor Edge coming in hot on the defense.
Yeah, this is tough now for Bone Cold, though. He's stuck in the corner. He'd already been spotted out by the Yoru. Hold on. Starkso, CNET, everyone's answering up, and never mind. Bone Cold gets a rescue straight away as Autumn is left all by himself. They know where he was, and he hadn't got his ultimate to run away fully because he was spotted earlier on. Stuck, and one is enough. That's all he'll get. You know, if he gets Bone Cold, he has a chance. There was no one else immediately there to trade. Maybe it works out, but yeah, you pretty much knew the end of that story when you read the first page. 4-2 as RIXGG continue to strike up these rounds now, 4 in a row, and they're only getting more convincing actually as time goes on, even with weapons and ultimates being expanded and invested into by Rix. They're in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, although you have to remember this is Bind, where the attacking side is a little bit tough. But at the same time, they do play Yoru, which I feel like should open up some space on the map for the attackers, but it's not happening now. And also, I have to point it out, Frey is not showing up yet on server this match. He has 1 frag in 6 rounds, and that guy was the carry in the Liquid match. He was insane in that Liquid match.
Over 60 kills, I'm pretty sure, across the series, which for a Cypher ain't too bad. Versus Scream as well. You know, this is the kind of guy that's normally going to be bullying you. And we're showing kind of the depth of the UK scene as well. But we'll see how this one works out here for Rix. The thing I said in the pre-show, or no, we didn't have time to say in the pre-show. The thing I said in rehearsals was that Fry, okay, he did really well, but I don't believe that that's something we'll see consistently. And that's one of the problems for me now. What else do Rix have to fall back on? I did say they're an underestimated team in the public eye, and I 100% agree with that, but I don't know that they're a team that has enough depth to beat a team like this, RIXGG, who are just showing up. And again, they're versus pistols, so you don't expect much from Rix, or they have pistols, so you don't expect much. But the problem for me, let's take a look at how things have gone. You lose a pistol, or from Rix's perspective, you win the pistol, you win the follow. Okay, cool. You're expected to. Then you lose a close round, add another. All right, it's acceptable. You got the plants at least. And since then, nothing. Yeah, there's been next to no progress. Not getting the entries. You're using ultimates, getting information, and not being able to act off it. They're just being out-aimed. And for me, RIXGG has been CNED and some dudes. Yeah. And now it's looking like a real team.
That is true, but at the same time, when they can snowball few rounds, this allows CNED to actually just be still CNED and 4 dudes, because he is able to play the operator so many times, even when he dies, and they don't, like, you know, save it for the next round, because now they are chaining the economy, and this is so important for him to perform, and because of that, you're gonna see him being very impactful. So this is actually a very tough task ahead of RIXGG, especially on Bind. And I feel like there's a lot of amount of pressure on Yoru to actually do something cool, because right now that Yoru utility doesn't really impact the game in any way.
Yeah, I agree. I think at the moment, from what we're seeing, I'm 100% behind you. For me, I'm not convinced that Yoru should be played. But as we said, you know, in that interview, you heard Rick say what they like to do. Well, we don't know what they like to do. We haven't seen enough of it on the streams anyways. And now we get the opportunity to. Latex doesn't clear the close right corner. That's a great position. Bone Cold is just catching these guys off with, I don't know what his signature move was. I think something to do with beer. But I don't know, like, is it an elbow? Is it? I don't know. But he's doing that thing. Anyone that knows, he's doing his thing to them. From the side. Catches them off guard. From the top corner, rope, I don't know. I don't watch wrestling, I'll be honest. Used to like Kane back in the day. The Fry's dealt with, and it's a 1v3 that's just unwinnable. Is it? I mean, solo HP, but he'll at least get the plant. He managed to take the TP, and Fry delayed enough time and kept them in position that they were worried about him being the one that was the point man for the round. So now a retake comes in, but again, with his HP so low, it's a tall order. RIXGG, they play it together. One player in heaven was a little bit exposed, but the other two are right by their side, and CNED with the op, of course, reliable as he gets the kill, and the defuse is going to go to Skye, building up her ultimate. Makes sense.
Not a big fan of this round execution from RIXGG. If you were paying attention of how the execute on B was actually trying to unfold in Cascade, it's just Latex trying to get out of Hookah with no support from his teammates from Garden, and he chose the actual worst possible timing to get out of Hookah, because he was tagged by a drone. He had heard the drone being cast from CT or backside, and he just went in, got tagged, and when you're out of hookah and you're being tagged, it's just like a duck hunt. I mean, it's not the honk match anymore, but it's a duck hunt. So it's pretty wild that he actually went for that. And from Garden, there was no support. There was Yoru, and if I'm not mistaken, who was that? Was that Sova? Well, it doesn't matter, but basically he was just alone on site.
Is Honk a duck or is it a goose? That's the question.
Might be a goose. I thought I made a clever joke and you...
No, I appreciate that. I appreciated it, Lothar. I did. By the way, we've just received info that Kyle's, which was my presumption of the name, is Killes. So my apologies, Killes. I don't know why you've spelt your name that way, but fair enough. I'll accept your way of doing things. 6-2. Raise your edge. After a little bit of a pause, we're back at it. Gonna just hold down this defensive side as cleanly as they can. And take a look at what they've got coming into this round. You've got a Sky and a Brimstone ready to pop those ultimates at any moment. But considering they're up against a weaker buy, yeah, dude, I feel like RIXGG just they invest a lot very frequently.
They try to fake, and then they don't execute really on the fake. Like in this case, Raise Your Edge gathered so much information, so many informations from just the Brimstone smokes being used on A. They didn't see an execute. The drone went through the teleport, goes to window on B and gets the tag, gets information that 3 players are there. They have to rotate back, and now Razor Edge is prepared for that push. Look at that! They're being dismantled.
The judge play as well up close. There's Fry catching one off guard in a second as well. Gorgeous work. A 1v5 potentially if he can get it on the board. The spike is down. He's crept up behind them. Tripwire caught another in mid, so it's only CNED that's unknown to him, and that's a side swipe free as can be. Looks for mid and gets it. A 4K, but no idea about CNED. Oh, but there we go. Ultimate popped, shot landed through the cage, but it's only going to land to the wall. Fry can't TP. He's got to go for it. CNED, he's trying to force the fight. This guy's a lunatic. He's crazy, but he plays it off time. A fake updraft, and that wins him the round. Fry, he tried in the 1v5, but it didn't work, and he might just step into that op to close it out. He even loses his weapon. It's heartbreaking, but at least he gets the money for dying. Although he would have had a Vandal, so yeah, doesn't matter either way.
It's pretty unlucky that he actually got all of those kills in isolation to their teammates, right? Because he isolated every single player perfectly. But the thing is, now, here, this is the moment where he uses ultimate, and he should have just went for the spike instantly. Go for the spike, go to B, right?
I don't know if everyone's screen went super white there. It looked like he was.
I wasn't sure if this is only my screen, so I tried to avoid talking about it.
Godlike play. He just starts ascending. It's just 4 kills, and he's just an angel all of a sudden. But he was almost the angel that they needed.
Wait, is it an FPX play now?
Hey, that surprisingly took me a second to realize what you were saying there. Of course, Angel, the big brain IGL, but he's not a Cypher. He wouldn't be doing that. Likes to go for his paranoias, his shadow steps. But take a look at this. Ultimate used, nade on top of it, of course, does no damage to Autumn once he's in this ultimate form. He spots a player, doesn't give away his spot, but of course it makes a lot of noise whenever you deactivate your ultimate. They seem to still be a little bit worried that he's gone close to them. And look at the, well, paranoia, for lack of a better word, that Yoru's ultimate basically forced on Raise Your Edge. They play super passive and now have to take a 4v5 retake, a 3v5 retake rather, as Lothar picks up one with the op. And if they didn't have a lot of money, they wouldn't go for this, but it's worth committing to just because they've got those stacks of credits in their back pocket. Here comes a showstopper that they've baited out. Autumn manages to pick up another kill, and this is looking like, oh no, Starkso comes in with one. There's the flash to allow the defuse. It's gonna get, oh, it doesn't get halfway. The molly deals with him just in time. 7-3.
Thing is, if RIXGG actually gets a plan, they have a pretty good pulse plant setup. They have shock dots, they have a molly to play it off, they have the paint shells from Raze if she didn't use it to like clear this side in the beginning of an execute, which was the case in this round. But they are really going for that, you know, for that plant, and then having still enough players to play that pulse plant with ease. And this was the first round when actually happened, right? All of because of the space that Yoru created, so that he was really impactful in here. But they don't have the Yoru ultimate every single time, right? It's cost 7. It's so hard to get it. Even when you get the orbs every single round. And this round we see a full default. Look at that. Cypher showers, 2 guys on A short. 1 guy just checking, getting the control of window on B. Will his opponent peek?
Oh, that timing could have made Lothar a very, very angry boy, but luckily he doesn't get peeked on it. Sadly, though, they do lose Sova elsewhere, and coming into the second last round, that Hunter's Fury, it could have been very useful for post-plant. Luckily, as you said, obviously the shock darts are gone as well, but they still have their Molotov, they have their nade, so it's something to work with. A lurk over on B, but this has allowed Bone Cold to just walk straight down. He got the God tier timing. There could be at least 1 kill for him here, but he's going to wait for them to push forward as well. Going around the corner, there's 1. The second is already being spotted. Molly's going to go down, stuck in a corner with an op. Good luck to you. Out of there he goes, but Bone Cold's just waiting, and Fry catching off another. Pulls. Oh, hold on. There's Autumn up behind. Hello. And good night. Finally, he catches the kill, although it's at the cost of his teammate's life in the first place. Flash goes through, but Hunter's Fury. Good night. Sweet dreams. You're gone. You're dead. Out onto A. They want to go through long. The wall not up. Of course, that's kill as. Oh. Hello? There we go. Starzo catches it in the open.
Did you say you're dead or you're dead?
Haha. We'll never know.
I'm actually surprised that Bone Cold didn't wallbang the wall when they get a tag on Luzu, right?
I guess the idea there, he was probably just a little bit worried about somebody peeking, or about that phrase doing like a wild peek. But I think if he knew that player had an op, the wallbang was 100% the play.
Right, and he saw the outline of the op as well. Wait, by the way, which is very important, when you play against a Sova and you see that you are not able to dodge a scan or a drone, you just hide your main weapon to not show in case it's an op.
I think he did take his knife out and jump. I'm
not sure. I'm 100% certain that
he did.
He was visible with the op.
Okay. There's the tag coming through. Immediately, any idea of aggression taken out for CNED, and he's safe. He's in the corner, he's alive, and they probably don't know that. But where would he be? Luckily the smoke is down to stop him from even peeking him in the open, so that's nice and safe. CNED now looking for the fight. Bone Cold able to grab himself 1 out with the knives. There's 1 and not 2, but luckily Coldamenta is there to close that one out. 9-3. I said it was CNED and 4 dudes. Well, it's definitely looking like a better team now from Raise Your Edge. CNED is showing up and he's on top, as you'd expect from a Jet, but the rest of the team, they're not messing around right now. They want that spot in the main event.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool to see that even when, some of your players might not get that second kill and they're getting traded, there's a trade coming back. This is something important. When you play on a professional level, like, you're not expected to get double kills, triple kills every single round. It's on the highest level of play. All of the players are really good at shooting. So the duels are typically like 50-50. This is why it's so important to make sure that your teammates can trade after you, because that increases the odds of winning the round. This is the crucial, fundamental rule of a professional play. Now let's see how Raise Your Edge will play the first person round. Oh my god, that's also 30 damage. Many stuns, many flashes.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a convincing enough start for the attacking side, waning out the defenders. The problem is those rotates are underway, and Latex is the first to drop ahead and bring the man advantage comfortably into Rix's hands. Shock Dart does damage to Starzo. He's so low as he comes around the side of the site, and RCK deals with him very quickly. CNED all by himself. He's been the star player for this team, but with 60 HP and no possibility of heals, there's not a lot he can do, and certainly a bullet to the head will slow down any ambition you have. Pistol goes to Rix. By the way, quick point, I misread on the document I had made. I had typed Killaz with a Y. I don't know why. So I thought it was Kyle's. Somehow didn't realize that when looking. When you have a bias in your head already for what it says, you're like, you're not really reading it. So I thought it was Kyles, and I'm like, how the hell is that Killaz? But that makes sense. It's just Killaz. That's my bad.
I wanted to point out very cool thing about the previous round. That's something that doesn't really might go unnoticed otherwise. RIXGG actually use a Brimstone smoke, their own smoke on Garden, to counter flashes. They were sitting in the smoke to wait for the flashes from Sky, and then they peeked when they had basically, like, it was a given that they're not being flashed. Very cool play.
Oh, that shock dart. These shock darts we've seen. Oh, maybe a little bit of overcommitment to it, or was that a recon? No, it was definitely a shock he put out. Not dealing too much damage. They'd already gone past the choke point, but they are sneaking in to spawn all the way through. Raise Your Edge might catch off the rotate. Jet, the one that we want to see here, tucked in the corner. This is huge potentially, but Fry spots it. Sees the revolver just around the corner, and that Sheriff ain't in town any longer. Autumn going for the defuse, has cover player on the right side, but the classic, he still gets the kill. In comes the snakebite. That's going to make it much easier, but it's still a 1v2. And on this, you know, you're sitting down, you're throwing another snakebite in, it doesn't matter. They've already got it halfway by the looks of things, and they're even just going to wait for this rush on forward. Killez! Nice shot and out for more, but it's not going to land. No kill. And if he even just delayed it a second longer, well, 2.86 seconds, they could have gotten it. But sadly, he wasn't able to do so.
Still a very good round from Raise Your Edge. Like, that was actually pretty impressive, not gonna lie. The double dink on the Viper, you have to, sorry, on the Raze, you have to be mad about that, right? You're just holding an angle, and then a guy just comes in, double taps you with the left click. You know, pre-patch, it would have been the right click, but still gets you mad when someone just gets you like that.
That goes there.
It's never nice. And I mean, before you would say, oh, right click classic, bro, come on. And now, what's your excuse? Guys just wrecked you.
Yeah.
A little teddy bear on the wall holding some cake. We'll see who's going to be the birthday boy here and get some presents. A present of a free round. Maybe.
What I think about the plan for Raise Your Edge is that they have a very strong post plan situation. Look at this. Brimstone, Molly. Viper, 2 snake bites. Shock darts, and then you have ultimates. Brimstone, Sova. It's nuts. But they have to get that planned. It's even like... This is why I think RIXGG has to play on site. They just cannot allow Raise Your Edge to plant. They need to be very defensive on site, don't lose their ground. And fortunately for them, there's no Raze on Raise Your Edge gaming, so they can play backside.
Oh, CNET got caught off by that mid player there, right on top of the, right inside the site rather. Bone Cold dropping down, avoids the molly. Beautiful stuff. And then he's taken out by a nade. Unlucky, mate. Really good play, though, opening a lot of space. And I gotta say, Bone Cold's impressing me a lot here. I had actually seen him before, but this is a whole new form. He's been aim pracking a bit, I can see. Cold Amenta tucked in the corner. Hasn't been having the best of games so far. We'll see what he can do as they come on out of that poison orb. They're just going to delay for a moment and wait until... Well, I mean, you can't really wait until it goes down. That's the problem. It lasts so long with snake bites, they can delay for most of the round. The recon must have bounced a few times. It's gone. It's out of here. And Cold Amenta, good for one. Needs a second, and he gets it done. 10 on the board, double digits, and a tough pill to swallow for RIXGG. If you look at how things are going, I don't think they're going to be in the prettiest situation. And no, economically, excuse me, they're in a pretty rough spot because they actually used a lot of their utility in the previous round.
Yeah, this was actually a very impressive round from Raise Your Edge, and the final pulse plan situation, which was 2v2, it's Kaios who made the difference. He was prepared for that recon arrow, so he destroyed it before the first scan went out. Because of that, no one was read out. They only know that there's one guy in the tube on the middle of the side, but he's, you know, he has a clear cover from almost every single angle, so it's pretty hard to flush him out. And also the utility from Viper, such a long timer on the smoke and the snake bite, so he delayed the retake for basically what, 10 seconds on his own accord. Very, very strong post-plant potential strategy coming from Raise Your Edge.
Well, RIXGG have put all their eggs into one basket, or at least one. They have enough to make a a fried egg on one side and a beautiful omelet on the A side. 4 players here tucked in, ultimate in position to block out anybody inside of lamps, but it's not really, actually. It leaves the possibility for Lothar to come up behind and still take that map control. Good damage already done. Remember, this is an eco round for RIXGG. You're seeing a shorty in play, which you rarely ever see. They rotate over towards the B side here. All 3 players quickly moving in. The shorty, excuse me, I like the fact that they TP. Loz is obviously trying to isolate a close range fight if they left someone in the teleporter, but that would be a very silly mistake to make versus an eco to play, like, especially when you know that there's a shorty. You're not going to hold in the TP where he can be 1 centimeter away from you.
I mean, that was a raise your brow gaming, moment, because why would you not pick up a weapon that was left on A side, right? They all teleported out. You had an actual chance of picking up a weapon, even if it's a Spectre or something. And then you increase the odds of actually either damaging the economy of your opponents or maybe even winning the round. So I was actually very surprised that he pushed that teleport.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those knee-jerk reactions, right? You think, maybe I managed to get in here and take the kill. But it's more the risk-reward, right? Okay, you get around the corner, you take that fight. If there's someone there, you kill them. But if there's not, you're screwed. You're stuck in a teleporter. When that door opens, you're on long range. You're gone. I like that recon arrow, actually. That's from the A site to land on the traditional B long spot, but they saw it coming. They were ready, so it doesn't get a scan off and reveal the 3 to 4 players that would have been within its radius. That information would have been key, but where CK has spotted, there's no one outside of A long. So that's at least something. They can push through Bath and gain the control on that side of the map.
It's very interesting because now the arrow was destroyed at the beginning of the round on the fountain in front of B. They didn't get any information on showers. They didn't get any info on A short, and they didn't get any info on mid as well. So where's the team? Where are your opponents? Like, they didn't gain anything from the utility because they don't play aggressive on any line. They just hold the sites. So they still are in the same spot as in the beginning of the round. Nice Dark so uses one of his flashes on B to fake the execute. And they try to rotate to A, but this is the moment where, look at the defenses. They have shot control. They know that they are going for A short. That allows for them to delay the plant. That was the Molotov coming in, but now they actually went back to B.
Yeah, Autumn's at least managed to hold on for a second longer. The ultimate to watch behind or clear out of the site, rather, where they would have been in trouble. They can get that spike plant down, but look at RIXGG running head first into the fray, trying to delay the time as much as they can. Gilles in with a quick shot. He'll get the spike, and he might get it down. No? It's so close. But in the end, he can't get it in time. The clock, his biggest enemy. And RIXGG just about take the round. That took everything from them.
That jump was so necessary. He would have made it if he wouldn't have made that jump. Because he bounced a bit from the side. From the tube. Oh, that's unlucky. Really unlucky.
Yeah, I get it instinctively as well, because even I could feel myself jumping to get the spike, right? No short jokes. No short jokes. But I would have been worried that he wouldn't reach it right when he ran past it. So you're like, oh, just jump to secure it. But yeah, with so little time, it's a hair's length away, but it's what gets you the round as RIXGG. They committed so much in terms of their orbital strike. They threw their bodies, their lives at it, the most valuable thing they had. And it worked out in the end. Now Raise Your Edge down to a weaker buy, and this is starting to become more of a contentious map than I think you would have thought in the first half, at least. Question is, can RIXGG keep up that same level of pace? CNED up close. He's kind of made himself the victim of a one-way. That was weird.
Yeah, that was unexpected turn of events, I would say. But they still get the control of the site. There's the ultimate from Viper. This is gonna be a very big problem for RIXGG to actually retake. I'm just interested, why do we see the plant in default spots still? Could have been gone for, they could have gone for a shower plant, but I guess Viper has only possible lineups for the default plant, but this can be wall-banked.
Oh, they're being pushed now. That's the end of the Viper ultimate, you would imagine, as Killas goes down. Indeed, Starzo barely gets out and then shot through the wall. It's all down to Coldamenta. He's got a 1v3, but it's not going to happen. Oh, man. Well, Lothar, you asked for them to plant for bathroom or for showers. They instantly stop planting, go to the open, try to plant it, and get spammed from heaven. That was heartbreaking.
It's really like a head scratcher, right? Because of the ultimate allows you to plant anywhere, and it's so tough to actually plant in the default spot on A on the triple boxes, because then it can be easily spammed through. There's only half of the box being covered by the metal plate, so if you plant in the spot in the exact corner, you still can get tagged and damaged and even killed through heaven. And they had so much time to actually plant in any other like spot. And even if you don't plant, you're not planting on default spot, you can still have a snakebite lineup just straight up in a straight line from showers made on the spot. So a pretty odd round from Razor Edge, especially with that CNET one way.
I like the fact that they avoid the drone, but then they don't. I think CNET got spotted and someone shot at it. I'm like, oh, okay. We're not faking out the info, I guess. Maybe a bit of, I wouldn't say miscommunication, but the communication wasn't made fast enough. Killez, he got pushed on, but luckily that player made it out in time. I've never seen that happen before, but fair enough. A little bit of confusion coming into effect. Onto the site we go. And the B site being held off by RIXGG quite passively. They're behind smokes, except for RCK, who pushed out. He managed to catch him in the open, grab a triple. He was just tucked in the corner the whole time. Nobody saw him. And with that, 8 rounds. That's disappointing, because, Lothar, that's not the first time that we've seen Razor Edge suffer by not clearing the right side.
And that's something I actually pointed out in the pre-match segment, that Razor Edge actually plays very well on defense, but not so well on attack. And it's kind of surprising, right? Because you have actually a player that is made to be aggressive. CNET is that guy, right? Unless he plays operator. And he can be set up by stocks or with his Sky plays. And it seems like we're not seeing that much. We're not seeing a lot of synergy between the Sky and the Jet to get those aggressive plays and those pop flashes through the smokes and so on. So I feel like what fails right now in Razor Edge is just the lack of the synergy, which is the lineup made for.
As time ticks away here, I have to ask myself, Razor Edge, looking to make those pushes happen, there's a couple of hiccups they've hit along the way. And I'm curious to see that, now we had a pause earlier, and I'm not sure if that was a tactical pause by Razor Edge. As far as I understand, each team has 2. We don't see a lot of them used. Really, really don't. And I would guess now for Razor Edge, about this time is when you call that pause. Your opponent's making a pretty significant comeback and you're only the favorite for a little bit longer, and then your comfort zone really starts to slip away. I would love to see them take the time to sit back and see how things have been going wrong and come up with a way to combat that, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be certainly not happening this time. Perhaps after this round as they push on out and towards the B site. 7th time is the charm. Shock darts going into the right corner this time. It was when the cages went down last time that someone came out, and you can see the Bone Cold cleared it out as he pushed forward. Their ultimate also makes sure nobody is on the site. They plant slightly off default so that those shock darts miss, and there's the Viper setup. Even with low HP, she will be a huge contributor to this post plant. The molly that they have as well. RCK, he needs to get something done, and he doesn't. Now all they're worried about is the straight push from dead ahead, and it's working out. RIXGG, they take over long control. CNET misses the shot, and it's all down to Viper. Now look, because she's got the orb, she'll delay quite a bit of time, but I don't think she can delay long enough. Not even close, and also that snakebite initially missed. It takes down Latex eventually, but now they can go in for it on the edge. Of course they can. It's clean as can be. One player needs the body block, and indeed he does. They heard Killez come and dealt with him, took him down at 11-9.
You don't see my camera. I mean, the viewers, you can see it, I guess. But I'm really like holding my head right now in my hands. I'm baffled. How did Razor Edge lose this round? First of all, I thought the Brimstone will be using his ultimate to get actually control of the site, because he could have cleared entire elbow on his own, right? And then again, just go straight into the site. Maybe even get a kill somewhere there. and get that plant more easily. At the same time, it seems like the Viper doesn't have lineups prepared in case she has to plant in a different spot than default, which is also a head scratcher. And the problem of playing for lineups like that is that we have seen both Brimstone and Viper just fall back, not really play post plant. And because of that, the post plant was basically played 3 versus 5 because so much utility had to be set up. So they have a very strong post plant setup, but it wasn't used effectively because they gave up the entire site because of that. And RIXGG just took advantage of it by being super aggressive because they know RIXGG were gonna fall back, and they got 3 kills because there's no one to trade.
Yeah, the pace, exactly as you're saying, the aggression was pretty phenomenal from RIXGG, right? That level of confidence in such a pivotal moment as well. That molly down below, that's going to cause some damage and even get a kill. CNED taken down off the bat. Huge play by Latex. And here comes another down with the orbital strike, dealing serious damage. Bone Cold now down to 40. Starzo might be one of the key players, tucked up in elbow and looking to get it done. Their flank is already being covered as RIXGG try to cover all their bases, but that's going to be pretty difficult with only 2 players left alive. Killaz even drops down his poison orb. He's being spammed at, going to provide himself a little bit of cover, but it's just not enough. And with that, a very swift retake from RIXGG puts double digits on the board. We had, correct me if I'm wrong, a 9-3 half.
Yes.
And now we are 11-10. RIXGG showing us that their defensive side is evidently where they feel more comfortable.
100%. It's actually quite impressive how both teams lacked like an execution plan on attack, but they excelled on defense. It's like a mirror match.
And it's funny because, you know, we mentioned how in the first, I can't actually remember how many rounds, but for a decent portion of the first half, Fry only had the 1 kill, right? He was having a really tough time in getting up on the scoreboard. 6. He has 18 kills now. He's top fragging.
Yep. He's on defense, I guess.
Well, he is Cypher. I guess it makes sense. And it makes sense as well then when you look at RIXGG's setup in this round, why Fry is all by himself inside of hookah. He's confident in playing this position by himself and trying to frag out if they come there. Meanwhile, RIXGG are looking keenly towards the A site. But the A side ain't looking back with a smile. They're not looking too happy about that. They start a fight and immediately lose a player. HP lost on Sarzo as well, the 1 player that they can't heal up. And with that, it's decision time, really. They haven't got any map control towards B. There could be players about to flank, and that's what they're conscious of. So they'll slow the round and look to catch those flankers off. But unfortunately, those flankers don't exist.
Really like how RIXGG played this round, because they pushed out basically RIXGG with the utility. The smokes from Brimstone paid dividend here, but they were used actually after the kill. So what that did was intimidate RIXGG to even get a little bit of map control. And now, oh my, was that intentional? One might think, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that.
Left.
And
either way,
he had to go through the teleport to go back to A short, and that gives so much info to RIXGG. They know they're now trying to get control of A side because there's no way they're gonna go to B with that amount of time.
Yeah, 14
and because
seconds.
of that, Cypher just takes market control. They know exactly what's gonna happen. They know they are going through A short or saving.
And it looks like the save is the call, but Fry, oh, he's not here quite in time. The timing ends up actually catching him off guard, and he'll just run away and save this weapon. 1 kill, and then a save. Lothar, I'll tell you, that's one of the first times I've seen this happen in the last year. That
right?
just doesn't happen, man.
In Valorant doesn't happen because it feels like there's no throwaway round in this game, you know, apart from maybe.
Wait, look how much money they have.
Echo pistol round, right? Yeah, I'm not certain why was this made? This I mean, I understand now because they just ran out of time, right? But it also, like, because of the dash into the teleport from CNED, that sold the entire plan. They couldn't execute because RIXGG is just stacking the A. They know what's happening, right?
Even if
They
you're
were
worried
gonna
about
go into a firing
ultimates,
squad.
if ultimates is the conscientious thing here, that like you have 2 players, I think it's Yoru and Sova, very close to ulti, and they don't want to give them that for the next round. They could just go B. They know that Cypher's playing there, and I think that if you're going to give someone their ultimate, hell, give it to Cypher. He's usually not going to get that much value out of it compared to the others. So, I don't know. It seems like altogether weird decision making, but fair enough. Yeah, either way, let's not harp on them too much. We start out 11-11, tied up. RIXGG, the more important point to take away is that they have made the comeback. I love the fact that Autumn is constantly harassing them with the teleporter steps and then the fake back. Right? Yeah, like he teleports to the A site, right? Afterwards as well. So he's constantly faking these guys out, and they don't know whether there's someone waiting there or whether they're about to stack up and push the B side. And hello, Fry, in with one, but that's all he gets done. Latex with another from backside, attempting to hold on, clutch it this round as hard as they can. They don't know that there's 3 players on long. The info isn't there to play with, and the Molly close will just buy them a little bit of time as the recon bolt dissipates. Still 2 players super low from Raise Your Edge after those spans through the smoke, and this is about as good as it could start off for RIXGG, but maybe it doesn't continue in the same fashion. CNED in with a quick kill, but now blocked out for another 15 seconds by that smoke.
Make it 20. Pretty good buffed. I mean, sorry, 19.25.
Oh yeah, 4 seconds had already gone by. So.
Oh, did you have a timer on that?
Big brain.
You probably have.
I did on the
middle
top
of the screen. I'm a big fan of how RIXGG is playing this defense, you know, and it's kind of funny because Yoru is meant to be an infiltrator, right? He's meant to be a duelist that is like more, let's say, impressive on the attack, but he's actually more impressive on the defense.
Oh, we need to watch Brim. We need to watch Brimstone here. He's the player. If he manages to take down one, then he can stop the plant completely, but Coldamenta deals with him not in time. That is a costly way to go to overtime at best, because Raise Your Edge, they're now 1 behind. They have lost the lead for the first time since round 4.
If this is not a tilting moment, I don't know what is. Like, if Raise Your Edge seems to be not sure what to do, and because of that, they lose so much time on the rounds. They always seem to try to execute on the last possible second, but all of those fakes, they don't work on RIXGG because they do stay on site, because they know if you just get a kill on the spy carrier, you win. Or if he goes into a duel, you win as well because he loses time.
This is a rough one, man. A rough pill, tough pill to swallow, rather. But we've gone there a few times. There's been a few rounds that have really shaken Raise Your Edge to their core, and I think at this point they've really got to be kicking themselves with the fact that RIXGG came back from 9-3. It was looking so convincing for Raise Your Edge. Fry's been spotted out. He's been stunned, but his camera sees nobody's pushing. The information they get is huge. Cage popped to allow him back to site, and he gets, well, back site. If you're Raise Your Edge right now, the pressure is on still. As we said, no tac pause is used up, and they go into this round now with a very similar setup, a very similar push. Hunter's Fury popped, but Latex still gets the first kill, avoids the Hunter's Fury, pops the molly, actually tanks the shot for that, but Fry in the side, in with a double. It's a 4v2. Raise Your Edge falling behind. Brimstone on the site. The lone defender, but the smokes fade as Luzza comes in to help. Now they've got a double peek as Starzo comes around, and Latex with one final kill. 13-11. An absolutely unbelievable comeback by RIXGG. And that is how we finish things off for map 1. Lothar, that is a crazy start to the day. I thought we were getting the quick 2-0s.
Yeah, I mean, this match was actually quite interesting to watch, because what I think RIXGG was allowed to do is to counterplay the composition of their opponents, because they lack the damage, right? They lack the damage. They play post-plant composition, which lacks the execute on site. And because of that, they stood their ground. We have seen Frey just take hookah control with no contest, right? There's no Raze that will use a boombot and will flush him out. There's no paint shell to clear the entire backside. So I feel like there was not enough firepower in the form of utility to allow Raise Your Edge to get an edge while attacking. And that's what failed. Also, the lack of decisiveness from Raise Your Edge, because there were many rounds that were just super slow and way too slow in execute. We have seen, like, what, 2 post plans that were done after the timer and 1 save with 4 players. From 3 rounds on, in a best of 13 match, that's a huge chunk of the rounds.
Well, you know what, Lothar? We could probably sit here all day and break down that game, because so much happened. I think for Raise Your Edge, the main question I'm going to have when we come back is, where's their mentality at, man? Because sometimes the close losses, especially when you had the lead and then your opponent comes back, that's probably the worst way to lose a map for the mental. But we'll talk about that in a bit, and we'll have Sue to talk with us. But for now, we're going to throw things over to a quick break. So we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
But I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
RIXGG are currently one map up against Raise Your Edge. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by your casters Mitch and Lothar. Guys, right off the bat, I just want to quickly talk about that team comp from Raise Your Edge, because in the pre-match, we mentioned that it's very, very, very similar to Fnatic's. If it is actually Fnatic's team comp, except for they play the Jet instead of the Raze. Now, Mitch, haven't seen them, utilize that team comp. I, at least personally, feel like maybe there is a reason why Fnatic chose to have the Raze there, right? But with CNED and his capabilities on Jet, it's hard to sort of take him off it. Do you think maybe that's where the mistakes kind of fell? Because their T side, in comparison to what Fnatic usually do on T side, was very different.
Yeah, let's put it this way. There were a lot of problems that I wouldn't necessarily put down to just the comp, and I think that CNED was one of the stronger elements of that game. So it's weird. Like, I would want no Jet, but do I want this team with no Jet? And that's where the complication comes. It's something that we've heard from some of the coaches in the interviews, that it's more important, it's not necessarily the case to say, oh, this is how you play Valorant. It's like, with your team, with your players, you have to make those changes. And personally, CNED on a Jet op, that's just what I know him for. That's what he's the best at, as far as I'm concerned. In this game, though, on the attacking side, they struggled so much, man. They just didn't clear corners. There were many times they got caught off guard, and you could see their game plan just wasn't as well rehearsed as I'd want it to be. Let's put it that way. Very much in the same way as in the previous game, we were saying those teams reacted at Ballista in particular to compositions and to things that their opponents did really well. I think Raise Your Edge reacted very poorly, or just didn't react. They did what they wanted to do, and if it didn't work, they went, do it again. Or in the middle of the round, they go, well, that's our strat, so keep going. We saw I think the first 4v5 save that I've seen. Myself and Lothar were both losing our minds about that.
Yeah, I feel like the composition is just lacking firepower, and this is why we have seen in this composition Raze being played instead of Jet, because of the utility that it offers, right? You have an aggressive opening and clean corners, because even when Sova and Sky are in the composition, you can get info, but you cannot push out anyone.
I do also feel like the Sky flash with the Jet isn't always going to be easy, right? With Breach, it's just a point and click. With Sky, if that's kind of the vibe you're going after with your Jet, Sky seems like an odd choice. But just moving on to the Rix side, because they definitely showed us a very, very good comeback. I don't think at one point maybe it wasn't expected, especially since, if you are going to play against this Fnatic comp, I'm just going to call it the Fnatic comp from now on, against them on T side, this is designed to be good on T side. That's why Fnatic sort of utilize it. So Lothar, with that in mind, what did you make of Rix's CT side in that map?
I really liked how they played it, because it feels like, Yoru's the duelist, so it's something that we touched upon during the match. But he actually gets a lot of map control for the defenders, even though he doesn't get it, like physically, because he just fakes the teleports. He conditions a team, he conditions the attackers to think about that someone might be in the teleporter right now, or maybe he's not. If he is, then he can teleport out of it. So it's like there's many questions being asked as the attacker has to gain control of the map, and especially when you have no race to get that boom bolt out, right? You're being pinched between you're in between a hammer and an anvil, basically, right? There's a Cypher in the hookah. There's probably a Yoru in the teleport. Do you execute that? Do you hold the angles in a crossfire? How do you proceed, right? And then even if this guy used the HONK to go through the teleport from A short to get information, if someone is inside of the hookah, inside of the teleport, then the Yoru just teleports out, and you still had to have your Sky being on A short instead of B when she is needed for the execute. So very tough task for the attackers to actually get any cool plan being built when you have to sacrifice so much to get an information on the Yoru. But I have to say, Yoru on attack, not so great.
Not a fan?
Not a fan.
What do you think, Mitch? What did you make of that Yoru pick from Autumn?
Same for me, really. I think on defense, there was some good misinformation play. Exactly as Lothar pointed out, we actually saw it happen in one of the rounds where a flash went in, they get the info, okay, there is somebody in the teleporter, and then he TPs back to the A site. So misinformation was good. I don't know if it was worth giving up some of the other agents they could have had in here, but with that said, his flashes aren't amazing on the attacking side. I don't think they have nearly as much impact as if you had like a breach in that composition, for example, or even the Sky that we saw from Starzo. So I don't know. I'm not sold on him just yet, but I didn't see enough negative implication of his play that I'd say, oh, he has to go. So I'm interested to watch more of RIXGG Unbind.
I mean, with the point that you made before, the coach is saying that you should just play something that you're comfortable with. There's no point pretending to be someone else. And if that is what Autumn wants to play and he loves the agent, I feel like it's probably more, it's going to be better for the team, right, than forcing him to play something he doesn't. But I'm in agreement with you. That map was a little bit messy at times. We didn't quite know what to expect. So I think we need to give RIXGG maybe another chance to show off that Yoru on Bind. But moving on to the next map, it is Ascent. Lothar, what do you make of this map for both of these teams? Do you think there's a chance for a comeback for Raise Your Edge here?
Not enough data for me to back it up with actual stats, because so far Raise Your Edge in the past 10 matches played only Ascent once. And what's even funnier is I don't have in stats on where's the bomb planted on the pistol round because they didn't actually plant. So it's more of a guessing game right now. I can talk a little bit about the lineups. Like an example here, instead of Yoru, we're gonna have a Phoenix for RIXGG. So that allows a little bit more aggressive plays than with Yoru, which is, it sounds a little bit weird, right? But Phoenix does actually impact the game in a more meaningful way than Phoenix, even though their ultimates are very similar, right? You literally have a dude running, but one dude has a gun, the other dude doesn't. So in this case, Phoenix is more impactful because he can actually get a very aggressive map control, which people will follow, and you have still that firepower with you.
And speaking of Phoenix, we are heading into Agent Select to see if they have picked it up. I feel like when we talk about Phoenix, we're moving to the NA meta. They love their Phoenix over there, of course. And, we have a Jet and a Reyna on the side of Raise Your Edge. Mitch, what do you make of that?
Yeah, we saw this most recently versus Jonas's team, Shock Dart, or at least I presume Average Jonas is some sort of a hand in that team. We saw them take this out and try the Reyna in there. What they're swapping it for is what I could probably give anyone that doesn't know. I'm sure Lothar's looked at the sheets, but if you didn't know, I could give you 10 guesses and you wouldn't get it. And yes, that is more agents. You would run out of agents, so it's a bad example. But so they're actually putting it in instead of a Killjoy. So they're playing. I'm gonna say no Sentinel, and I'm gonna make a rule now. I'm gonna describe no Sentinel even when we have a Sage, because I don't view her as a Sentinel, at least in how most teams use her. So no Cypher Killjoy is what I mean when I say that. So that's a really interesting take, but one that I can see working, and I've seen teams do it with a Sky instead of Sentinel. I don't know about Reyna. I don't know that it brings the same value.
I support the no Sentinels rule when it comes to Cypher and Killjoy. Just want to throw that in there. And Lothar, I am going to let you have an opportunity to make your point. In fact, I'm going to leave the both of you now so you guys get a bit more time to yourselves, Mitch. I know you'll love that.
Absolutely. Myself and Lothar, we need some time alone, Sue. Get out of here. Come on, we got to have our candlelit dinner. Mystic's going to be getting jealous. But yeah, so Lothar, here we are. We're just about to jump into the game, and here we go. Look, we're zooming in. Get me in that game, because Ascent is about to start here. It's the second map of Raise Your Edge versus RIXGG after a 13-11 on the previous. A huge comeback by RIXGG, and now they're on a map where they look pretty comfortable, but Raise Your Edge have got a 91% win rate. That's pretty good, but not versus the best teams out there. Lothar, what are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling that Reyna, if Kyle shows up, I actually do feel that in a high-level competitive play, the Reyna right now is very scary. Way more scarier than she was before. Because of the assists change, she is way more consistent. A consistent Reyna it's the worst nightmare, right? Because, she can always pop off, but if she doesn't pop off, then she's not a problem. Here, when she's more consistent and she's consistently getting healed and so on, that's gonna be a pain in the bottom. But now let's just focus on the execute on B. They have a lot of time to get that plant.
Yeah, they do. They're going to look... Oh, hold on. There's a dash from Jet. Baits them into a fight, but it's one that they win. Autumn and RCK from the backside doing some damage. There's still some more pushing their way on through. Latex, though, comes up behind, catches himself. A CNED that should be completely dead to rights at this point, and indeed he is. Even after a 3K, he needed the ace to win that one out. 1-0 as RIXGG... They fly into the lead to start this one off. Although they did the same on the previous map. They went 2-0 up, and then they had to take the lead back off their opponents at 11-11.
But this time they are actually setting on defense, and their defense seems to be working for them pretty well. And they're going off from a strong comeback, which is affecting for sure Raise Your Edge mental game. Like, you just lost a game where you were 9-3 up, right? And you lost the pistol round in the next match. In the next map. Like, this is gonna affect you. So I feel like RIXGG is super happy right now, even if because of the start on the defense, and I liked how they baited the entire team from Raise Your Edge to just go into that B side and allow them to get it, because that was a pincer movement coming from RIXGG. And now look at that, this stack on A, they read them so well.
Yeah, but there's so much information coming RCK's way. He gets himself a free kill, even a second, almost on for 3. Really nice work with the Ghost. You can afford to play a little looser. CNED, he thinks he's an octopus. He's trying to dash out of there, not a chance. And a 3 versus 1, all down to Bone Cold. Steve, I don't know if his name is Steve, but he's dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. 2-0 as RIXGG continue on, as you'd expect, taking that win.
I was waiting for an ink to pop out from CNED here.
It really does give me squid or octopus vibes,
It has that kind of movement, like when the, when they did just make this waving kind of movement.
Dash. Yeah. I'd call their thing a dash as well, so it kind of fits.
But hey, this is actually pretty good round from RIXGG. The reads are on point. How do they do that? Like, did they prepare? Is Raise Your Edge just playing very predictably how they played the previous games on against other teams? They got that info. We'll see now. Look, 3 players on A. Cypher still standing his ground on A. 5 people preparing for the execute. CNED goes in and loses the duel.
That's a tragic loss. The flash on the right side, and Autumn even got another kill. He was already aiming at his head coming around the corner. Excellent work as a 2-man advantage now sits in play for RIXGG. Getting onto this site seems next to impossible, and atop a wall, Sage was above the smoke as she pushes out. Well, she at least got 1 kill. That's probably a win in that situation, but
I don't perceive it as a win. It was 1v4. She had a Vandal. Her opponents have Spectres. So you want to give that the Vandal, or you would like to save it? They did save with 4 people. Why not save here, right?
True. Very true. I guess they don't want to offset the economy, but I don't think it would have had that much impact. In fact, you already had a lot of money in play for Sage. So yeah, I 100% agree. Saving would also definitely give you either the weapon or a better chance of finding kills, because you can actually catch them off if they do come to hunt you, and if they don't, well, then you save the weapon, so it's a win-win.
And they will come to hunt you because they had inferior weapons. Very cool cage. 4th Ray here. Oh, that is so cool. He plays around that eye. Oh, never mind. The cage has ended. There's a control of sight.
Oh, but look, as they come out the smoke, they're not ready. CNED gets a trade eventually, but it is that. A player lost as Raise Your Edge take down the site and get a spike plant, but they lose another player. The flanker coming through middle. It's the Sage from the previous round looking to get her revenge. They're buying time as much as they can. Paranoia goes out to buy that angle, but it actually caught Sage. They blinded their own teammate, and they may just have sealed their death warrant. Signed, sealed, and delivered. CNED now has to ace it, and it's not going to happen. That is tragic, Lothar. The Paranoia was great to delay the push onto site, but when it blinds your Sage, you're kind of doing more harm than good.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. I'm not sure if it miscommunication or just misstep from Starkster to go into that Paranoia. Maybe he should have just waited out a little bit. kind of hard to say, right? Because it's not also a usual thing that you practice. This is an impromptu, quick from off the feet thinking that you have to do in Valorant sometimes. And when you're not prepared for that, well, things like this can happen. You cannot blame anyone here for this. It was a valiant effort, but unfortunately didn't pay off. And this is creepy.
Just staring at us. A nice little spike you have there. You gonna plant it? Plant it in the boathouse? Okay. But luckily he doesn't give info.
This is such a tough match for Raise Your Edge. 0-4 right now on the attack, on Ascent. I mean, you can't really expect to be super... He didn't get it. Okay. You can't expect to be super effective on the attacking side on Ascent, but 4-0 is really disheartening after that previous match. So this is not looking good for Raise Your Edge mental game, that's for sure. And maybe because of that, we've seen those kind of weird mistakes, something that we like double guess, right? Maybe they just a little bit tilted. Who knows?
You will not kill my ally.
Oh, there's the res coming through after the early pick that we saw on that. Excuse me, sorry. CNED Bone Cold doesn't matter because Autumn's coming in and damaging this push. The problem is you've already got a res. You committed so much to this round. Walking into an op doesn't increase your chances. Lothar, the former endpoint player over in Counter-Strike, showing that it doesn't matter what game it is, whether it's the op or the OP, this man is OP with that weapon in hand and a 1 versus 4 in the hands of Stark. So we'll see what he can do with it. Well, not a lot if he got spotted by that just a second later, and that would have been perfect. He walks out mid, and that false information that it's clear might actually net Starzo a favorable duel. He comes around the corner, and even the jump scare isn't enough to deter Autumn from picking up 4. A 5th round on the board now for Rix. And again, Raise Your Edge. You know, they've lost a lot of rounds in a row if you take the previous map into consideration.
Yeah, and you know what's even the worst aspect of this round? Autumn got fed. He literally, it was such a cool play. Autumn was waiting for the res. He knew it's gonna happen, right? They lost one guy. He was kind of in a cover, so they can res him and then push out because they need to save the guy from being killed after the res. And this is when he used the ultimate to just push them. And after he gets the 1 kill, he gets back to his pizza pocket and just gets a double kill after that. Now he is 3 out of 6 on the next ultimate, which is so impactful in this game. It's insane. He is being fed.
Looking to be a faster play here. The slow for Heaven I really like as they push out to the site. 2 players in the back, and CNED, he looks for them and he just might get them, but no Latex. He's in there quickly. They know Frey is down below and isolate the duel. The trades looking to be brought back, but Raise Your Edge, they're doing quite well on this one. A stinger from above. Well, it'll certainly sting if they lose this round. Starzo now all alone. He tries to create the space and finds a better weapon, but doesn't know where both of these players are. They know Sov is above in Heaven, but he has to be worried about Jet coming behind. At this point, he's just going to run away, look to try and force the fight, and, well, leave A altogether. At least that's what he wants to tell the others. Oh, nice angle here if they do push forward, but they're not sold on this being a B hit just yet, and right into the op he goes. Lothar showing his proficiency with scoped weapons yet again, 6-0. This is a tragic start. I mean, they need to get on the board soon. It's starting to slip away.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and CNED failing to get that first blood after a good execute actually on the side. They got a lot of info. Cypher was tagged underneath Heaven, and then he just didn't get the kill, which is pretty bad because he is on the upper side of the generator, so he only sees the feet. He can shoot it, but he doesn't get the same amount of damage that his opponent will do on him, right? Because he will see almost entire like silhouette of the Jet standing there, but the other way around, it's a little bit awkward. You're gonna have to shoot like through the wall, and you have the inferior gun. It's pretty awkward. But what is even more like unlucky is that Starkster really tried to fake that he goes to B, but I feel like the only way of you doing that, you have to make noise that you actually fall down and then go back up. Otherwise, the people will not like just even try to rotate.
I did also like even though Frey got the initial kill under under heaven, they dealt with him really nicely. They're talking of dealing with people. Lothar, he's been dealt with straight away. That drone coming into play to push him off the angle. And obviously they didn't know he was there, but just to make sure no one can hold it. Now they push forward, dash onto site. Frey caught off by the Hunter's Fury, and CNED looking for a victim. It's Lothar on the backside. It's the op, and it's not looking the right way. A free kill for CNED as they look to get the site and plant that spike. It looks like that's what's going to come into play. Killes, not the killer in this situation. Autumn takes him down. This could be a tragic way to lose the round. The heal. Oh, Autumn, a 3k already. His ult now under threat. He's going to flash around and take the fight, but that's him dead for sure. The trade not even there. Bone Cold in with a triple, and the round is secured. Raise your edge. Get it at last. Really well played by Bone Cold. He continues to impress me.
Secured? I feel like more like gambled. Because this was a 5v3, three-man retake. Autumn got a kill that enabled his ultimate to go off. He was a little bit, like, let's say, too fast on pressing that X button, right? Unless he has using a different keybind. But he was out in the open. That allowed Born Cold to get that pick. It's quite unfortunate that Sova didn't have full HP to get that trade then after Autumn gets killed. But it was such a valiant effort from Autumn. And Kyle's, oh my, that was a whiff. Like, I was really unlucky that he didn't get that kill on the Phoenix. But now, new round, new beginnings. It's 6-1. Bone Cold with another kill. He's now wreaking havoc.
And the confidence in play for him, you saw it. He hears the op shot and he repeats it, goes for him on the hunt. And the hunt was successful. That's a headshot from RCK, but it was through the wall, so the player will just about survive. CNET making it to site where the spike is going down. A 5v3, a tough retake. You look at RIXGG, with all the utility going down, this just leaves them in a spot where they're essentially forced to play the retake. There was no way to deny that spike plant. And it's a pretty arduous task to make your way into this. I think saving is more or less the only option as time ticks away. And it looks like they're coming to the same conclusion. Yeah, there we go.
Although I have to double guess myself, sorry. Why didn't we see like any kind of utility being used from the Omen on the defensive side used before? No paranoia, no smokes being used as well. So he didn't cut off like the A lobby entrance from the push. I find that really surprising that we didn't see any kind of utility used for the defense. Maybe they didn't prepare like fast enough for the execute, right? It was blazing fast.
Yeah, it could have been caught off guard. Caught with their pants down. Not too much of a surprise if that's what happened, because the pace was definitely up. Here's a pause. And I wonder, is this a pause for technical or tactical? To be honest, at this point, if RIXGG are calling a tactical pause, they have earned more than just my respect. Can't see the chat in the bottom left, but I think they'll use it as an opportunity either way. Because when you look at where RIXGG are at, they've lost 2 rounds in a row, and it's a tactical pause, confirmed. And the previous round was, oh, hello. Look at him in the little basket. But it was heartbreaking, really. You know, Raise Your Edge, they up the pace so much, they get in there, completely catch them off guard. And as you're saying, you know, there's lots of things they could have done to counter it that they just didn't. And this is where you need to take a step back and say, okay, things did not work out as we expected. We now need to fix that problem.
You know, I like it because this is RIXGG taking the tactical pulse. They know that the 2 rounds kind of happened very quickly in a succession. So they're making the pause. Also puts Raise Your Edge into an uncomfortable spot when they actually have to cool down. They are not on a roll anymore, right? And this is also very important. But they go for that fast execute. They go uncontested on B. It's very similar to the pistol round right now. What is unfolding? There goes the paranoia. Blinds backside.
Look at Omen in the corner, sat on site. He's in the open. Once they push forward, he's in a little bit of trouble. CNED, good shot, but no full connection. There's the kill as he goes out for a little bit more. That recon dart, he puts the smoke on top of it, and that allows the peek to come out from kill. As really nicely done. That's something we've seen from CNED before. And with Autumn picking up a kill, There's no ultimate to play off of this time. No run it back to throw yourself at your enemies and try to make the win happen that way. Instead, it's going to be a tough push into the operator of CNET that just keeps on answering. And although Lothar grabs himself, he knows where Reyna is, but he's not going to get that kill. It's too tough to make happen in such a short time frame. And when that Reyna's staring right at you, 6-3. As RIXGG continue the streak, the pause evidently not slowing down momentum enough.
Yeah, and this is looking good. Way better for RIXGG. Remember, this is Ascent. It's a little bit defender based, I would say. But the problem is, RIXGG is playing Jett and Reyna. On defense, this is not going to be as effective as on attack, and they only got 3 rounds right now. They need to get to a point where they have 5-6 rounds.
Yeah, I think equally though, Rick's playing with a Phoenix and a Jett. The success that they're having on defense is pretty impressive at the moment. Obviously, Phoenix's utility, I feel like even on attack side, it gives you more value. The flashes, the way you can play off of smokes, the wall as a sort of budget version of Viper wall. It's a pretty good utility belt at times. But for RIXGG, their last 2 rounds have been very quick. They've been very pointed aggression. In this one, they're pulling back to check their behind, but there's no way they're moving away from the A site. They want this push, they want this site. And we've seen with weaker weapons them get in towards the site. We've seen a very good slow orb. The problem is if they do the same thing here, that slow orb that they throw over gives away that it's going to be a push towards A very quickly. And then they have to wait a while for it to land. So they don't want to do that. They want to push out, presumably when this smoke dissipates, or maybe even before. Utility coming over now, giving away their intentions. They're spotting a player behind, but they've no idea about Lothar, who's out there, but blinded by the eye. Or CK, good for one, gets close, gets real close, up there, hugging his opponents, and it looks like he's going to get away with it as well for a 4K. My God, man. 7 on the board for RIXGG.
Lovely round. A really lovely round from RIXGG. Not sure if you paid attention to the minimap, but they were actually prepared for that. They play in a way that they don't allow their opponents to get on side and get a plant. 3 people are standing next to A site. 1 guy on heaven, one guy on site, 1 guy on the door. So they basically have control of the entire site and short by the 1 person next to the doorway. And at the same time, Omen is playing on mid, actually on spawn, to just get control of mid as well in case they're pushing there. So this is a very, very stacked A that just RIXGG is going into. So hard to execute on that side, even with all the utility being used.
I don't know how much time I'm going to have to make this point, but I'm going to try really quickly. I think the problem for RIXGG is the fact that they are consistently lacking a game plan. And we said this previously, but I really want to hammer it home. Because what we're seeing from these guys in that previous round, you're playing versus a Cypher. Look at the information Cypher has on the map. He sees there's no one B. He has all the info. They've got all mid clear coming into the last minute. Then they played super slow and went A. Like, that is not how you play around, because at that point you are running into a stack. Of course you are. Even right now, there's 3 players on A because of the info they had, and they lose mid. They just go to a 2-man B setup, which is perfectly fine to hold on as well, because I presume they still have paranoia. So what they need to do is start dealing with the utility, like the camera that's getting the info, posturing elsewhere, and making sure they're not running into stacks. But we're not seeing that, and I think that's where someone who's experienced as an IGL needs to come in. Like, CNET's a strong individual player, but you need more to back him up there, more experience on that roster, and I think they just lack it right now. As I'm finishing off that point, Killaz manages to grab a killer and takes open the A site. Lothar dashes into heaven safely, but there's still a player just TP'd into wine. This is a problem. Planting that spike is going to be tough. They've dropped it. Now they need to plant it, now or never. All that has to be done is to deny it. Down they go. The knives in with a double. Lothar picking it up. He missed the planter, but it worked. And 8 rounds guaranteed at the end of the half with 1 more to fight for.
Look, he missed it, but he hit it.
Okay. It wasn't intentional, but it worked.
Yeah, but he got it. That was a nice double kill. But to touch on your point, it's actually pretty funny. I don't know if you saw my tweet like few months ago, 2 months ago, that I said that what I'm lacking in competitive play is to see a Sova that is using his shot darts not for lineups or post plant, but to destroy the utility from Cypher and Killjoy. And I feel like I kind of inspired Ever Jonas to just do that series of like, lineups for the Killjoy, Killjoy lockdown, for the Killjoy utility. And it's something that we don't see like in every single match. This is one of the examples. Like, as you said, destroying the utility from the Sentinel that is gathering info is crucial. This is why an example, an Aftershock of Breach comes into play as well. You can just destroy the turret or the camera with it.
We did see, I think, last week, and the thing is, it's so rare to get it observed because it's not like someone's about to take a fight, right? And you don't see shock darts on the map, and that's the problem, because you can't see like, oh, this dude's lining it up to take down utility. It's really hard to show people at home that, but we have seen some players do it, right? Like to take down a camera, for example, you shock dart one side of the wall, destroys it on the other, things like that. Or CK, come on, dude, they're already dead, you know, leave him alone. He's coming in with an Odin, he's being ulted on, rightfully so, but he's not going to be able to find anything for it. The recon dart, the wall bangs, it's a very powerful weapon, and it can be used on the retake. If there's even a retake, Luz has come in and shut down Killaz. One player they know to be stuck inside main. RCK's got Starzo. He doesn't even need a recon dart. Straight through the wall, he just pummels him, and 9-3. An insanely convincing half from RIXGG on their defensive side. And Lothar, you pointed out that, and I agree entirely, looking at this composition, this is not one that screams to you, it's okay, we're going to do better on the defensive side.
It's like wishing for something that's not going to happen, right? Unless they're going to play like they're on attack. Because that's what needed, right? You go aggressive. The Jet and Omen Reyna trio just pushes lanes, gets information, gets map control, gets like the kills when people are blinded. But how often can you do that? If you do that more than twice, your opponents will just be playing default then and just waiting for you. And you can't do that anymore. But like, let's focus on the pistol round. How does the attack look? How will they perform with this composition on the attack? They get the map control on mid. But look at this. The Reyna and Jet are pushing. This is what I said. They have to play aggressive on the defense.
Doing just that. Yeah, they've got the control outside of A. It's known to be a B hit. The problem is they can't get back in there in time. There's Sova locked off by a smoke. Now there's just one player backside. It's your Sage. Fry, look at this on mid. There's a nice shot. The flick over. No kill. Reyna comes in to presumably save the day, and he's only good for one. But meanwhile, they've lost the B side. Spike plant goes down, and it's just the two duelists left to try and make this work. They have no idea where their opponents are. Autumn takes a head peek angle. Hot hands down to delay the push, and he's just going to play nice and comfy down in B main. Let's raise your edge. Look to push back out. They've lost the information, and they've certainly lost the info battle because now their positions are known. Luza up close with a frenzy, catches it. His teammate taking... I love this setup, man. His teammates are taking the fight, and then he's ready. When that guy runs out of ammo and has to reload, that's when Luza comes in with a frenzy. It didn't happen there, but that's the whole idea. Absolutely gorgeous and clean play. And with RIXGG now taking both pistols, things aren't looking good.
I mean, there's no way you can win a 1 versus 3 like that. That was a very good crossfire setup. You don't have enough ammo. I really love the play by Autumn. He played his hot hands to, like, let's say, with two things in mind. First of all, your opponent kind of push through it, right? It has a high DPS. But at the same time, it allowed him to change his position because he can go into it. So he faked, I mean, he didn't fake. He went to the other side, made the steps, while Jet took his place and didn't make any single sound. And then he also faked that someone is like trying to shoot through the smoke and get the control of that.
Good stuff by Fry to start this one off. He's, well, not getting control of A because he did die, but he got 2 at least along the way. Nice little spray down. And we'll pretend we didn't see that Autumn. It's okay. He's experimenting. He's trying new things. But he's left Jet super low. Nice headshot. Ult available. But with low HP, it's not likely to be popped here. And the Sheriff on that range would be just as good, really. Just the rate of fire, that's the problem. But with your low HP, you'll only get one shot or one knife off anyways. 11-3. And an expected scoreline after the pistol and how it went down. Problem is, they can only afford to lose 2 more rounds now on Raise Your Edge. And I think out of the last 20, they've lost more than 2. They've won maybe 5 out of the last 20 rounds.
Yeah, this was really problematic. Like, I feel like what is Razor Edge is currently lacking is in mid control as well. Like on pistol round, it was very obvious that they lost the round because they had no.
He legged him. He legged him. He was full blind running, and he legged Lothar, who was jumping. I'm pretty sure. If Lothar didn't jump, that would have been a kill. That would be just stupid. But that's RNG for you. Oh, he just got so lucky. Sorry to cut you off, Lothar. That genuinely surprised the hell out of me.
That happened.
Well, the door is up, so it's open. Clean for business if the guys want to shoot on through, as you saw them doing. And the thing is, at the moment, 5v2, I don't want to see them take fights. I want to see them tuck in. RCK's managed... Oh, he's dead. He's dead on that crossover, surely. There we go. They finish him off. Just pushing through. Fry's got an ace. It's not going to happen. He grabs himself a double. It's something. It's some sort of consolation, but at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. That leg, though, oh my god. I just saw him on 1 HP, and I'm like, no way he just hit that, man.
Well, there's a small chance for Razor Edge Gaming right now. There's the light at the end of the tunnel, right? They need to win this round. This is the most important one. And what I liked from RIXGG is that they are not actually paying like the full cash for this round. They're actually playing a bonus round. And this is very important because if they fully commit and they allow to Razor Edge the chain wins, it doesn't really like put you in a winning spot. But if they play a bonus round right now and get some kills, destroy the economy, they have a higher chance of destroying the economy from Razor Edge by just not allowing to chain rounds. This is such a cool play.
One of the most threatening parts of B is main, right? If you lose that control, they can blitz you on the site in a matter of seconds. And we saw RIXGG deal with it by having Cypher Cam, right? No risk. You get the free information. You can check it from anywhere. They don't have the same luxury on Razor Edge, so they push forward. They need that information if the push is coming through. Lothar going all the way to spawn. He's around the back of the site already. Recon Dark going to see him. He's taken down by Starzo. The rest of the team, though, they faked it out. They're on their way towards the A side. RCK on his way over there as well. Still with a recon dart to play with. It comes down to Autumn. If he... Oh, hold on. Another here, actually. Fry has managed to get a kill. Now they've spotted the player, but Autumn already dealt with him. A side's completely open for business. This is insane. It was an eco. It should be one where RIXGG just gets smacked out and we move on to the next, but Razor Edge, caught with their pants down, have given away an operator. They've given a man advantage. There's a Phoenix ult and a Hunter's Fury to play against, and they have no ults of their own. This is tragic and so difficult to get back into this round, but they need to. They can't allow 11 to turn into 12 and a win to turn into an overtime at best. This is Razor Edge going in for the retake, and if they lose, they quite likely lose the map. But they're winning the duels. It's a 2v1. Hunter's Fury, though, gonna be the main problem. There they go. They tapped the defuse, and one shot going in for the second. He's delaying it, and he's not gonna get the kill. They've defused it. What? RCK, he ran so far away with fears of being pushed, but instead, he loses the round. Good move to stick it halfway, and had either of those players been half HP, it was over. But they weren't, and they just about managed to recover a round that looked surely lost.
Cold-blooded decision by Razor Edge here to just get that half defuse. It was crucial. They were running out of time. If both players were below 80 HP or exactly 80 HP, this would have been lost. But fortunately, the first player to defuse the bomb could have got 2 hits and get that half of it. So that was crucial. But at the same time, something I mentioned, this round was a throwaway round. They wanted to damage the economy.
And it's not just that, right? I think the idea was that he was worried about somebody put like the... Oh, it's we need to break that down. We need a video on that one because it was just so big brain, right? You presume that this round that's gone to hell and Razor Edge just dominated it, but in that clutch situation, you pop the Hunter's Fury. He's presuming that the second player will push him. That they'll think, oh, he's in the open and B main or A main, I can just peek him and kill him. But no, he'd gone back further. They made that read. They made that call. And that's a scary call to make because if he was close, he would drop that Hunter's Fury, he would peek, and he would win the round, undoubtedly. So, gamble is definitely how that round transpired. A 3v4 that they end up coming out on top in. And now they've got chained together a second one. 11-6. Again, Lothar, you said it, right? Light at the end of the tunnel. The question is that the way out? Or is that a train?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to make that joke. Anyway, but there's actually that hope, like right now, just somewhere there, because it's still a very long way. Oh no, he's gonna get pushed.
Oh, he's missed. So you 4 players there. That's the unluckiest push I've ever seen. Starzo pops the wall, drops back immediately. He realizes the risk does not meet the reward, but does he? Does he realize that? Because he sat inside the smoke up close. Versus pistols here. This is a dangerous game to be playing. Luckily backs off before the smoke dissipates. Otherwise, I think we'd have to get his head examined. The advantage.
He's going for the ultimate. He was given a gun. He is gonna go for it. Unfortunately, Frey doesn't get the lurk.
Yeah, at this point, you lose your lurker. Maybe you don't go for the ult. I think you don't need to risk it exactly. And there you go. He was dead on the first peak. Didn't need a second. Out goes the Paranoia. Shock darts trying to do some damage. In fact, get a kill, but it's a classic in the hands of RCK. In with a second, a third. RCK brings it to a 1v2, but Latex, unfortunately, without that Vandal, they couldn't get it done. That was so close, though.
If Frey wouldn't have died on Market, this round would have been completely different. But at the same time, I'm 100% with you on that point. You don't use the ultimate if you know that you lost your lurker, because then they're not gonna go in basically for free frags for your Cypher, right? Because they're gonna fall back from the ultimate or just ultimately push, and this allows your Cypher to get those backstabs. So he pushed with that Vandal. If he gets 1 kill, then he pops the ultimate. But then that failed again. They still brought it back, like 1 versus 2. That was actually pretty cool. Now the classic just outplayed everyone with the right clicks. So pretty good.
I mean, this is starting to heat up a little bit in this game. It's not the one-sided one we thought. I guess in a way that's on us, isn't it? Because the first map was exactly the same, 9-3, and then it's hella close. But I didn't think it was going to happen here. Raise your edge with an extremely, let's use the word unique for now, an extremely unique composition that seems to be working for them on the defensive side. But we did talk about how the key point of this is aggression. It's getting that information with your players, not with utility. With that is added risk, but I guess when you've got someone like CNED on your team, you're going to be comfortable in doing that. Although it's not CNED. In fact, he's the most passive almost of the lot. It's bone cold. D-Boss did. I was pushing forward.
I feel like RIXGG is actually playing against what Razor Edge Gaming has to do very well, because they play default. They know that Razor Edge needs to gather information by just like wandering around the map. They have no utility for that. And if the Sage uses the wall early on, if they bait out the slows, basically she's useless, right? There's no constant threats, but CNED gets just dry picked and gets a pick. That shouldn't happen.
So he's gone in for more. He's looking for a little bit extra, but unfortunately it's not happening for him. Killaz uses the dismiss to just get on out of there, and another kill as Autumn's caught. Well handled by Raise Your Edge. CNED with the double. The Paranoia as well that we saw just about get thrown before Bone Cold fell. The fact that he got it out meant that they couldn't effectively trade CNED up in heaven, and that's what gave him the confidence to go out for a second kill, ultimately getting them the round.
Yeah, this was pretty awkward, not gonna lie. I'm wondering, why did we see Frey just dry peek that, right? No information here. Did he have the camera? I didn't actually see it being used, but maybe it was used. But if he gets it in, if he would use that camera, he gets the info on CNED's position, then he doesn't dry peek that.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, Paranoia, again. It's going to catch them. It caught all of them, but they're close enough, so Autumn takes him down. The site overrun. Raise Your Edge struggle to have any sort of resistance on it. Now have to play for a post plant yet again, a difficult one at that. The updrafts here from Jet, the knives going out, but they don't find their targets, at least not for the kill. The one player that is low has popped his ultimate, and it's run it back. Phoenix pushing through the doorway, looking for the kill up close. Starzo headshot while jumping. That has saved his life. However, the Phoenix is now fully healed back up. RCK spotted playing the post plant. He had his Hunter's Fury, but no longer. Now a 2 versus 4. Drop down. CNED caught on the side. Luzza in with a double, but he's got so much more to do. All these players all over the site. The res popped and the defuse. Stuck as it was. Luzza makes a damn good effort of it, but in the end, it's not enough. 9 on the board. Raise Your Edge and retakes on the A side. Just seemed to be unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, this was pretty cool, not gonna lie. It didn't seem that way the entire game, right? We have seen Raise Your Edge being very hectic, very chaotic, not organized on the attack sides on both Bind and Ascent. But here, on the retakes, they actually played it really well. But I have to point out that Stark saw headshot while jumping on the Phoenix ult on run back. If that didn't happen, we might have seen a very different round.
Oh, they lose. They lose the round because they lose Starzo, they lose the ability to push through door, and they lose the res, which they ended up using to save the round. If they didn't have the res, even if everything else unfolded as it did, you don't have anybody sticking the spike. You have a 1v1 that Lothar just swings and wins, apparently. So, yeah, I think if that jumping headshot doesn't land, the round is lost. But it's these small things, man. Like, these retakes have relied on big plays. I think the other one, they got a falling, at least shot landed on the player in Hell last time that they retook A in like a 3v4, I think.
Wait, how did he die?
Where was that?
Yeah, I'm watching the minimap. Wait, that was
That's
on
Spike.
Through the box, through the crate. He might have been jumping. You know how you do it, right? You just jump over the box, gather info, but Cena was just trying to get
Cena's going. Cena's going. Why is he going? Why? They want to push mid, but the Sova hadn't even pushed out yet. There's a double now for Latex. Huge play. But it's back to a 2v2. They were pushing elsewhere, even despite all this info and map presence that they were getting. Now you've got Latex left alone. I mean, he's slowed there in the backside. And they think that, oh, God, no. They think that what's happening is happening. Latex might think that he's been, like, undetected or something. Leading Fry straight into a trap. The Sage has already pushed all the way through, but no! Oh, another one. Another victim of the knife. They're going to spot out Omen. They know exactly where he is, and a rush to the site will get a spike plant. Now, the ultimate in play goes to Spawn. He's probably going to commit to that because he's so far away otherwise. The problem is they'll now anticipate that. Either way, a 2v1. We should watch the defender Omen as he pushes forward and looks to take this 1 versus 2. I don't know how he's going to approach it, and coming down the alley, bone cold. The man himself. Paranoia doesn't actually land. He's given away his position. They're looking at him. They're staring at him. And Latex takes him down. The death stare and the headshot. 12-9. 3 chances to close this out for Rix and confirm their spot in the main event.
You mentioned that train, you know, being the light at the end of the tunnel, and I feel like CNED and Starks are good hit by that train right now. Because they've inted this round. Like, this was so necessary. Getting it first. CNED actually got a first blood on top mid. Through the box. That was such an impactful kill. It set up pace of the entire round. Riggs had to, like, slow it down, play more default, try to get kills, and it exactly happened. On the mid, CNED just pushed, gets killed. Then the guy from A-Short has to peek, get that trade, but he loses the battle, and suddenly from 5v4 it goes
Don't go
into
through
a
with an op.
3v4.
Oh my God, I thought he was going to push a cage with an op. Like, the barrel length on that kills you instantly. Instead, he waits and gets the kill afterwards. Well handled by CNED. He just gave me a heart attack. Like, he literally touched the op off the edge of the cage there. Gave it a little tickle, but he's out of there. Up on top of the wall now. This is an anticipated play if ever I've seen one. But he drops down. The wise play. Don't want to get isolated here. CNED looking for more magic on that shot down. Bone Cold takes down Latex. Another impactful kill. It stops any mid-split and kind of isolates the Spike, who is now all by himself. They want to break that wall open, and they'll succeed. But the problem is that it's being held so close by Raise Your Edge, they're not worried about somebody sneaking through there. Misinformation isn't really going to be possible. They hope that someone pushes and gets over-aggressive, as Raise Your Edge have in the past. This time, though, that's not going to be the case. And you can see, it's actually, I was hinting more that that's what Phoenix is doing, but they're doing the exact same on short. They really want someone to overpeak, and I don't blame them.
There's no other way, and Sox did overpeak, but then he gets traded by Coldamenta, so...
Oh, causes the rotate, though. Now they come into the A site. All they have to do is deal with Reyna. Killez gets 1, dismisses. Information is his. He knows the player is on the site, and he'll just run at him now. All he has to do is run straight at this dude and get the kill. Easy peasy, because if he stops planting, then he stops planting. You know, your teammates are going to be there in a second. It's all good, and you've pretty much won the round. And if he plants, well, then he's going to be caught with his weapon out. So perfectly played by Killez.
Yeah. Even if you wouldn't have killed him, there was not enough time to plant then, so it's a round 1. So good decision. I really like how RIXGG tried to approach the round, because if you're at a huge disadvantage, 3 versus 5, right? You need to get, like, you need to play as slow as possible, just get some kills, gather some map control, because your opponent plays too over aggressively. And that's something that we, in general, hinted that Raise Your Edge has to do. But when you have an advantage, you don't have to do that anymore. So this is why I was so baffled at that Zenith peak in the mid 2 rounds ago. But fortunately this time, even when Starkso got killed by Autumn in Garage B, they had a trade prepared. So it was not, you know, to an extent, it wasn't an aggressive like solo peak.
Ooh. Oh, they know where he was popping his drone from. That's a bit dangerous. Taken down and a double as well. Bone Cold in with the kill. This is tragic at this point. A 5 versus 3 emerges. Raise Your Edge. Dominating right at the start of the round. Autumn in with 1, but does it inspire enough hope? Do we think he's got what it takes to bring it further? And no, doesn't even retrieve the rifle, and that's the spike dropped out in the open, walled off and sealed. This round should be, well, just as locked off as those attackers are from the spike. Look at the angles being held right now. Spawn is being watched. You have Jet, well, both spawns are being watched. Jet watching down towards top mid, and then if the player is seen in the other spawn, he just turns around and there's an off looking at him, and then there's a wall blocking off this push. This has to be absolutely huge. We should watch Jet here, because with those knives out, maybe, just maybe, this is the big play being made. Out he goes, sees one, right click, not gonna land, and that's it. Done and dusted.
In this round, like, you have to go for that attack. You were half buying this round anyway to have full cash for the next round, so there's no point in saving anything, and destroying the economy also doesn't matter because your opponent is chaining rounds. So the only way of playing that round is trying to win. And that's what I tried, but it's such a hard setup to do. When your opponent's just holding every single angle, they are prepared for trades. So it's, even if it's a 2 versus 2, then you still have a 2 versus 2 after pause plant. It's tough, but they had to do it, so no question asked here. And now they're going, oh, look at that. 4 people in front of Garage B, we didn't see that before. Destroying the drone. Not much info gathered because the recon arrow wasn't used yet. Now it's being used, but did it get any tags?
Oh, they've seen the barrel. They know the player's there. That's a free kill on Lothar, who's now scratching his head thinking, how did they get me? Wall goes up, but the push from Phoenix won't be stopped until a bullet hits. And that's again going to be CNET doing it. Starzo dodges out of the way, and that molly so well placed. By who?
That was Phoenix.
By Phoenix. He just cancelled.
Damaged his Sova.
What?
Oh no.
Autumn.
You know what's funny? Sova could have just jumped and ult mid-air, and he would have been high enough to not get damaged by it.
I guess you're not going to think about it. You're going to kind of be like, why am I on fire? What? Like, they don't have molly. Like I said, the molly well placed. Then I'm like, wait, do they have a molly? Did I miss something? That's true. I don't know what caused that.
I literally wanted to say the same.
He just healed as well. Oh! That makes up for it, Autumn. It's okay. We forgive you, man. But they have a res. Sage is going to be on her way to that location. They're going to res him back up 5v4. RIXGG need to make a decision, and knowing the res is in play, that decision usually would be to go B, but they're going to focus on that fight and try to eliminate the resed up player. It doesn't give them anything, though. At 3 versus 4, low HP, 10 seconds left to get on the site. There's a couple of kills going their way, but Latex can't possibly get this done, right? Oh, the door! No! He's locked out of the round, literally 12 to 12. We are going to overtime.
You would have fit
overtime
under the door.
Did you say he would have fit or I would have fit?
You would have fit.
Screw you, Lothar.
Hey, I'm allowed, you know, with my contract, I'm allowed to make one joke.
One joke per day. I know. You've saved it for a good time, okay? I'll give that to you. God damn it.
But yeah, I 100% agree with you. That kill through the smoke, I feel like that was the moment when you have to push that B. You have to push that B because, you know, Sage is playing typically on B. She has to rotate to get that res, and it's worth it, right? Because it's the last round, they have to use it. So then you have a chance of actually just getting a free control of B planting and have a 4v5 toss-plant situation. But they wanted to, like, double down on it. Maybe there was not enough time to like, make that call. It's kind of hard to say, but now we have that 12-12 overtime. And CNET, think about it, CNET is actually in a worse position. He is AWPing, but this time he is only on 100 HP. And this is not a good thing to be at, you know?
Straight away, we see Killaz go towards the B site and destroy that camera. It seems like Raise Your Edge realized one of the big mistakes that they made previously. Now, keeping those two players on the B site, the problem is a weird decision from RIXGG. They're leaving mid completely open, but that's something that could pay serious dividends here. Because as they leave mid open, they have 3 players on A, which Raise Your Edge were looking to push, but they've changed their mind. Up towards the top of mid we go. Caught off, though, and spotted. Now they know this is going to be a B take, but they can't get there in time. The remaining defenders on their way. They're rustling, they're hustling. But Raise Your Edge, they need to force this fight. There we go. Fairly quickly. This is a setup we've seen before, but it's no! What? Frey comes in with a double at least, recovers on what was a terrible position, and now on the back of the site, he's the thorn in the side. Rain is spotted, and that causes them to stop planting. CNET deals with him, but in comes Lothar. He's looking for a kill with that operator in hand, waiting for the planter to peek out wide. Shot missed though. Phoenix on his way as well with a player in B main. That's an easy kill. Side swiped and dealt with. Raise Your Edge. 13-12. They're not giving up yet.
Autumn was a little bit, unfortunately, late on this position. He didn't support Luzu in that retake scenario. Unfortunately, also Luzu missed 2 crucial shots. Him hitting that shot on CNET on side was the most crucial aspect of this retake, and he had actually an opportunity to do that. So that's quite unfortunate, but still, Frey kind of bailed them out from this round because it opened up by Starkster having a nasty shot. Nasty, absolute nasty shot on Bone Cold on side, and that opened a lot of possibilities of planting. But now look at that, super quick execute, no time to talk, but CNET with the opening kill.
He's already grabbed one and looks for more. The drone above doesn't deter him, and maybe it should. Immediate trade by Autumn. A round needed by RIXGG to avoid a map 3 and a potential loss in the series on the back of it. Autumn dealt with immediately. Bone Cold underneath and double peak solo. 14-12. We close that one out. Raise Your Edge. They got reverse swept in the previous map, and this time they've got the brush out and they're sweeping their opponents out of the map. We are going to go to map number 3, Lothar. What a game this has proven to be.
What are we watching even? Like, did those guys just say this to themselves, well, we'll do what they did last map and we just make a reversal? It's like a mirror match, literally a mirror match of the rounds. They lose very, very high scores on attack, then they win on defense, and then we just get an overtime and they make it. Nuts, absolute nuts. And now, you know what's funny? Now RIXGG is in the same position that Raise Your Edge was in this map. They're on a losing streak, right? Mentally on a losing streak, and this is gonna be very straining for them.
Yeah, we said failing to close out maps is one of the worst feelings in esports, and I think now we've had each team have a taste of that. Map 3 is going to be coming up in a little bit, but we'll be back soon to talk about that with Sue. For now, we're going to head over to a quick break. We'll see you soon.
Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where RIXGG and Raise Your Edge are level in this best of 3. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters Mitch and Lothar. Guys, finally, we have a map 3. I believe this is the first map 3 this entire week throughout the play-in stage, so I'm very excited to see that. Mitch, I feel like we got to commend Raise Your Edge for their mental fortitude, you know, to lose the first map, only get 3 rounds on their T side, and then come all all the way back and to win it in OT, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, 100%. It's not just the fact, and we were saying this during the cast, that they're down 9-3 and as it went on, it's the fact that you are in a position where you've lost so many rounds in the previous half, as in the second half of the first map, and then it continues to feel deflated is something that even top-level professionals struggle with. So honestly, I'm incredibly impressed with Raise Your Edge right now, and I feel like I underestimated them in terms of an organizational level at where they'd be at mentally. Although I have to say, some of the decisions that are being made are a lot looser than I would like around their game plan, but I think in that map I could say the same thing about RIXGG.
I do feel like it's still a little bit messy, but like you said, it's a lot better than the bind performance we saw. I'm going to just ask you one more question, Mitch, before we move on to Lothar, who's got a little segment prepared for us. But what did you like, I guess, in particular from that map that they managed to switch up even from the bind? Because on bind, they were a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, I think one of the things that worked so well for them here was the fact that they gave CNED so much more space to play off of on that operator, but then they weren't afraid on the attack to allow him to just dash in without the op and take these opening duels. Sometimes a little bit too much space, like we see there with them pushing down mid, even though they had the advantage and ultimately almost cost them the game, that kind of play. But overall, I think when you give CNED that op, you need to give him freedom and you need to move with him to secure parts of the map control, which for the most part, Raise Your Edge did really well here.
I think so too. And as you guys can see from those stats, Autumn on that Phoenix as well. Of course, you know, the game went to 14-12, so there's not that many surprising things statistically, I feel like we are seeing. But moving on, because Lothar has prepared something in your lab, I believe. Lothar, talk us through what you've picked out, what you want to highlight, I guess, from the map that we just saw between these two teams.
I wanted to really highlight the way that RIXGG played the pistol round, but also Raise Your Edge, because that's what their composition kind of dictated. So we're going in to the pistol round on the attack for RIXGG, and this is very interesting because, first of all, let's take a look at the minimap. This is a very interesting setup, right? We have Reyna and Jett playing aggressively, something that we paid attention to even before it's happened, because we knew that this has to be an execute on attack. Like, if you're on defense, you have to play like on the tag. You have to get that map control. And because of that, also Sova has to be on this spot on A, because he will have to put a recon dart to just get that control and information for the attackers in this form of Reyna and Jett. So, and then you also have Omen, who has to help them to get paranoid, right? And then they can just push, get the kills on the people that are being affected by the recon bolt and the paranoia at the same time. Unfortunately for Raise Your Edge, there's no one in a lobby. Because of that, they gave up the map control everywhere on mid. And this is the crucial spot where RIXGG took control, basically took advantage of this round. Look at this. Look how this will unfold. There's a recon dart happening here right now, gets the info, nothing is happening. Sova, in the meantime, has to rotate all the way from A to get some info on mid, but he doesn't get it because he just has to get like one jump. Maybe he saw one player, but that's about it. In the meantime, we see that Jett and Reyna are meeting a trap from the Cypher, and this is the moment where they have to make a decision. Do they destroy it, or just Jett jumps over it and Reyna has to rotate? And then when you're going to pay attention to it, there's a jump from Jett, she goes over it, they don't destroy it, and Reyna goes back. But this is taking such a long time. In the meantime, everyone just goes on site and gets the execute, where Sage is sitting alone. Then you can see Cypher getting that lurk, getting that kill, getting information for the team that there's still 2 people going market, and the entire side is just free. This is a very tough round for Raise Your Edge to lose, but they actually played to their strength of the composition. It just didn't pay out because they didn't meet their opponents. But that's about it.
Thank you so much, Lothar. But I do feel like, you know, the theme that you mentioned there of teams maybe losing rounds they should be winning, or maybe teams winning rounds they should be losing. We're seeing a lot of that today. Mitch, I just want to see what you make of that. You know, we're seeing kind of like the crazy plays that's bailing teams out of bad situations. They can't really rely on that, can they, if they go through to the play-in stage and playoff stage even, and play against some of our best teams in Europe?
Yeah, I think this is something, though, that you kind of expect when you stray outside of the top 10. Really, like, discipline and protocols are difficult to manage at this kind of level. And I think that that's one of the main things that you'll see teams improve on as they move up. If you look at Raise Your Edge, for example, if they stay together and they start competing with top 10, top 5 teams, and we look at them then versus now, that's probably going to be the difference, is that in the current state versus then, they will play more structured and not give away as many advantages, which is, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but the perfect example was what we saw in the replays, where you have a 5v4, you've just picked mid, and then Cena just walks down middle. It's a confidence play, and sometimes it can work, but these kind of things, they can cost you rounds when you realize it's a good play, but maybe it's not necessary.
I completely agree with you there. Of course, like I said, it's 1-1 apiece on a bind and ascent, and we are going to move on to Haven. Of course, you know, the last time we saw RIXGG play Haven, it was at Epic Land, where unfortunately they lost to Wave in the finals best of 5. I haven't seen them play Haven since on stream, and they didn't play Haven against Team Liquid either. So Lothar, with that in mind, is there a team that you think is going to favor, this map is going to favor?
I don't think so. It seems like both teams are playing Haven very often. They have good scores on it. The stats are actually just very similar when it comes to both teams. What is not similar, though, is the way they approach the game, which is very interesting because it's polar opposite. The Raise Your Edge is very aggressive towards C and B. They don't attack A on almost any of the rounds, which is very interesting. They sometimes take control of A long or A short, but they try not to like go super aggressive on A. They just focus on that C and B. While RIXGG is exactly the opposite, and they attack A very often in the opening of the round. Like almost every single round, they take brutally control of A long, of A short. They try to execute on site, even in the first 20 seconds. So they get plans very often in the first, like, even 15 seconds of the round, which is impressive. With the pace of that, we have to be prepared for a very chaotic and messy gameplay.
I feel like we've had that all day today, but we are going to head into Agent Select now, as I said, for the last map of the series and also the last map of the day. So this is a must win for both of these teams if they want to go through to that playoff stage on Sunday, which of course they'll be playing against OG. But like I said, Agent Select, it is ready and they are locking this in pretty fast. I guess both of them are quite eager to getting the game. Oh, we have a Sky on Haven once again, Mitch.
You know what's interesting about this is that Rix previously were running the exact same comp that Raise Your Edge were, but now Raise Your Edge have strayed away. They were completely identical except for a Phoenix. Sorry, they were completely identical. Now they don't have a Phoenix. That's what I was trying to say. Stumbled on that one. But so it's a really interesting mechanic now that we're getting these two different styles, I guess. One is more of a pure flasher and info player alongside your Sova, and then the other is very much based around individual performance, but more so than Sky. But Autumn proved that he is definitely worthy of that in the previous map. He actually ended up with more ACS or higher ACS than CNED did.
Well, like I said, this is the last chance for both of these teams. There's a lot on the line here. Hopefully one more OT just to keep us entertained. I know you guys are going to love that. Mitch and Lothar, take this away.
You know, we love the OTs. And last time, actually, Lothar, you'll remember when we hit OTs, it was 5. And then it was 5 again. So Haven loves us. And we love OTs on Haven. So let's see if we can get it one more time as we roll on into the final map of the night and of the play-in stage. Raise Your Edge versus RIXGG. This is Haven, and this is the decider to see which of these two teams is going to move on in Challengers. Lothar, between these two comps, I'm going to ask you one question. What's your favorite?
I would probably favor the Phoenix composition here. I feel like that might be actually very impactful. Both combination of Sky and Sova, I don't really think that might be a little bit of an overkill, you know?
I agree with you. I think that when you got one, you don't necessarily need the other, and maybe Breach is going to be a better flasher, but we'll see how things go down. Muzza is the one that's starting off the killing spree, taking down one. An immediate answer back by Raise Your Edge as they come in hot. CNED grabbing himself a double as the defuse begins. RIXGG, they need to get in fast. It's already halfway, and it's fully stuck inside the smoke. Bone Cold goes down, but he's already won the round. That is 1-0 for Raise Your Edge to start things off.
Blazing fast opener, right? From Rix. They went nuts. First 5 seconds were already on site, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it was really, really impressive pace of the round. But they were met with a lot of players from Raise Your Edge already in the connectors. And that was where Kyle's got actually a kill, then got traded. But the plant, because of that, was being pushed into a position where the lurkers that after the plant wanted to take control of Double Dose, they were just too far away from the bomb. And look at that, another round when that's everything unfolding super quickly.
Yeah, just blitzing forward. If you're Rix right now, weaker pistols, you want to try to overwhelm them. And this is awkward for Bone Cold, caught in the back and taken down. Fry and Autumn in with a couple, but hold on. Raise Your Edge. Well, they raise their weapons and take some good old shots to put it 2-0. Considering where we started on that one, I think, you know, Raise Your Edge lost a lot of players, but that was also a decent investment from RIXGG. So they don't really, the ideal situation was winning the round. I guess that's a dumb thing to say because it always is, but you know, because they invested it means it's not really it's not a positive round.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like now, Raise Edge, and they're forcing. No, sorry, Rix is not forcing. They're just going for the sheriffs and low buys, and not blaming them. 2 round losses right now. Especially of the fours that are brutal. That is really brutal for you. So you have to set yourself for an entire buy round on round 3. I'm not a fan of actually forces, but I guess it makes sense when you're such an aggressive team on Haven. One more point I wanted to touch upon is that Kyle's, you can like think about how does it make any sense that he did play Reyna on Ascent and he doesn't play like any kind of aggressive agent on Haven, but it just makes sense that need info, right? That Cypher, just because of the free sides, is so crucial on Haven. But he got skills anyway.
Yeah, he's fragging out. Already grabbed himself a few. Killa's in trouble. Classic out. And his left side covered by his teammate. That's what you like to see. Team play. You got to trust your buddy. And you can see that he absolutely did. CNED closing in at 3-0. Well, I'm a little bit worried right now, and I'll give you a very good reason to be worried. CNED, he's got a Vandal, and he can drop that over to one of his teammates because he's farmed his ultimate all the way up. He can pop those knives out if he wants to. But it looks like they'll just play this one as a bonus round again. And then if they lose that, I presume the knives are going to be a feature. Oh, no, there we go. The knives are going to come through. I think that this makes more sense.
Yeah, it does. It does. Especially since even if you like miss your knives, then you get just about to get kills with any other weapon. You still stack the next ultimate, but it's going to happen fast. 6 orbs is like really low amount, especially visible on Sky. With a good control of orbs, you get that ultimate so often, and same on Phoenix. This is why I'm a big fan of Phoenix as a duelist in the teams.
Yeah, I think he can bring a lot of value. I do like this push that we've seen come down on A long. They've got very early information. The smoke is going to come into play and allow a solo hold, a Hunter's Fury kill. Killa is coming in with another. CNED on the knives. This is just a disaster for RIXGG, being torn asunder by a buy that had not a lot to work with, but 2 kills off of ultimates straight away. Now, with the information that they've got on the map control, I mean, there's not even a single player on C, right? They're focused more in towards the likes of your Garage and the A long hold. I wonder for Rix, you know, is there anywhere they can even find the space? Not to mention the spike is dropped where it is, and CNED looks like he's just at a shooting range. Hello! In with a third, and even upgrades to an op. I'm just running over in my head. I'm pretty sure his worst case scenario for Rix to start this one off.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Like this was the round when redemption should have happened, right? And it just didn't happen. The ultimates that Raise Your Edge just stacked during the first 3 rounds because they fed so much. The orbs to the opponents were just the massive influence of the outcome of the round. So well played by Raise Your Edge that they didn't just sit on those and just ulted straight away. Very nicely done. If you can get an advantage like straight away at the beginning of the round, why not go for it, right? Especially since it's a bonus round and you're gonna still have so much time to stack the orbs again and again and again and again, especially when you play aggressive and A-low.
This is where ult orbs and stuff come into play so much. There's more than just the economy. There's the ult economy. CNED! Oh my word! In there with 3-2 no scopes. And RIXGG, they're gone. They're out of this round. Good night and sweet dreams. CNED takes a 4K. 5-0. Raise Your Edge. They are not letting up on this. They may have had pistols, but that doesn't take away from what we just saw. Oh my word. That was an ult as well.
Yeah, Luso had his knives out, so this was actually quite impressive. That second kill was the most impactful of all.
Oh man, it's actually nasty. And remember, he got that up for free. It is 5-0, and CNED is 12 for 1.
And look at the economy. All of them, apart from Kyle's, are maxed out. It's insane. Ah, nice counterplay from the Recon arrow. I really like it. I'm not sure if Sova was able to hear it, but the last... that was a little bit too early. That smoke dissipated before the third round of the scan went out, so he was spotted anyway. Still a valiant effort to counter that.
CNED up there he goes, and he has the dash. This is the problem. He can go for so many aggressive peaks, is what we spoke about when we went into Split of the previous series. The Jet with an operator, it doesn't work for everyone, and in fact, I'm very much against it as a general team. For example, like you look at FPX, they don't have a Jet, they don't need one. Like generally, teams don't. But when you have someone like CNED, you give the man a damn operator, and you give him Jet if he wants to. And he certainly does, and he's showing the benefits of this agent in the right hands. It's not for everyone, but it is for him.
Yeah, but the problem is you have to chain rounds like in this one. When you snowball, this works, right? But we have seen on Bind that it's not really something that happens every single round, and if you're playing operator and attack, it's also pretty awkward. But here we go, Luso with the eye for an eye, I guess.
You take me down my ult, I'ma just wreck you at the op. Fair enough. But he's pulled it back. You know, this round is looking completely RIXGG's. The paranoia goes through. 1 kill isolated. Starkzo already in the smoke. But Rick joins him pretty quickly and takes him down. 5-1. Snowball, well, finally comes to a halt. And if you Raise Your Edge, it's a round you'll take, right? It's acceptable. You lose because of a really nice play by Lothar, but how repeatable is that on the attacking side? So far, Lothar's been pretty damn solid, but on the attack, it's hard to make it work in the same way that CNED can do it on defense.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the ultimates. Stark says it's 5 out of 6. I'm guessing he wants to go for the orb. And yeah, look at the minimap. He is actually going for the orb. So he's going to use that ultimate to gather informations. And because there's no one else pushing that A lobby, they're going to get that info pretty fast, which is crucial.
You'll
He's
notice
holding
as
off
well,
on it.
if you just look at Raise Your Edge, they're constantly playing 0 people on C. At the start of the round, it's a very heavy crunch around Garage to stop any aggression, and then the C site left open because of the Cypher utility. That's very valuable, and Lothar, he says, fool me once, but you won't get me twice. CNED tries to do the same short push, albeit gets a bit deeper this time. And straight into Lothar, he goes down. Phoenix can make a play at this point. They spotted people far back, but they wouldn't expect him to be in Garage this early, but he decides to stay anchored in as the C site gains their favor, and they want to push right onto this wide open site.
Not much information is gathered from that Tasmanian Tiger. I mean, I guess you can just kind of leave it, but at the same time, it didn't get to the end of the long, so someone could still be on the right side of it. But in the meantime, there's a lot of information going on C. They just take control of C side. Omen teleported somewhere out of our side. He's just waiting on the next to the platform. He has control over that long and CT as well. Kyles tries to get a lurk in double doors. Oh, there's many people on the double doors, but let's see how that retake goes on.
They're going to push on in Already got the squids revealing players backside. Oh, killed straight away. Smoke on the spike. Gonna look to get that defuse. Fry straight in onto Bone Cold, but Killez, he's killing left, right, and center. 3 on the board as they stick it and get the round done. Lothar firing away for 4, but it's just too late, man. They've stuck that right under their nose. And the fact that you have body blocking, you have the smoke, and then the cage is activated as well, it makes it so hard to do anything about that when you're so passive, and the one player that has an angle to stop the diffuser through the smoke has an op. That is...
Yeah, but the problem is, I feel like Sova just didn't use his ultimate straight away, and that was crucial. When he saw how many smokes were like just going in, right? That's the cue when you have to use your ultimate, like instantly. And he didn't go for it. So I feel like this could have been done a bit better, because those smokes were obviously like putting a wrench into your wheel, but could have been played around.
Yeah, I 100% agree. They had popped an ultimate, they know you're all on long, they smoke the bomb, the spike, immediately, you know they're going to defuse that. Maybe only halfway, but they're going to defuse it. Pop the Hunter's Fury and catch that player while you can. I agree, 100%. That's, maybe he was distracted doing something else or worried about a flank or whatever it was, but without that popped, and then popped late as well, it's just actually thrown away, it's burned for no reason. That's a real kick in the delicates for RIXGG. They won a round, they lose out immediately, and Raise Your Edge back on top. C side open, the TP completely reveals how this side is wide open for the taking. They've been spotted by the camera, but that's little consolation. A retake is going to have to be attempted, and if you're Raise Your Edge, you know, no ultimates to play with. In fact, the exact same ultimates as RIXGG do, but none that will help you on this retake in quite the same fashion as any of the other 3 would. This one's going to sting a little bit if they end up losing out on it. In fact, with the valuable weapons they have, oh, I thought he dodged it. I thought he dodged it completely, but he went back into it in the end. Flash gonna blind the Opper, push him back off the angle. Here come the knives. CNED needs to be a big player in this one. They haven't cleared back the site, but they take out Latex. Eventually, a 2v4 comes into play, a 1v4, and that player is on long. The lineup not quite there, being pushed. Lothar goes down, and almost a repeat from his perspective of the previous round. 7-1 now, as Raise Your Edge clock up another. This lead is getting to be pretty insurmountable, I would normally say, if we hadn't just seen the exact same kind of lead surmounted in both of the previous maps. So really, I'm not calling it till I see 13.
You're literally like taking words out of my mouth, man. It's like, I wanted to say, like, this is pretty tough because, you know, Haven is so attack based as well. I mean, maybe it's even, like, even maybe a little bit like towards the attackers if they have a composition for it. But here, like, the theme of the maps is those teams perform pretty badly on attack and excel on defense.
Yeah, no, I 100%. RIXGG is more even on that. Like, when you look at how they've been playing typically, like, their defense is 7-5, 6-6 most of the time. It's a very kind of 50-50 for them, whereas Raise Your Edge are more of an 8-4 kind of team. So it's still not anywhere near over for RIXGG, but it's going to be tough, man. Oh, that molly. Coldamenta even gets one with the shock dart. They saw that get lined up. They saw it get launched. Shot, I suppose, out of an arrow. And still die to it. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a big lob, you know, you might have missed it. And there was a lot of stuff going on. Like, because of the commitment from their Sova that was just droning from the pocket on the right side from the A lobby, they had to help it, right? Otherwise he was stuck. And because of that, it could have been hit by the shock dart. But in the meantime, look at that. An advantage for defenders, something that you want to have on those
30 seconds left.
defender-sided maps like Haven, which is a joke, as I just said about
One enemy
being attack
remaining.
based. But man, this is tough to watch.
Yeah, one player left alive for RIXGG, and the chances are starting to dwindle. Knives not landing. Out comes the Vandal. 12 seconds left. Operator shot rings out. Spike not even picked up. Back to the ultimate. Oh, the player is only one hit. The problem is Coldamenta is down below and taking that kill easy as you like. 8-1. It's just a dominant show, man. But I don't know. Halftime things change. We've learned that.
And this was a force buy, so, you know, you don't expect much, but they did get a first blood on this round, right? They get actually heavy damage on the Sova as well. That shock dart was unfortunate, but it was also as an equalizer. It was 4v4, and the 4v4 attack on Haven is actually very good. It's from all of the maps. It's actually beneficial for the attackers the most because of the free sites. The thing is, Cypher was still alive, and look at the traps, how they're being set up. So typically, what I see from Raise Your Edge, they use that Cypher to get control of double doors, of B, or like let's say on A short, where they then just leave it, right? Leave it open. This is why we have seen them play open C, because they have traps on C long, so they know when they are coming on site, and then just play retake 4v5 even. Like, it's not a problem for Raise Your Edge. So I really like how they approach this game right now, because they basically try to turn the disadvantages of Haven into advantages.
This is where mentally as well, it can be much harder to... Oh, Bone Cold got spotted.
No, that was his own ult.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's... I was away in my point. For Rix, it becomes much harder to sort of turn around and go, hey, it's going to be fine. You know, we'll bounce back in the second half, because they're not fighting for another map, or they're not fighting to win this one. Fighting to stay alive. And the stakes are much higher in this map than they have been in the previous two when those comebacks were made. And indeed, in the first one, when Rix made the comeback in the first place, they had the whole series ahead of them. Now, they have one chance. And that's presuming they can even get something done here. Killis, at least able to grab himself one kill. But look at that. It's turned back on its head. Rix, they've opened up the A site, or at least they might think so, until this ultimate pops and they see Skye slowly retreating. She uses her own, confirms these players are still outside of the A site. Autumn getting hit by about 7 different ults there. 7 different squids. He's stinging right now. Flash perfect to get away. Starzo doesn't even try to initiate a fight, and then they're not ready. What a play by Starzo. That is textbook how to play Skye, and out with the classic. Okay, he doesn't get it done, but there's an op waiting. Oh, that's a risky play with the classic. Out CNED, 70 HP, and he still jumps. What is he doing? Fry takes the kill in the round after such a big play by Starzo. They still don't get it done. I love that. That impressed me so much. Quick thinking on his feet.
Yeah, I love that as well, and he has to be livid that they didn't close it out. Like, the scoreboard is still good, right? 8-2 is... It's not bad. Like, you can still win 2 more rounds. It's okay.
It's not bad, yeah.
But still, like, to make such a good play, to kind of, like, overturn this entire round, right? They were on disadvantage. He used the ultimate to slow the push down back. He gained so much time for his teammates to rotate and take control of that A side. I was actually thinking they're just gonna let them plant.
That's danger. That is danger for CNED. He's used his dash already and then got pushed on by a Phoenix ult. He was in trouble, but managed to hit the shot through the wall thanks to the tripwire on that. Now we pull back into an even situation. Jet being healed up despite having lost so much health. She won't be falling all too soon. But, I mean, then again, she's just, like, gone from 1 to 2 bullets. Now, it's still not going to be the hardest. Plan soon to come in on B by the looks of things. You have to think about this from Rix's perspective. Planting down on B, they need control aggressively, and that's why Phoenix is moving so far up and pushing into the A side. That ultimate, it could reveal a lot of them. It could give away a whole bunch. RCK grabs the kill onto CNED eventually. There we go. Man advantage now for the attackers. They're comfortable to play on the side and look for fights, but I think they're not ready for this A push. They think that these guys on A have fallen back, but luckily they're going to fire a recon dart through. It gets destroyed. It gives away the positions, and at this point, Raise Your Edge, it looks like they're just considering the save.
Yeah, and this is where the problem started to dwindle. Because, you know, that previous round, they're cash allowed to play this one as a full buy. Well, Cypher had a bulldog, but that's about it. But they are not allowed to chain rounds anymore, and they have to save the weapons to have a chance at winning this final round before the switch, because otherwise they would have not had a full buy, and then still like kind of scramble, right? We see Kyle's with a small shields, probably has to buy that for the auto utility. So it's a little bit awkward. That one round where Stoxo did shine for that round, like with the triple kill, great position and movement, and then it was like a, let's say, questionable duel between CNED and the Cypher. Oh well, did set up them for a losing play in the next round. So it's like a cascade of events that happen and affect everything, right? If they would have won the next round, no biggie. But now that one round might actually mean that they're gonna win the half 8-4 and not an example 10-2. That one round.
You know what, Lothar? This pause is actually raise your edge, calling a tactical. Now, this was something that on map 1 I underlined as something I really didn't like, how teams in general and also raise your edge were losing a significant number of rounds and they weren't taking it seriously in that aspect. But here, they're being much more proactive about it, and that will certainly buy a lot more favor from me. Once you're not just presuming you've got the game won because you've got 9 rounds on the board, and that was their downfall before. Looking at RIXGG's setup, this is, it's fair to say it's going to be a pretty slow round.
Which is kind of cool, because I did assume that we're going to see a very fast and blazing fast executes, but it's not always happening that way, right? We see that RIXGG is actually mixing up the pace. Sometimes they play default, sometimes they do super fast executes on typically on A or mid B. But in general, they do not set up expectations, which is very important when you try to play attack. You want to not be read like a book, and this is important. But still, like, only 3 rounds in attack, it's not really looking good. But we know how the storyline looks for this match, right? Whenever they play on attack, they just get 2-3 rounds and that's it. But then they shine on defense and they win. But now, the rotations are coming. C is entirely open, something that I pointed out before. Cypher just goes to play another side, tries to get information somewhere else. And in the meantime, C is being overtaken, gets the plan down. And now, it's a 4v4 retake, Mitch.
It is, with Bone Cold picking up 1. Bone Cold had actually TP'd down C long and spotted nobody there. So they were so comfortable in playing this retake. They were confident it would be A. Bone Cold in with another and a third. This guy's unstoppable right now. Latex on the backside gets dominated as well. It's all up to Fry, and not quite the ace, but you'll take it. 9-3. And actually, if I'm not incorrect, I think Bone Cold had 1 kill coming into this. At least 1 or 2 rounds ago, both Omens had 1 kill. And now he comes up with a 4K. Huge play. And there you go. Yeah, look, he's got 5. Latex got 1. Take out that last round, they're even. Which was also a funny point, because remember earlier we were talking to Sue about how we've seen on, I think it was Split, we were talking about Omen still be played a fair bit over Brimstone. It's like, well, right now, Omen's not up to a whole bunch.
Yeah, true. I mean, you can say Omen difference now, right? You couldn't say that run before.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I mean, that was unbelievable though, overall, because I felt like Bone Cold's ult almost like cost them, not the round, but it cost them the side or any form of resistance with the misinformation, and then he ends up coming through with the 4K. It's like, oh, okay, fair enough. I won't criticize it.
I like that play. This is very similar to what I've seen before, and from other teams. They use the cage to block the recon arrow, and now they just get free A side. Look at that. 5v5 retake on pistol round? This is not looking good.
Okay, you don't see it all too often. For RIXGG, at least, they've got smokes, they've got firewalls, perhaps. It depends what they've invested into, and cages. They could have a lot to play off of when they actually get in, but it's getting in through the choke point. That's hard, and hold on. They're making it look easy. 3 kills off the bat. Out comes Starzo. Not a thing to be done, but Bone Cold, he kept it going. Unfortunately, not long enough. The train ain't left the station on this one for Raise Your Edge just yet. This half is going to start out with RIXGG picking up a 4th.
I don't know how this is happening, man. It's like a 5v5 retake on a pistol round when you don't have the full array of utility and you can like really play to your strength, right? You don't have ultimates. Unless you play classics, you can't really have like everything you want to get that retake going. And they still make it. It's kind of nuts. Like in this case, I would give every advantage to Raise Your Edge on making that possible in 5v5. Like they can just hold angles because they know there's not much utility being available. But yet, somehow RIXGG does it. So, theme of the match so far. Everyone performs well on defense.
Yep, absolutely. EU defense sided, 100%. CNED, he's gotten onto the site, but he's being pushed on quickly. Rix overrun that plant, and any notion of ult charges being farmed up in a positive way. Raise Your Edge left into a 2 versus 5, and for Killaz, he's so damn low. With a bookie in hand, his teammates separated out, and also being 1 HP, it's not looking like it's going to be the best of rounds, shall we say. But there is always a chance, always an opportunity for these weaker weapons to catch you off guard. And I wouldn't see it being the classic. I think with the bookie in hand, if they push down, if they give the space, maybe they get punished, and they're going to do it. They're on their way, not being that cautious of the weaker weapons, not showing them that much respect, but they get rewarded for it. 9-5, as expected.
Typically, I would say I'm not a fan of pushing this against an eco because, you know, they're actually going to lose cash if they're going to live through that round. Because if you don't die during this round, when the bomb is planted, you're going to get only 900 credits instead of 1.9k. So it was actually beneficial to not kill them. But I do like this play because both Sova and Phoenix want to farm those orbs. Specifically, now Autumn is sitting on his ultimate on this 3rd round when he can use it aggressively to gather information and maybe some, you know, isolate some kills, or just save it for a retake. So this is very important that he actually pushed that mid.
Oh no, that recon dart got destroyed way before it was able to get a burst out. I think it was the attacker's one that I saw fading through the wall. For a second, I thought maybe they had some information, but no. You hear a little bit of a tag going through there as well. I'm not sure where that was. As Rix hold down with 3 players on A, this setup can only last so long. Eventually, you're going to need to make a move and rotate over to cover the rest of the holes. But I think because of the buy that Rix are on, they don't mind it too much. In fact, I even enjoy the fact that your Sova is playing with a shock dart out, because on that range, you stand a better chance of shock darting someone for good damage than you do really of doing it with a Spectre on a full peak. The jump shot also means it's less likely they're going to headshot you with the Vandals on their initial peaks. Their crosshair will be off. If you raise your edge, I really don't like what they're doing. I
wanted to say the same. I would like to see Starkso like just go with his team. They need those flashes. They need that execute. And right now they were just playing default, and Cypher was pushing very aggressively. That could have been really risky. But now they get that. They gather up, go to B. They're probably gonna have the plant 4-3, which is very important. They plant on the left, default. Bonkel pushes but loses to RCK.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. Killaz grabbed himself a double. That buys them a chance to delay time. The Phoenix ultimate good to pick up a Vandal and move further in, but he's dealt with as well. The man advantage sits towards the defenders as Otom taken out immediately. This is starting to spiral a little bit. If you're the attacking side, the position's known. Fry, he spots the ankle. This might even be a lineup for him around the side. Not ready, but the turn doesn't matter. Latex has got it done. And plenty of time left to get that defuse.
Okay, this is a roller coaster of emotions. Like, it looked like they actually got it, right? Raise Your Edge was looking like they have it. They had their plan. It's running out of time. They know where the opponents are because they did use a recon. At least they know where Omen is. But they also had the information where Cypher was because he was playing backside and got a kill. So I'm a little bit surprised that they played so aggressively on side. I understand that was a smoke, but at the same time, they can just, you know, wait it out, play a little bit of time. It was already probably halftime of the spike. But the theme of the match still is on. Defenders are winning.
Defenders win, pretty much.
No information's gathered from that.
But that flash, it's going to see some players. They don't know that Otom's up close. Oh, the dash, but he still gets one, even though they pulled his crosshair off the angle. Now Raise Your Edge, steaming forward and overcoming every single player on the site. A 4 versus 2, no obstacles can hold them back as the plant is about to come on through. Lothar defending his teammate as much as he can. That drone finds only limited information and what they already knew. They're on the site. They're planting the spike. Now that retake has to be attempted. RCK going to be the point man on this one. Good kill to start it, but dealt with immediately. There were just too many angles to clear with that a 1v3 that is, again, unwinnable for Lothar and not worth the risk. The man has got an op in hand. You're not going to throw that away on an attempt of a 1v3. But that means, Lothar, raise your edge. They get around. They hit double digits.
Yeah, this is gonna look not really good for RIXGG, but still they have that up. They can hold an angle on C, they can hold an angle on A, so this might set up them for a successful play, and they're still sitting on a bank of cash. Like they didn't lose many players in the previous rounds, and they were chaining rounds, so they have the bonuses, and it still, I would still favor, you know, Rix when it comes to the winning the next round, but we'll see how that goes, because I would never predict Raise Your Edge winning this round. I'm actually not sure how it happened, because we have seen Starkso use his flash, but he didn't actually get the gong from the HONK. It looked like he didn't flash anyone. I was wondering where did it explode that it didn't get the info, right? Because there was Phoenix in the corner next to double dose entrance, and that was such an odd situation. I feel like maybe he wanted to flash on the default spot, and there was the smoke, so the HONK went into that smoke. But yeah, really weird round, not gonna lie.
And HONK out, clears long. They know there's players there, at least if they got the tag. But look at this sneaky little position. Oh, I love it. Using the crack to grab a kill. Lothar bails out immediately. Those kind of early attacks are what can give you the advantage to win a round, and Lothar is going to continue his aggression by the looks of things until he turns hide and runs towards spawn. 5v4, and a good start for RIXGG. They need this round, really, to bounce back. They don't want to allow Raise Your Edge that runway to just look for 12-6.
Yeah. That is true. I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see Starkso using his flashes and his Tiger more often to support his teammates, like trying to get control of the map, right? We know that the opponents are playing an op that they saved from the previous round, so that utility would really come in handy. And in the meantime, CNED gets actually a kill on A entrance. And that opens up the entire round. Look at that. The ultimate from Sky gives them every single bit of information needed. It went totally in the opposite direction. That means the A is unguarded. They can get a plant for free. They have a lot of map control. They can set up positioning. But it's a 4v4 retake. And a lot of utility must be used by Autumn here to take control. But now he has to go through a one-way. And this is not really a situation that you want to be in. Mitch, how do you approach this?
Well, I guess you wait for the one-way to fade. There's the flash through the smoke, but it's a fake. He's going to look for the player on the left. It's not happening. And one after another, the defenders should be falling. The spray from CNED caught. They can see the tracers, and they take him down. But although they see Ned, the rest of the team comes in and catches them by surprise. 11-6.
See dead.
Well, 11-6. They're dead. They're not out, though. Not dead and out. I like the flash. The problem is it didn't blind anyone, so no one was really phased by that play, because the smoke was down on short. Look at
oh, the lineup. They actually all three went into the same position. That was a little bit awkward, not gonna lie. You don't want to stack up, pile up like that. Everyone, get in here. That's probably a meme you don't understand.
Cover going
I get I do. It's the start of Hearthstone. When you click start.
No, it's from a deck, Patron Warrior, but I actually knew it's from Hearthstone, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm impressed.
Well,
I'm impressed.
That was a safe guess. I mean, I thought that's what, like, when you click open and it like opens the thing and he's like, oh, get in here. Okay. Well.
Oh, Sova
Nice
gets
tag.
ultimate. What a read from RCK.
That's really, really big. I mean, they see the drone, they react instantly, but they lose their player on site. Fry, the big man, the one who was dealing the damage versus Liquid, and Scream, a world-class player, now out of the round. Raise Your Edge. They've overrun the C site. They'll get the plant. They seem to know that there's a player close left. Latex at least has some spidey senses, but as he comes out, he's spotted. Kill as CNED starts, so everyone's turning up, and it's all down to Otom. At least one kill found, but 3 more to go. Ultimate just 1 away. If he finds the first, he can manage to farm it. Weapon not out. There we go. If he was safe, if he was in the corner tucked away, he could have ulted and maybe managed to do it. But it's just, again, too big of a task to make those retakes happen. A flurry of frags, and the round's out of control.
Pay attention, Boncold. He was sitting on 1 frag at round 11. In 6 rounds, he got 12 kills. Well, 7. That's quite impressive. I'm not gonna lie. He bounced back. Something that we have to see from the second Omen still.
6 in a row. It's a tough task for any team. It really is. And at this point, RIXGG, they got to be feeling down and out. Tags through the wall. Killaz is safe. He's happy. Shock Dart's not going to land either. But these guys are playing quite passive. Look at how like they feel like they're a turtle right now. They're under threat. They've gone into their shell.
I like how they approach this round. Like they know that the opponents have to play force buy. Probably gonna play like some shotguns and awkward spots. Gonna try to get something like, you know, going by making quote unquote stupid plays, something that you just don't expect, right? So they play safe. They play passive. They want to wait for those awkward plays that might come from RIXGG because they need to play to their strength, which is being unpredictable right now on the defense. But they're not doing that. They're just playing default positioning as well on defense. So it's a stalemate for now. A fake execute going to C causes rotations. Now Sky is using again his hair ult. And an execute on A is going on. Cypher with the plant on site already. 2 kills happening, 3 kills happening. Kyle's on the side. Gets another one with Stalk, so gets the plant and it's a 5v1. Is it over?
I think it's safe to say it is. I mean, Fry, he's the one that did the heavy lifting, as we said, versus Liquid, but it just doesn't look possible, and even less so as he does. 13-6. The victors of this series, the reverse sweep, they were down a significant amount. It looked like they were out 9-3, I think 11-3 on map 2, facing elimination. They come all the way back, win it in OT, and take it on map 3. Raise Your Edge have impressed me today. On mental fortitude alone, they've surpassed my expectations, Lothar. I gotta say, I'm blown away.
I'm honestly, I would never predict this. Like, Razor Edge had seemed to be broken at some point of the match, and yet they bounced back. That's commendable. Like, it's awesome to see that they're able to just, as a team, make still those, like, get that power inside of you and bounce back from this uncomfortable position, right, that you're in. And especially with that ascent, with that composition that they had with the Reyna, we were doubters. We pressed that option in the Twitch chat to vote for their points, you know, that was meant to be a loss. And yet, we were proven wrong. So, awesome to see. And although the third map wasn't as, like, let's say, fun to watch as Ascent, but it still, like, sets up an entire story of this matchup, which is pretty cool to see. And we had Yoru.
We did. We got to see Yoru. We got to cast him. Wasn't impressed, really, to be honest. I don't think I'll be changing comps for other teams anytime soon, but for now, at least, we'll see what the future holds. We're not saying it's bad. We're just saying, I don't know if it was that good. But speaking of which, of all the players that we've seen trying a bunch of different agents and shooting people in the head, we had a bunch of guys shooting people in the head. And 3 players in particular we want to highlight as players of the match would be CNED, Starzo, and Killaz. And what we need you to do is go on to Twitter at Val Esports _EU. Knew there was an underscore in there somewhere. And vote for one of these dudes who is going to be the player of the match. Your vote is what determines it. We pick 3, you pick 1. Pretty fair deal, I think. So head on over to Twitter, get in on that vote, and we're going to get in another person because we've got Yinsu here ready to have a little chat with us, and I'm sure she's excited as well to potentially talk to one of these guys for a little interview afterwards.
I am very excited, you guys. Before we talk about Raise Your Edge even, I just want to go over RIXGG a little bit. I think there is a difference of experience. We see this, you know. We see this especially with, I feel like, UK teams. If you look at Fnatic, if you look at even Team Liquid to an extent, although not as severely. But they're not really experienced players. They don't have that one, you know, IGL or one person like your Existence or like your Angel, who has, you know, decades. We're not even talking about years of experience here. We're literally talking about decades, some of them even over a decade, you know, of experience of playing LAN, of teamwork, of losing, of coming up with strats, etc., etc. And if you look at this RIXGG team, again, like I would compare it a little bit to Fnatic, where they have such great players and they clearly have good ideas and they have an identity, but they are just lacking some experience, Mitch. But, you know, that's something that they are going to get, fortunately, the more the scene develops. But this today wasn't, you know, by any chance a bad, any measure even, a bad showing from RIXGG. I do think, I'd hope that they wouldn't walk away from this too upset from this.
Yeah, as much as it is, it really sucks the way that they lost. I'm sure this is something that they're going to lose sleep over, you know? I'm pretty sure, as I said, 11-3, they were up at one point, and they ended up falling off that. It's a kick in the teeth, but you have to take these as growing experiences for sure. And I like the point you make about lack of experience. I think consistency within the UK scene has been a problem for a long time as well. Like, one player can pop off, and you see their skill ceiling, but their average is, like, a lot lower than what their best game is. For Raise Your Edge, though, I think I'd kind of raise the same kind of questions. None of these players strike me as massively experienced. Like, they wouldn't be the kind of big brain IGL that we would know from a long time ago. CNET is probably the most on that team, and I don't know how much leading he does. Certainly leads the charges and gets in there. That's insane aim, but the fact that they've managed to make this work, the fact they managed to reverse sweep the way that they did, says a lot about what we can expect from this team in the long run and what they're building.
Well, Lothar, how do you think they're going to fare on Sunday? Because obviously they will be taking on OG, previously known as Monkey Business, and they've also been on a journey. You know, OG didn't have the greatest debut ever, but ever since that hiccup, they've been very, very strong. Who would you back, I guess, between Raise Your Edge and OG?
I feel like right now, Raise Your Edge is a little bit of a chaotic team. They can be very explosive, or they can just fall flat on their face. And that inconsistency might be costing them the match against OG, because in my eyes, OG is actually the opposite of that. They play consistently good, right? They were meeting, though, very, very strong opponents, and because of that, we see them, you know, still not being in Masters. But I feel like OG is one of those teams that I would put into Masters after the Sunday matches. So I'm really looking forward to this match, since right now CNET was popping off in this match. Starks is also capable of popping off in this match, and in general, like, it seems like Raise Your Edge can outperform teams, but they are doing that on the back of their personal skill and not like a team composition or team play, like executions and playbooks. So I feel like for them, it might be a good thing that they play against OG, because OG seems also like that kind of a more mixed type of game playstyle than a true team that plays with book in hand.
Well, Lothar, I'm going to ask you one more question before we move on to the interview. But, you know, you raised of them relying on their individual skills. But haven't we seen that in a team like G2? And, you know, G2 kind of rode that wave for months on end, and they won pretty much everything off the back of those 5 players' own skills.
Yeah, that is true. But I was never, like, you know, hiding that I'm not a fan of how G2 is actually playing, because they have amazing players. They outperform almost everyone for many, many months. But at some point, the game is elevated to where teams have to evolve, you know? And they need to learn how to use the utility to a wider extent, to have a wider array of options. The executes have to be surprising to your opponents, because you cannot just do something over and over and again and expect the same result. It's like madness, basically, right? And I feel like G2 is also, because of that, not winning lately as many matches as you would like to see from someone with that type of history. And this is the turning point for them. And many teams have to realize that they need to start to elevate their gameplay. Otherwise, they're going to fall behind all the other teams like Ballista, which impressed us insanely today, and Fnatic, which always were impressing with the gameplay, and Alliance. I have to give it to them. NIP, Alliance, Fnatic, Ballista, those teams were impressing me the most. And this is, I think, the next step of how competitive Valorant will look in Europe.
Yeah, no, Lothar, I'm going to have to stop you there for Alliance. We have absolutely no reason to talk about that team, you know. None of us are that big fans of Alliance, especially Mitch, of course. But anyway, we do have an interview with someone who isn't a noob by any means. It is, I'm bringing you guys Raise Your Edge's Bone Cold right now. Hi, Bone Cold. Welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. I'm sure you are very tired, but you guys put out a great showing, you know, taking it all the way to map 3. We here at the desk have really commended you guys for your mental fortitude and how you guys sort of stayed so strong today despite what happened on Bind. So talk me through that. How did you guys come back from that? Was there any sort of team talk that you guys had in between maps, and especially on Ascent when you made that very, very impressive comeback?
Yeah, of course. So on Bind, we were like preparing for the Euro pick, but still, I think it like still hit us mentally a little bit, and we got off guard a few times. But of course, we had a prep talk from our coach in between the games, especially on Ascent and the switch-sided. What we have been preparing for even the last month, it just have been like just play one round at a time, play one map at a time, and it really worked out. People were getting more and more positive after the win, and after Ascent, everyone were so happy. We were really focused, and it really showed on Haven. So I really need to say thank you to all of our teammates. Everyone were strong mentally, and they brought up their A game when we most needed it. So
yeah, we were definitely very impressed with that, and it's good to know that you guys, you know, your attitude sort of stayed positive throughout that experience. Just on Bind, I have to ask, because you know, you said that you guys are prepping for that Yoru, but you did sort of come out with a team com that is very, very, very similar to Fnatic's. Did you guys draw any inspiration from Fnatic, or did you sort of also stumble upon that Sky team comp as well with no Sentinels?
Of course, we have been like playing against Fnatic in scrims, and we have watched their games, so there has been a little bit inspiration, but of course we still want to bring like our game, and we have some players in our team that on their previous teams the Bind wasn't as good, so we wanted to bring in something new and something exciting for the team, and that's how we started just picking out agents for everybody. We played a few scrims maybe like weeks ago, and we stumbled upon like, okay, hey, this is working really well for us, and we went with it. It was just today on the first game, RIXGG, they played really well on that map and on every map, of course, but they were better prepared for the Bind game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of their strongest maps, so definitely no shame in losing to them on that. Just one more question before you go. You guys have OG next.
Yeah.
You haven't played against them before, but I'm sure you've done your homework. You know what they're about. What are you expecting from that matchup, and how do you fancy your chances?
We were gonna go with the same mentality as today. We don't want to be like, I don't want us to have the underdog impression. I don't want to like give too much praise for OG. I just want us to play our best game, play one round at a time. We still haven't basically like won anything. We're still like going through the qualifier by those means. So we just gotta go with the flow, play well, play like we play in our scrims, and hope for the best. Be better prepared than the enemy team.
I mean, that's all you can do, really. I did say that was the last question, but I lied because I remembered. This is going to be super, super quick, I promise. But I've heard a rumor about your name, and I don't usually ask players this, but would you be able to share why you chose your specific IGN for Valorant?
It has been there for a few years now. When I started playing CS:GO as my previous game, this actually sounds really cringe, but I was actually just thinking in my head, like when I'm gonna play in LANs and do whatever, I was thinking about what sounds good to the hear and like commentators saying my name. It's like Bone Cold with the triple, and I just went with it. There's really no deeper. I know it sounds dumb, but that's really how it went.
No, that's great. I love that. And I'm going to definitely pass that on to Mitch and Lothar and see what they think, to see if they feel like it's a cool name to say as well. But thank you. Thank you so much for your time. And we'll see you back here on Sunday.
Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Brilliant. Well, Mitch and Lothar, I have a question for you two now. How does it feel when you say the name Bone Cold and when he does something hype? Does it sound cool to you? Is it a nice name to cast?
I mean, I was saying this during the game, right, Lothar? It's like, I love it. Bone Cold. Like, it is a good name. I'll give him that. I really enjoyed getting to go through that. I was sad that his name isn't Steve, because that could have worked out really well. But we'll figure something out when I find out how to pronounce his actual name, which I looked at and then went, I'm not going to try that before I say it in the mirror a few times. I'll butcher it.
I was certain we're going to see a very big guy in front of the camera, like, with no hair, just like super tattooed of his mind,
Banks just
sitting in a tank top with some mustard stains, but wasn't it?
I'm so glad I asked him that, because I did hear a rumor that he specifically chose a name because he thought it would sound cool on broadcast, and first time that players think about us, so I'm really, really happy about that. And speaking of players, we do have the winner for player of the match, and I don't think it's a surprise whatsoever, because Turkish fans be strong and loyal AF. Of course, CNED is your player of the match. I'm just gonna get, I guess, Mitch and Lothar, just your final thoughts on that and what you think about that choice. I mean, it's a no-brainer, right, Mitch?
Oh no, CNED's a noob. Why would you give it to him? Like, dude dropped 66 kills, 22 average across the entire series, which is pretty impressive. Now it's probably very close to 1 per round at that point, and I'm not surprised. Yeah, he's an unbelievable player. Honestly, like, if you look at this team, if you look at CNED as a player, I think you could put him on any team, and it would not be a bad addition.
Yeah, I agree. He's insanely skilled, and he actually showed up big time in this match. This wouldn't be possible if CNED didn't get so many crucial first bloods as well. But we have to remember that one round and he pushed mid on the sand and we were all booing him.
One thing. You got to keep him humble. Exactly. Bring him back down to earth. Don't remind him of this play where he went out with the knives, all the opening bloods. It's like, yeah, but you did mess up. Just so you know. Don't get big-headed.
I mean, it's CNED doing CNED things. I feel like whenever he's playing, the expectation is extremely high for him to perform. Almost like the stream level, so it's always great to see him do well. But that is all the time we have for today. But before we go, I am going to remind you guys of the schedule for tomorrow, because as I said, tomorrow is going to be the first day of playoffs, which means 2 teams will be making it to the Masters by the end of day. Wave will be playing Guild first, and G2 will be returning to the stream and taking on Diffuse. 2 very, very, very exciting matches. And before I round up everything, I'm going to get a mega quick prediction from the 2 of you, because you're not going to be here with us tomorrow. So Lothar, who do you think is going to take the Guild versus Wave and G2 versus Diffuse games?
I think Guild is going to take it. They're actually playing really well lately, way better than we have seen them in the past, that's for sure. They are making huge progress in the department of just team play. But when it comes to G2 versus Diffuse, I have to say G2, but I'm really worried. Like, I'm really worried because G2 2 weeks ago did look hot, definitely, and I talked about like the way they approach the game. It's not really doing them any good, and they have to change the way they play. But is it enough time to change that entire team identity, right? So I'm a little bit worried that Diffuse might show up and just knock them out. And, for the esports scene, everyone will be like, oh my god, G2 and Liquid, they're out and so on. But it might also set up a cool storyline. But G2, insanely skilled. Let's see how they will play.
Yep. I think I'd have to agree with you there. If there's anything we've learned over the past 3 weeks, is that anything can happen in EU right now. And Mitch, who would your predictions be backing?
I don't like watching Guild play at all. I think they're one of the top 10 teams. Like, if we were playing Among Us, I'd vote for them. So I'm going to go with Wave. They'll get my vote, as we're not playing that game. And then when we go to G2 versus Diffuse, I love Diffuse. I think they're a really, really skilled team, a really good one. But G2 versus NIP, they didn't look so hot purely because, in my opinion, NIP were just insane. Though that is a top I'm going to say top 5 team comfortably right now from conception. What that lineup's been able to do is unbelievable. So I don't think I won't put a mark against their name for that. I think the G2 should win that game. So I'll go with Wave and G2.
Wave and G2. Good predictions, guys. Well, we'll definitely catch you guys back here on Sunday for our last 2 playoffs games. But that is all the time we have for today. Massive congratulations once again to Ballista and Raise Your Edge. Thank you always, Mitch and Lothar. And thank you to all of you who are watching at home. We will be back here tomorrow with a pre-show at 4:30 p.m. We'll see you then.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, yeah. Everybody round, everybody round. In the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a beat crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, yeah. Everybody round, everybody